Kia kara kia tātou, whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina kina ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tai. E hi ake ana, te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei mauri ora. Morena everyone, and thank you all for being here. Thank you to councillors and Haukura members. Thank you to our staff, and great to see many community members here too, and the media. And if I've missed anyone, I apologise for that. We have quite a big day ahead, so we will try and keep it as focused as possible. Before I do a proper welcome, we might just do the absences and minutes and bring people in online, because there are a number of councillors online. Right, so apologies. There is no apologies that I'm aware of. We have... can't see it, sorry. We have electronic attendance for Councillor Dalton, who is recovering from surgery, Councillor Foley, and Councillor Newman, who have illness in the home, and was there a fourth one? No, just Councillor. No. So those three. So I'll move those. Deputy Mayor will second. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? No. Right, we'll have those members sent the link. Are there any declarations of interest? Nope. Are there any petitions? No, there is no public input. There is no local board input. There is no extraordinary items. This is an extraordinary meeting though. And we will just wait a couple of seconds for hopefully the councillors to join. But just want to acknowledge this, obviously our last policy and planning committee for the term. We're only sort of, 2 weeks and a bit from the election. So just want to acknowledge all the work that's been done. It's quite significant, and there'll be a item on the governing body agenda tomorrow discussing what all the committees got up to this term, which is quite significant. So just want to acknowledge all the staff, all the community members, all the effort around this table to get quite a number of things over the line, and just want to, once again, thank you to everyone who's been involved this term. It has been a pretty intense one, lots and lots of workshops and meetings from some pretty big decisions. So we're going to move to the item 7. I would just move, and the Mayor would like to second the agenda item recommendations, but with also some additions. We can go through those after staff go through the presentation, but everyone... There's no point of order from the floor, Member Matson. Thank you. Right, so we'll move to those and then we'll get staff to come to the table. Right, so I might just talk about how today's going to run. So we will have a presentation from our staff. We will then have questions on the presentation and the agenda item. I will open and speak, and then we'll go to, there's 2 amendments that have been put out there this morning. We'll go to the amendments after I've spoken, and then debate those and debate the substantive as well. So we'll go to the presentation now from Megan and John. Kia ora.
Morena koutou, great to see you, and I am just going to go through a presentation which is intended to just keep it reasonably high level and focus on the key aspects, both in the report and in the conversations that you've been having over the last, 2, possibly even 3 years in terms of some of this information. Obviously, we will have staff and ourselves available to answer questions afterwards, so this is not intended to go through all of the detail of all of the matters before you. So the purpose both of the report and of course your decision today is to decide whether or not to withdraw Plan Change 78 and progress the draft replacement plan change before you, or to proceed with Plan Change 78. Just some quick background for you. Remembering that the previous government, in conjunction with the current government, agreed some changes to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development back in kind of 21-22, and that included the MDRS, the Medium Density Residential Standards, which was a new provision which basically put that across the whole of the urban region of Auckland. It was mandatory and it kind of went in there all at once everywhere. There was no consultation with councils about that, including ourselves, and this council has raised concerns about that, about its location, and about some of the design outcomes that come from it because of the kinds of height to boundary and bulk and location controls associated with the MDRS. So those conversations and concerns have been, were first raised by this council some years ago. The requirement then formed into what is known as Plan Change 78 to give effect to the changes to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, and that also included the fact that that plan change cannot be withdrawn. It was quite an unusual provision in the Resource Management Act. There's no other provision like it, but for this one, it was unable to be withdrawn. 2023, we had the severe weather events, and in particular, both erosion and flooding, and we have been unable, because of that provision, to either downzone or to change the rules and policies to somehow deal with the impacts of severe weather in some parts of our region. And so that has also been an area of concern since 2023 to the previous government and this government around our inability to deal with any of those issues through the unitary plan. So this government, it came through the parliamentary process finally on the 21st of August, which was later than we were expecting, but nonetheless it came through, that to enable us to deal with both the MDRS and natural hazards, but there were also some requirements that came on top of that as well. So while we are able to opt out of MDRS or make a decision about whether to continue that, and to also both downzone and change rules and policies for natural hazards, there are things that the government is also requiring of us. So firstly, around housing capacity, they're requiring that we have to have ensure the same or more plan-enabled capacity as Plan Change 78 had. And Plan Change 78, because of all of that MDRS intensification across the whole of the region, it's a high capacity. But we are required to have the same or more. We're required to provide for 15-storey height limits around 3 stations. We're also required to provide 10-storey heights around 2 stations. We are required to continue with the National Policy Statement on Urban Development's Policy 3, which is the intensification around in walkable catchments around centres. And we're also required to use a streamlined planning process, which is one where the Minister has some more say than he normally does, or that they normally do, and it will be a shorter process than normal, hence in the name streamlined planning process. So we were given some things, and then there were things required of us. Just very briefly then, an overview of what's happened since that 21st of August date. The committee made the decision to consult on the draft replacement plan change, which has been happening over the last month. That was specific consultation with mana whenua, local boards, government and local authorities. There have also been some public meetings from groups in the public and elected members around the draft replacement plan change. We followed that up with some workshops over the last couple of weeks, and now here we are today to make your decision on either withdrawing and replacing or continuing with Plan Change 78. And the words just talk about some of the next steps, which I can come back to a little later. In the report, you will have seen this table. I just want to be really, really clear. The purpose of this is not to make any pejorative statements about good or bad on either of the options. It isn't about ranking them, but it is trying to give you an understanding based on the issues that have been of importance for council, how positive or negative the options would be, in achieving those kinds of opportunities. So if I just go through it reasonably quickly, and again, we can take questions on all of this. The ability to downzone for natural hazards where the risk is highest, so that is to lower the zone down to, say, a single house zone. That is what the draft replacement plan change allows us to do entirely. Plan change 78 does not, without additional processes and additional plan change post the completion of Plan Change 78. Similarly, with natural hazard rules and policies, that is what the replacement plan change allows us to do now and immediately. The same thing with Plan Change 78, there needs to be another process. So it's not as fast, but should a variation or policy, a plan change be put into Plan Change 78, that could also occur, but it's not as fast and it's another process. Removal of the MDRS, Plan Change 78 does not allow us, full stop, doesn't. The replacement would. The Auckland Light Rail Corridor upzoning, again, Plan Change 78 does not. There would need to be another process, a variation process to enable that to happen, whereas the replacement plan change, it will happen as part of this single process. The plan-enabled capacity is the same. I've just said that, the government's requiring us to have the same or more than what Plan Change 78 has, so that's the same. The spatial distribution, though, of where that capacity is different. In my view and my advice to you is that the replacement plan change provides a better spatial distribution. It is better and closer to a compact city approach, and therefore it does assist with our infrastructure planning and investment as well. Use of qualifying matters, both Plan Change 78 and the draft replacement plan change allow us to use qualifying matters, those things where we just have another layer on so that we can deal with certain things that are particularly important in the region, whether that is something like flooding or special character or volcanic view shafts. Pre-draft public engagement. There was no time, given when the legislation came through from government, there was no time for us to do that with the draft replacement plan change. So clearly, that does not meet that at all. The Plan Change 78 did, and that is what we did. So it's clearly a positive to Plan Change 78. Complexity of process. This gets quite subjective about it. I think the complexity, Plan Change 78 does get complex because it needs variations and then it needs further plan changes to do everything that the replacement plan change does. So that is complex. We shouldn't underestimate the confusion that will cause for Aucklanders, and we've discussed that over the last few years. The draft replacement plan change, yes, it has complexity. We need to withdraw Plan Change 78. We put another one in. But it is simpler, in a sense, than Plan Change 78. And the time to complete, the draft replacement plan change will clearly be faster than Plan Change 78 because we will need another whole process to go after Plan Change 78 is completed. So that's quite clear. So look, as I said, this is not about good and bad. It's not making pejorative statements. I'm just trying to help you think about the implications of each of them and what might need to happen to achieve those outcomes that are important to you. In terms of the strengthened approach to natural hazards, I know you've worked through this for a very long time. So just very briefly, and again, we'll have staff here to deal with specific questions you might have. The staff have worked incredibly hard, both with the public and with iwi as well, over the last couple of years, to look at how we can strengthen the provisions in the unitary plan around natural hazards, in particular erosion and flooding, because those were the biggest causes of concern come from 2023. And in short, what we are doing is we're moving to a risk-based assessment, so that in every case we will have a look, we will look at the particular circumstances on the site, and if there are significant risks with developing, whatever that might be on that site, it kind of ranges from, it would be a reject, we would just say no, right through to various conditions or design requirements, or even location, i.e. you can't build in a certain part, but you can build in another part. So both the rules and the policies will be strengthened through this, and also we will downzone in the places of highest risk, we will downzone to that single house zone as well. We have worked with iwi and mana whenua, particularly around flexibility of relocation and some of the particular situations they are in with their whenua, whether that's close to water bodies or the coast, or flat wetland as well. There's also a bunch of internal staff training and guidance and things that will, of course, come through with all of that. So a lot of work done on that. There is a strengthened approach, and it is a risk-based approach. Just a few reminders around these issues of capacity and infrastructure. Just a reminder about what plan-enabled capacity means. Plan-enabled capacity is really the number of homes provided under the rules. It is not meant to be a target for which we expect all of those homes to be built, or for that kind of population to come to Auckland. That number will never be developed on the ground. And the number is just over 2 million in this case. And we will never see 2 million homes, and that is not what we are expecting or projecting or intending from an on-the-ground perspective. And as the report says, and again we can answer questions around this, the government is very clear that having greater capacity than what you need does provide for more competition in the market for different kinds of homes in different locations, and in locations where people most want to live. And so that is the theory behind having, a theoretical plan-enabled capacity number. Housing supply, on the other hand, is the actual take-up, what's actually being built on the ground. And we know that in the last few years we've had building consents approved for, kind of between 14 and 20,000 homes a year. That's the kind of number we're talking, as opposed to a 2 million number. We use the housing supply plus population projections from Stats New Zealand and modelling about how many people will come over time and where they might go, and we try and help enable that through the unitary plan, and also through our infrastructure planning and investment. So in terms then of infrastructure, the planning and investment is not based on the plan-enabled capacity. It's based on, the population projections, what's actually happening on the ground, and trying to get ahead of growth if we can. And the more certain that council can be about where we want to enable that growth, the easier that is going to be. And it has not been easy lately. Governments of any colour are making it very hard for council to plan and to be certain and say we're going to go here and not here. So it's a tough job at the moment, but we are trying our best. And the draft replacement plan change is a better situation, is more helpful from an infrastructure planning and investment perspective than Plan Change 78. Not perfect, but better nonetheless. just very briefly, in terms of that plan enable capacity, and these are again some numbers that you've just received. And again, if you want more information, we are very happy to take questions and work through this with you. But we've got that total number of 2.073 or 2.074 million, and we have effectively two options, and it's depending on the kind of design and bulk and location requirements we have in the 10 and 15 story buildings. We will come somewhere between 0.2% or 3.5% under that 2.074 number. So almost there. And this is on this particular modelling run. We will do another modelling run post the decision, whatever it goes. And those numbers may change, but that is where we think the range is at this stage. These two slides, this one and the one coming, are again based on that spatial distribution, the work that Gary, as chief economist, and his team has done, taking the modelling work, taking what's happening on the ground, and looking at the draft replacement plan change. Again, it's a model, so it's not perfect and it's not absolute, but it is a projection, a model of the kind of where new homes will be broadly under in the replacement plan change as opposed to plan change 78. What this is showing in the red dots is that generally there will be fewer new homes in these areas. The size of the dot is the greater number or lesser number, and you can see, in general terms, that is on the outer edges broadly of certainly of the isthmus and of the urban region. And this one is there will be generally more new homes. And so you can clearly see that within that central isthmus area, along those clear corridors, both rail corridors and frequent bus corridors, and in that kind of more central, if you want to call it, and more accessible area of the region. That's it together. And so that's from a distribution, spatial distribution, that's kind of the comparator. That is what you will tend to see through the draft replacement plan change over time. So we're talking over decades, not immediately. Very little of this is going to happen immediately. This takes time, just like with the unitary plan. My last slide is, again, just a reminder of timeline. Basically, if a decision is made to withdraw and replace today, then we need to speak to the minister, we need to advise him of what we're proposing to do, and he provides us with some directions, including notification dates. We go through that notification submission process, hearings processes, and then decisions at the end. The minister, as you know, wrote us a letter a couple of weeks ago, and his very clear direction is that he, assuming this goes ahead, he is happy with the notification of late October, early November, and about an 18-month time frame for the process. Mr. Chair, that's it for my presentation. I hope that's been helpful and focusing on some of those key matters that are important to the committee. You can probably just take that off, maybe, Sandra, and we'll just see how we go with questions. Thanks.
Kia ora, thank you so much to you and the staff. I know this is not easy for the team. This is not the way we would normally do this sort of process, and that was the same with Plan Change 78, so unfortunately they're getting used to this. But yeah, just want to acknowledge the huge amount of work in a short amount of time. I'll just quickly read out the additions, so for clarity, what's in the agenda and then additional. So I've added the time frame that ensures submitters to have a genuine and adequate opportunity to be heard by the independent hearings panel, and that will also be local boards if they choose to. The plan enable capacity achieved in the draft replacement plan is modelled as exceeding 2 million homes. That's under all. Auckland Council has a firm position that and this is after talking to some councillors about this, note that Auckland Council has a firm position that the outcomes for Aucklanders are more important than meeting a theoretical housing capacity target, and that the Independence Hearings Panel and Auckland Council as final decision makers must be able to focus on achieving the best outcomes for Auckland through the final form of the plan-enabled housing capacity. Note that urban design controls and Auckland Council's urban design panel are critical to ensuring the livability of Auckland as it grows, and the intention for the urban design panel to be adequately resourced to response to the plan change once operative. That's feedback from Councillor Darby and others on that one. Request that the Minister, that when determining the expertise of the independent hearing commissioners, that this includes urban design, architecture, planning, infrastructure, economics and law, is just some of the skills. This is from Councillor Bartley, who's got a lot of concerns about the changes to minimum car parking. She asked for this to be added if possible. Request advice in the new term of council on the impacts of the former government's removal of the ability of councils to include minimum car park requirements in their planning documents, with a focus on areas without access to good public transport. And then there's a K, which is around our request that the Mayor reiterate to ministers in relation to greenfields. So I'll just read them, sorry it's technical and long. Auckland Council's future development strategy provides for 15,000 hectares of future urban zone land over 30 years, of which around a third has already been zoned. Only residential and business zone land is counted towards the plan-enabled capacity under the MPSUD, so that's under the law. Provision of infrastructure requires planning, sequencing, not just delivery. Currently, growth does not pay for growth, as we've discussed under the many private plan changes coming at us, rather than all ratepayers are subsidising the cost of greenfield infrastructure. And last two, it is more efficient to utilise the existing infrastructure in urban areas than build new infrastructure in greenfields. That the Auckland Council looks forward to the government's promised new funding and financing tools, including development levies, that will ensure that growth pays for growth. That is what is currently in the recommendations put forward. Now we will go to questions of the staff, and I think Deputy Mayor would like to go first, and then I've got Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I just want to, you've gave a very good presentation, thank you, but I just want to clarify some questions. And look, I'm happy for brief answers, but just want, for the record, some key points from my perspective. So can you confirm that Council actually asked Central Government for a way to exit Plan Change 78 to provide downzoning in high-risk floodplains? That we actually asked Government?
Yes.
Can you confirm that Council cannot stage the replacement plan by doing one part now and leaving other parts for later? Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you confirm that Council cannot adjust, i.e. lower, the government set housing capacity target of 2 million additional dwellings?
Correct, we can't. Yep.
Thank you. Can you confirm there is no third option beyond either continuing with Plan Change 78 or replacing it under a new process?
No, that is not my advice. There is no other option.
Thank you. Can you confirm that we will temporarily return to the Auckland Unitary Plan zoning rules once the Minister approves our request to remove Plan Change 78 and opt out of MDRS until the new plan is operative?
Yes, we will.
Thank you. Can you give me confidence that the replacement plan, should we decide to adopt it today, will have plenty of time for Aucklanders to input into it before it comes back to us for adoption?
Yes.
We've asked for an extended 7-week process, right?
Yes, we have. We've asked for, I think, a 7-week process for submissions. Yep.
Thank you. Now, noting the current local boards have had a chance to input into the draft, I'm interested, is there a role for the new local boards after the election, I know that we will, to have a chance to input into this process? I've heard that the local boards can actually submit themselves to the IHP, is that correct?
Yes, there will be an opportunity, yep.
To feedback as a board,
yes, that's
and
right.
to submit to the IHP?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh. Okay. And if we don't decide a replacement today, are we at risk of the Minister stepping in and doing it for us?
Yes, we are. The Minister has quite different and specific powers. So I think it's quite clear with the correspondence that he's had with us that he will do something. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Chair. I've got three questions. First one's around natural hazards. The second one will be around greenfield sites. And the third one will be around costs. So just around, and this is in context of the experience of flooding during the storm events, Megan, and the Kemu River flooding. So I don't know if you can answer these, or I'm sure you've got staff that can. But, you know, many Aucklanders would actually like Auckland Council to have the ability to say no to new houses being built in flood-prone areas without being, you know, taken to court by landowners in doing so. So there's kind of three parts here. I'll give you all three. So can you explain which of the two plan options give council the greatest ability to stop housing in flood-prone areas? And kind of related to that, can you explain the difference between down zoning land and council's abilities to change its rules and policies to decline a resource consent as it pertains to a flood-prone area? And thirdly, can you explain what is the likely effect on the landowner's property value if it is down-zoned by way of trying to minimise flooding impact on housing?
Thanks, Councillor Sayers. Phil, can I get you to answer that? And Gary, just be on call if to assist with any of the value matters. Thanks, Phil.
Right, through the Chair, to the first question, the draft replacement plan change provides the best vehicle in order to be able to address natural hazards, because it can both address zoning as well as address the resource consenting regime. The second question, which is about the ability to decline applications that come in. Chapter E36 of the Unitary Plan, which applies across all zones, right from the city centre through to rural production zone, is used to address any application, whether it's a subdivision, changes of use or new development, that seeks to occur in a location that is subject to natural hazards. Through the risk assessment process that Megan spoke about, the activity table will then apply what's called an activity status to that resource consent. The activity statuses that we're looking to use are far more stringent than what we've got in the Unitary Plan at the moment. That will enable for the processing staff assessing that resource consent to be either able to condition a consent and still issue it, or in many cases to be able to decline a consent, should people wish to do things which present real risk to life.
And the third part there was just about, if someone was able to answer about effect on property value if it's down-zoned.
Kia ora koutou through the Chair. Councillor, I think it's fair to say the property values are in the main determined by location in terms of what that location offers, in terms of access to things that people want in their daily lives. Zoning policy does have an impact at the margin, and if you allow more development potential, referred to as upzoning, more intensification, then values generally appreciate. However, there are two caveats to that. If you're talking about areas that are known to be at risk from natural hazards, then some of that would already be capitalised or included in the land value, and so I guess that would work against the potential appreciation or uplift from allowing more density. People would know that that property is at risk, so I think that would moderate any uplift. And so if you're talking about downzoning relative to what would otherwise be enabled, I think you have to take that into account. Also in the context, we're not just talking about one property, we're talking about a wider market, and so we know that if we were to just treat this one property in isolation, the effects would be bigger than if we look at it in the bigger picture of a lot of changes to many properties, I think would reduce the effects one way or the other. So I hope those sort of general comments help you without having access to the specifics.
Thank you very much. Richard, my second one was just around greenfields, and I read in the report, I think it was paragraph 50 or 60 around there, talked about green zoning, land that was already live in green zones would, I think, just continue under the replacement plan. And my question's around what about the rest? You know, the kind of what's in our unitary plan that's yellow is future urban zones, that is green, was obviously opening up new housing and greens in rural land. So Is there any change to that expectation in terms of the growth in greenfield areas?
Through the chair, Councillor Sayers. So in the replacement plan change and plan change 78, there are no changes proposed to land that is zoned future urban. That's approximately 10,000 of the original 15,000 hectares of future urban. So if it's been live zoned over the last few years by private plan changes and it's now operative, that will count towards capacity. But it counts towards capacity in plan change 78 because it's got that urban zoning. And in many cases, it's also got the urban zoning in the replacement. There are a few examples where between plan change 78 and now, there is some land that has been live zoned in that future urban area. So that does count towards capacity, but there is no proposal in the replacement to add additional residential or business zoned or urban zoned land in the future urban areas for the reasons outlined in the report and also as noted in the chair's additions to the resolutions.
Thank you. And through your chair, the final question is just around costs. And what would be the costs of proceeding with plan change 78? And what will be the downline cost implications? What would they look like if we had to prepare alternative variations such as for heights, walkable catchment, downzoning for flooding and withdrawing from the MDRS?
Through the chair, I might just talk generally to this because it does depend upon decision making which the new council would need to make should it chooses to keep going with plan change 78. There's probably a couple of factors that come into it. One is around the costs that council face around sending letters out to notify people of changes to the unitary plan. So if plan change 78 was to continue and there was to be simply a singular further change to address the light rail and natural hazards, then that cost would be in the order of $2.5 million to mail out to all Aucklanders. Should it proceed in a different arrangement with multiple changes, then those costs could be more than that. For the draft replacement plan change, the $2.5 million is the same cost that would apply, same group of Aucklanders that the mail out would need to go to. Probably the second thing which needs to be considered with respect to costs then are the appeal costs that council might face. So Plan Change 78 operates through a process where the Minister for Resource Management Reform plays a role in the determination of appeals. The streamlined planning process, which is the one which is proposed for use under the draft replacement plan change, does provide for the courts to play that role. So there's a variable there in terms of costs for who may wish to come forward with appeals and how far they may wish to progress through the courts. But the general statement across all of that for both is that within operating budgets we're providing for this and it is factored into the LTP.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leone.
Thank you. I just wanted to come back to the comment about the staged approach, and I know that obviously you've answered that question, Megan, but I just wanted to ask, were there any options that were looked at when your staff have been gathering the information on this to look at whether there's any viable options around a staged approach?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. No, we haven't. The plan changes don't get staged, and so there wasn't any options looked at for that. No.
Okay, thank you. Just coming back to the economists and some of the points that have been raised around affordability of housing, and obviously I know that in the past we've talked about intensification, and the more housing that we have in Auckland, the more affordable it would be, and you've answered some of that. Can I just get some of the pros and cons that we have seen over the last 10 years in terms of the intensification and the economic perspective on that going forward?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Chair. Auckland's in a fortunate position that because of the change we made with the unitary plan in late 2016, there's quite a lot of data available now and a lot of research, and some of that's got into peer-reviewed international journals. And so from that we can draw some quite important conclusions. So the additional capacity or flexibility that was enabled in 2016 with our existing urban land has led to a significant increase in the number of homes, and while we can observe that, we need to know, is that more than we otherwise would have gotten given economic conditions? And the key finding is that in the first 5 years, we've had 22,000 more homes in Auckland, so that's from 2016 to 2021, than would otherwise have been the case. If you put that into context, in our residential zones, we had around 66,000 homes consented over that period. So it's really about a third of the homes that we've seen can be attributed solely to the more flexible land use. And there's some intuition about why that comes about. We're allowing ourselves to get more yield out of existing land. We're allowing people the choice for their incomes to consume or use less land for a home. And that's why we've seen people mediated through developers as their agents, taking up the option for given their incomes, to get locations that fit their budget and they can use less land. So we see the terraced house, townhouse typology. So of course, when we get more of something than otherwise, that has impacts on the price of things. And so there's pretty good evidence. It's gotten into a peer-reviewed journal that we can just observe the rents that we've been seeing in Auckland. The rental price growth has been on a lower path than other cities in New Zealand. And we can see that statistically there's a material effect. So rental affordability has been better than otherwise would have been the case, and the estimate is around 20% better in terms of rents relative to incomes. House prices is a little trickier because there has been a lot of movement with the, notable movements in interest rates, very low in the wake of the pandemic and then very high. So what we can observe is the way that Auckland house prices have behaved relative to other cities in New Zealand, and we can see that the relative growth in percentage terms during that period was lower, and then it's fallen back as well to something closer to pre-pandemic, although still above that. We can see other evidence that suggests we would expect a price effect, and I think we'll see more of that in terms of house prices. What I would say is that we look at affordability, a key measure, the median house price relative to incomes. It's now 7.5 times median household income. That's better than it was at the unitary plan, but we have to acknowledge that there are cyclical effects in the economy that affect that. I would put that in context and say, relative to the turn of the century, median house price relative to household incomes was a multiple of 5. And so the difference between what we have now, the median house price is $1 million in Auckland. If we go back to the turn of the century, if we had a multiple of 5 times the median household income, rather than $1 million, it'd be more like 680. So that's sort of how we've slipped in terms of affordability. So some improvement, but we're still a bit further behind. And of course, that has implications for our ability to hold on to younger people, to make a go of it in Auckland, and our ability to attract talent as well. So I hope some of those things answer your question. I don't want to go on and take too much time. Thank you.
Okay, and just one final question, and I think it's probably going to be a difficult one to answer anyway. I know that there's been a lot of concern raised around our schools already being full in terms of intensification going forward, and what we can be doing as council to obviously look at what we can be advocating in that space. Is there anything that we can be doing in terms of this, or do we just have to wait for the consultation to go out and then go from there?
Thanks through the chair. Look, the situation we're in, just broadly around infrastructure or using schools as an example, is exactly the one that we are in now, where we cannot and do not wait or plan to provide infrastructure and then enable intensification. So with the school example, we try and work really closely with the Ministry of Education. We give them our data. We show them what some of our population projections are to understand where we're enabling that in the unitary plan or whatever plan change we're talking about, so that they can then think about, well, do they need to start purchasing land or developing or extending schools, whatever. So, and we do that, of course, with our own infrastructure providers as well. So the situation is, yes, the unitary plan is going to point towards where the council thinks more intensification is appropriate and could go, and that is a signal, say for the Ministry of Education. But it doesn't stop or halt development until, say, a new school or something is built. So I think we're in a similar situation here. No kind of delay in this is going to make it any easier to do that. We just have to keep assisting our ministry colleagues in the work that they need to do to provide the kind of schooling that they need to into the future.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thanks. You might need to come back to me with other questions if that's okay, Chair, but I'm just trying to find Gary Blick's presentation. We got a workshop which had really fantastic data around demand for city centre homes and expected yield, distance to the city centre, all that kind of stuff. That's all super important to our decision today, and I can't find it here. Could we, it might be a question for you, Chair, is there a way that we can get this up on Nexus and circulated to members? I actually asked for it in the workshop as well for that to happen.
Yeah, I'll just have a look. It should be from that workshop. It was on the, was it the 17th?
Maybe I'm just silly, yeah.
Was the 17th? If it's not on Nexus, we'll just have to try and find that presentation. But is there anything you could clarify with Gary at this moment? that
Not
you'd
at this stage, I'd like to see the data. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
If I could just respond to that, thank you for your interest, Councillor. I think there were some slides. I think it was the workshop of the 10th of September. Perhaps they might be included in the slide pack of the workshop of the 10th. And of course, a key slide from that is in today's presentation regarding the map of the forecast of this distribution. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor, I think on Nexus, and sorry, this is slightly out of order, but I think if you do go on the 10th all the way to the bottom, no, maybe it's not there. Okay. Okay.
We'll clarify and fix the...
Yeah. You can remember, write down any questions you might have, because Gary does have it all in here. He's very good at it.
Apologies,
so,
Chair. Thanks.
Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I have a number of questions. So I'm in interest of everyone having a fair go, I'd like to ask a few and then reserve the right to come back if I may. But can I commence by saying that I have been so appreciative of we're all working under compressed timelines, and the staff have been amazing. So it's hard that we've got to today and everyone's so busy, but really can I commend everyone who has really been trying to help our pathway through this. And I feel the majority of us are supportive of intensification, but it's the process. So history is important to me because I think it gives us some insight in how we should be going forward. So my first question is to Megan. Megan, can you confirm that Plan Change 78 was notified on the 18th of August 2022 prior to the Mayor being elected in response to the National Policy Statement of 2020?
I'm sure that's right, Councillor. I'm just not quite sure of the date, but I will take that as read.
That's fine,
so, yes,
because I've actually
that's
gone
right.
back and done quite a bit of research.
I know,
about
so
this.
no,
So
right.
I'm sorry if it sounds a bit pedantic. Can you confirm, which I think you should be able to, that at the time there were a lot of questions around risks and natural hazards and downzoning and concerns that with the rather scattergun approach of the MDRS that we may have infrastructure problems?
Look, my recollection, Councillor, is that, yes, definitely the issues of, that kind of connection between, capacity and infrastructure and when that might all come together. And that has been a consistent through actually this whole council with some of these big conversations, including the unitary plan as well, that you'll recall.
But very specifically, though, the issues that were raised by some of us who were at the council prior to the mayor's election, that we actually raised issues around the inability to downzone where there were natural hazards.
I don't recall that as part of the Plan Change 78 conversations because that, for me anyway, that came very large to the forefront post the 2023 floods.
It certainly came to everyone's attention,
yes,
but in the pressure that was coming on the council at the time, and that was, around the 18th of August 2022, before the mayor was elected, there was discussion around the pressure being put on council to agree to this, even though we knew that there were going to be problems with downzoning and there were potential risks in and around hazards. I don't
Councillor,
want to put you on the
that's right.
spot, but
No.
all I want to do is to highlight why it's really important that all of the information is on the table, because I was brought up on the notion of act in haste, repent at leisure. So I'm not wanting to ask a whole lot of other questions on that, but just to highlight that there were people who were back then in 2022 highlighting what we're now using as the justification for really trying to fix one, there's a mistake which we potentially could have pushed back on. So I think I've got the information I need on that. So thank you for the information you've given us on the yields and modelling, and I'd love to drill into that, but I absolutely accept what you are telling us in terms of ministerial direction on that, although I do note that there's nothing on record this year in terms of the requests that I've had of pushing back on that 2 million yield, so that there's nothing in the correspondence that I've received to date. There may be something, Megan, that hasn't been sent through to me, but we haven't, it would appear, have pushed back. But I'm not going to drill down on that because I accept that that is the directive that we've had. I will ask on the modelling perhaps a little later on when Gary has put his information up. I'm really interested in what the modelling is showing on what the likelihood of a lot of our employment going into the future will be in terms of being city centre based. But I want to come to this issue of legal options that are available to us, and coming back to that meeting back in August 2022, in perhaps at that time whether we fully understood all of the options that were available to us. I would have hoped that we could have actually had more consultation before notification, and with that in mind, I asked council staff, whom I understand have been talking to our legal team, talking to some of the planners and the democracy services people who've been on my case in terms of helping me better understand what I can understand are my options, because whenever I've raised it amongst colleagues, it's like, no, you'll be sent to planning prison if you don't accept either or. And I'm not going to talk about any of the other options that got people into a little bit of trouble with perhaps. So with the hope that I'm not going to be sent to planning prison if I ask you this question, but I have been advised that if I look at the all of the material in front of us, that council in fact is not requiring us to submit a draft plan change by the 10th of October. But what we do need to do is to provide notice containing information on how the replacement plan change will comply with section 4 of Schedule 3C. So I wondered if we could have one of the council legal, in-house legal team just come and explain that to me, because I'm not a lawyer, and I want to do the right thing for Auckland on this stuff, because I think we mucked it up with Plan Change 78, not pushing back hard enough on things that many of us knew might be the case.
Thanks, councillor. Karina, happy to answer those questions. Thanks.
Through the chair, sorry, councillor, can you please repeat your specific question?
So my question is, what information is available to us that we do not in fact need to submit a draft plan change by the 10th of October? This is making the assumption that we all today agree to withdraw Plan Change 78. So can I just put that on the table as a sort of given? But what we do need to do is to provide notice containing information on how the replacement plan change will comply with Clause 4 of Schedule 3C.
Through the chair, in terms of the notice that you need to give to the Minister by the 10th of October, if you withdraw Plan Change 78, there are specific requirements set out in Clause 75A of the first schedule of the Resource Management Act. There is a certain level of information that needs to be provided, and it may be difficult to provide that information without showing in a plan form how that's going to be achieved. You need to be able to confirm to the Minister that you are providing the same amount of housing capacity as was enabled in Plan Change 78. You also need to be able to establish how you are going to provide for the necessary intensification around the 5 named rail stations, and you also need to be able to explain how you're going to achieve the intensification required by Policy 3 of the National Policy Statement. It may be difficult to do that without a planning document.
So at the moment, Megan, I think where we understand that our staff, our planning staff, have been put under enormous pressure to prepare this, and the modelling takes 3 weeks, as I understand it, and we know that there have been errors. I think a fair and reasonable person might say, let's find an avenue where we can actually at least have a bit more time to correct the errors, to get something that is a little more sound before we actually go to submissions, because it's a big deal for the public to actually have to submit, and it seems unfair that we know that there might be...
Can we just state a question? Thanks, Councillor.
My question is, following on from the explanation around complying with Clause 4 of Schedule 3C, what might be available to us, not challenging the yield, not challenging these other matters, but just to provide a bit more time to actually make sure that any planning errors are corrected?
Thank you for the question. We do have, I think it's in the, I can't remember if it's in the C, I think, yes, sorry. So we are working to the timeframes that we've been given, and so there is a recommendation C, which just enables us, or whoever you choose, to just tidy up any obvious errors and anomalies coming through. That does not change policy direction, as you say. It's not about the capacity and things like that. It's just about any errors. We will have, that will give us opportunity to do that, whilst still also meeting the legislative requirement from the Minister around that 10th of October date to advise them of the key elements of the replacement plan change, which you really do need a plan change to kind of know what those key elements are. We are satisfied through that broad and normal process that allows us to tidy that up, but that will not erase every error or anomaly in the plan change prior to notification. It didn't in the unitary plan, it didn't in Plan Change 78, and it won't in this one, but it does give us some ability to do that prior to that legislative date we have.
In terms of good planning practice, and given the importance of Auckland to New Zealand, would it have been a good thing to have had some consultation before notification?
Through the chair, our advice to you on these kinds of plan changes, so unitary plan, for example, Plan Change 78, for example, is that it is good practice and helpful to do some pre-notification consultation. When this has been discussed with either previous government or this government over the last few years, that was the intention from us. We were assuming that is what you would want. And so the timing with this government to be giving us these provisions to do exactly that We were expecting it much earlier in the year, not in August. So that was our intention, councillor, to do that, because that is, we think, the best practice. We were not able to do it in this situation.
Thank you, Chair. I reserve my right to come back with further questions a little later. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Member Ashby.
Kia ora. Thanks for the presentation, and yeah, similarly just acknowledge all of the work in the background and the pressure you're under. Also acknowledging the pressure iwi and our Māori communities are under to try to respond to this. So I have just a couple of questions. The first is obviously, given the limited ability for meaningful input, or what I would consider meaningful input from iwi in particular, what proactive support can council offer to iwi through that submission process? A sort of linked question is, within the feedback that you have been able to get, you also haven't been able to really respond or do much with that within the time frame. So there's the process of not being able to maybe get quality feedback to you, and then the feedback you do have, not enough time to even respond to it. So, what assurances can you or can staff, I guess, give me that both the process, should this proceed through the submission process, what proactive, I guess, support can there be? And then also, can you give me an assurance around how that feedback you do have can be worked through in the meantime? I guess that's one question. I'll come to a couple of others if that's okay.
Tēnā Ed. It has been a big challenge, as you can read in the report, and as you well know, given the timeframes, a big challenge for council, a big challenge for iwi. We've done our best in the timeframe, but as you can see from the report, there's been very little we've been able to do to amend things to address some of the concerns that have been raised. So what can we do going ahead? We can certainly make sure that the team stay well connected with the iwi, kaitiaki and governance as well, to just continue to inform, answer questions about the specifics of the plan change. There is a recommendation to seek that the government, I guess, funds, supports a friend of the submitter service, which we've used for these big plan changes in the past, where that friend of the submitter isn't preparing submissions on behalf of the community or iwi, but they're there independently of council staff to provide a bit of extra technical support. But I guess the assurance we can give you is that if the plan change does proceed, the replacement, we will continue that engagement, answer questions where we can. We can't go to the extent of helping draft submissions, as I think you and members of the committee will know, that's sort of crossing the line a bit between council's regulatory role and sort of funding iwi to prepare submissions, but we'll certainly have all staff available to continue to share as best we can. And we will continue to sort of receive and look at feedback as it comes in. That's the best we can do.
Thank you. And so, and yeah, look, I do understand that point between advocacy and your regulatory function, but I guess it sounds like there'll be an assurance that those teams or staff will be continuing to connect. I suppose I've got just two other questions. Linked to the sort of first part was, a lot of these concerns raised were, and some of the submissions we've seen have been quite detailed in terms of the things they're wanting, specifically, for example, to master planned areas in an iwi kind of precinct, for example. But given that a lot of the concerns, I guess, generally around stormwater, wastewater, sort of infrastructure issues, I guess that the not wanting the water quality to be undermined through intensification, which is always an obvious issue pushed by iwi, and other ones are around unscheduled cultural landscapes or view shafts in particular, and also similarly unscheduled or unknown or unscheduled wahitapu. So probably the water and the land, the view shafts or landscapes one in particular. You know, what mechanisms, I guess, through this plan change might there be? I guess in the submission end, the obvious ones through the hearing, but what other mechanisms might there be for council to pick up and work those things through in the meantime? And then I have just one last question, which is quite specific.
So in terms of sites of significance, that would fall within the umbrella of the Māori Cultural Heritage long-standing program. So the mechanism potentially could be council supporting a submission from iwi to put some constraints in place that aren't in this replacement plan change at this stage. So, for example, if there is a PAR site that isn't currently recognised in this plan change or in the unitary plan as a site of significance, then as we did through Plan Change 78 submissions, worked alongside iwi to see where there might be some new restrictions put in place. So there is more flexibility with this replacement plan change, I guess, to put new restrictions in place, possibly, or certainly to hold the line and not exacerbate or, you know, introduce new problems through the plan change. So I think that's one mechanism there. Longer term, of course, there are opportunities for subsequent plan changes to come in after this plan change. It's not the end of the story for all planning in Auckland. And then there is the full plan review. So I think you're well aware, as the committee will be, that subsequent plan changes, full unitary plan review. But in terms of this process here, it is like we did with Plan Change 78. Are there some things that we've missed? No doubt there are. What can we do within the constraints and the time frame to actually, by the time we get to the hearings on a replacement, if it goes ahead, put those constraints, restrictions in place, whether that's for water quality, cultural sites, views to significant sites. Those are the sort of key things, as you mentioned. Yep. So it's not the end of the story. Absolutely, there is an opportunity. Yep.
Thank you. And just one last question, if you'll indulge me, which goes in the opposite direction, which is rather than constraining, enabling. And this is a specific question around the metro centres in the west, specifically New Lynn, Henderson, and some of the design height to boundary sort of ratio wedding cake things around the rail stations in particular, and how my understanding that through PC 78 and adopted up into this, the CBD doesn't have those same requirements. So I guess in the west there's a need for economic development in those hubs and to build critical mass in those hubs, those two specifically. So I guess it's just a question, and I guess that's going to be detail will work through submissions and hearings, but just why is there a variation in the treatment?
So through the chair, the August draft that went out for consultation had an approach to the 10 and the 15-storey areas around those metropolitan and other metro centres for 10 and 15-storey buildings that had a, we call a height in relation to boundary control, that really required you to amalgamate usually 2 or 3 residential properties in order to get your full 10 or 15 stories. And that's to address things like overshadowing, loss of privacy, dominance, and acknowledging that these residential suburban streets are very different to Hobson Street, Nelson Street, and inner city type development. So it's that's why that version was in the draft. In the agenda version, there is a slightly more permissive approach, which does allow taller buildings closer to neighbours and tries to moderate the impacts through a different technique to height to boundary. And I think there will be some discussion about that in a bit more detail further to come in the meeting. But it's really balancing that, allowing for 10 or 15 stories on every single property, which is quite an unusual outcome and probably unlikely, but having planning rules that allow for that versus planning rules that perhaps steer things more towards amalgamation before you can get that height. Yeah.
Thank you. And to that point, the Mayor and Deputy Mayor have or I think it's now Deputy Mayor and Councillor Baker have a bit of an amendment on looking at going back to the original that was presented in relation to boundary. But
So can I just clarify, in all cases, even in the draft version from August, it's still possible to get a lot of building mass bulk intensity for your first 5 or 6 stories. It's just at the upper levels there's a sort of stepping back. But it's not as though it's not allowing significant intensification up to that sort of 6 levels. It's just beyond where you have to sort of start to amalgamate sites to get the height under the August version. Yep.
thank you. Councillor Lee.
Yeah, thank you. I guess if this almost bizarre process, rushed, almost panic-stricken approach to planning the biggest city in New Zealand comes to grief, legally speaking, I mean, it will be over the question of consultation or the lack of it in this case. May I ask you, as professionals, are you aware of any plan change of this magnitude in which the public have no consultation before they're asked to present formal submissions? In your view, is this situation that unusual?
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the question. I'd just like to make it really clear that we have done everything required of us legislatively in terms of consultation. So there is no legal impediment from a consultation perspective for you to be making a decision today. As I said to Councillor Fletcher, certainly in this council, we have said that the best practice for this kind of plan change is to have that pre-notification consultation. It's not a legislative requirement. And so, of course, as I said, we had always planned to do it that way, but we never got the provisions in time. So all I'm saying is that while we wouldn't have done it this way had we had our choice, and I don't think you would have either, we are where we are, and there is no legislative impediment for you to be making your decision today.
In the very limited consultation, which in my view was based on a schedule in RMA normally used for a regional council prior to notification to initiate a draft plan, but that schedule leaves out the community, which, given the whole philosophy the Minister announced of property rights, is somewhat bizarre. But anyway, leaving that aside, the council did, in its very truncated period, consult with the local boards who were there in the role of local councils, though we don't have local councils, do we? So the local boards were nominated to fill that role, and iwi authorities, a number of which were outside the Auckland region, but not the people of Auckland itself. Nonetheless, the iwi authorities and the local boards, in my view, added a lot of value and made very pertinent and common sense observations and challenges. As a result of that consultation, and I note also that the Waitemata Local Board was not able to present today on a matter of extreme importance for its community, but leave that aside. In regard to this very limited rush consultation, did anything come out of the consultation, which I thought the points were very meritorious? did anything come out of that consultation that materially changed the plan, the draft plan, in any way?
Could I, through the chair, just start with answering that, and then, John, you may have something additional in terms of detail. I just want to remind the committee that we were honest and open through this process, and certainly just prior to this consultation that we've just done, which said we did genuinely want to hear from local boards, from iwi, from others, from other local authorities, as we're required by statute. But again, because of the timeframes we've been given, that the government's given us, there would be limited ability for us to make significant changes. So I just want to say we were really open about that. I know that we have been able to adjust and deal with some obvious errors, but not all of them that the local boards have offered up or advised. And certainly there were a number of either specific areas or general provisions where local boards wanted to reduce capacity, whereas of course we need to make a capacity up, and so we did not have the time to whether look at that reducing of capacity and figure out then where to make up any of that loss. John, I don't know if there was any other specific matters you wanted to add as examples of where we have made some changes.
I think broadly covered off. 3 criteria were applied to the local board feedback, and the same general approach to the feedback from iwi. Those criteria were shared with you at the open public workshop on the 10th of September. And the criteria were, can it be achieved in the time frame? So if a local board was asking for changes to be made, could it technically be done? Was it technically feasible in the time frame? Was it aligning with the direction of travel for this replacement plan change in terms of some of the policy approaches around walkable catchments, corridors and so on? And was it by and large neutral in terms of impacts on the capacity given the bottom line legislative requirement to have the same or more capacity? So those 3 criteria: is it technically possible? Is it aligned with where the committee, the governing body, has been heading, or the committee has been heading? And is it having an impact on capacity? Because as soon as it is having an impact on capacity, where do we find it up? Because we've been running so close to the capacity bottom line requirement from government. And off the back of that, the specific requests for changes from the local boards in terms of amending the plan were unable to be achieved within this time constraint and within those 3 criteria. There were many submission points from local boards, or feedback from local boards, endorsing in principle certain aspects of this replacement, in some cases opposing it, but they were broad. In fact, the majority of the local board feedback were broad position statements as opposed to specific amendments. But just to be clear and transparent, for the specific amendments to zoning of properties, height controls and so on, because of the 3 criteria that we had to apply, we haven't been able to make anything specific.
So, can I continue, Mr. Chair? So the box was ticked, but whether the consultation aligns with the consultation as normally understood, as indicated importantly in the Local Government Act and our significance policy, whether it aligns with that form of consultation, natural justice consultation, no doubt will be challenged further along the road. Can I ask, in regard to the methodology, leaving aside the process and its shortcomings, to put it politely, the methodology and the intellectual assumptions as planning professionals for capacity of 2 million further dwellings, consented dwellings, that on habitation rates are recorded in the census, for instance. 2.7 works out with the current population is around 7 million population in Auckland. Can I ask you, for the record, very succinctly, where this 2 million dwellings came from? We know the unitary plan spent 3 years with an independent hearing panel, multiple submissions, deciding on a future capacity of 900,000 dwellings, further dwellings, consented dwellings, which would last 30 years.
Councillor Lee, we might just get your question answered because it has been answered.
Where, to come back to the question, where did this, and that 900,000 can be explained. How can one explain the 2 million dwellings? Succinctly, please, if you could.
Thank you, just through the chair. So the 2 million comes from the housing and business assessment and the modelling that was done on Plan Change 78. And if we remember, the big part of Plan Change 78 was the MDRS, the 3x3, all across the whole urban area. So in the model that the ministry, that we use, that the ministry understands and agreed that was the right model, that was the number that came up when you added up all of that plan-enabled capacity through Plan Change 78 and particularly through the MDRS. That's where the number came.
I shouldn't laugh, but it's not funny. So essentially, it's a number, it's there because it's there. Let me go further in terms of infrastructure, which iwi in particular, iwi authorities around and beyond the region pointed out was a serious shortcoming in the plan, or the lack of infrastructure. So if we're looking at a population, if you say 2 million is a number because it's 2 million, 2 million because it's 2 million, okay, let's accept it. That's a population added on to what we have now of around 7 million people in Auckland that we want to influence making decisions now. Even though it would seem on the present rate of building that would take 133 years to build those dwellings. Leaving that aside, as professional planners, obviously you're not just concerned with housing in the housing market, you're concerned with the infrastructure and the city shape, city's economy and so on. Can I ask you, are you aware that in terms of bulk water, currently Watercare has sufficient potable water supply for a population of 1.9 to 2.1 million, and even maximising its consent to the Waikato River, and it would be very doubtful if that could be exceeded. That's enough for a population of 3 million. So, as professionals, do you not have some concerns about how tenable to go out to the people of Auckland and impose on them a plan which will mean 7 million people? Is that tenable in your professional view?
Thanks, Councillor Lee. We'll get Megan to answer at the beginning, but it might be good to have, I know Gary has replied to this question quite a number of times, but it might be good to have Gary also explain the difference between enabled capacity and what we expect to be built, and and what 2 million actually means for every property in Auckland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. You possibly stole my thunder, but I'm happy for, for Gary to say it too. Councillor Lee, I would be very concerned, like you, if plan-enabled capacity meant dwellings on the ground and meant population, but it doesn't. What it means is it is just a number that is provided for or enabled by the plan that will absolutely never all be built in any reality in this life. or possibly future lives. So if that 2 million was about what we had to provide for and we expected to be built, then I would be just as concerned as you. And that is why we use the population models and what's actually happening on the ground, like Gary has said, to then both for you as a council or elected members to provide us as staff and Aucklanders with direction of where intensification or where population will grow more or less. And that then allows the infrastructure providers to both plan and invest, including ourselves as a big infrastructure providers, to plan and invest where we might be putting that, because we are absolutely not planning for or investing for 2 million homes or therefore a 7 or 8 million population, as you say. Gary, I'm happy if you wanted to add anything else to that, or Mr. Chair, if you had anything else you wanted us to add.
Thank you, through the chair. Just comment, it's useful just to keep in mind, we're talking about the future, there's a bit of uncertainty, and two key sources are, I guess, the commercial feasibility of this capacity. So when the assessment was done for Plan Change 78, the 2.07 million homes, it was found at 10 years, roughly 50% of that capacity was estimated to be commercially feasible and infrastructure ready. And then out to 30 years, you get up to something like 75%. So that's one source, is around how much of it could actually be built feasibly. And put that in context, if you think about areas where we've enabled apartments up to 6 stories, some of it's just not commercially feasible, and what we see is the townhouse or terrace house typology of 3 stories. That's an example of capacity that's theoretical but not taken up because it's just not commercially feasible in that location. Another source is availability. These homes are on top of land, top of sites that are used by people, often families in their home who have no intention of selling anytime soon, but it is counted in terms of the theoretical capacity on those sites. So we can't be sure of the availability. So those two sources. And then I think just tempting to compare quantities, but we have to not lose sight of prices, because the idea of having abundant capacity is that you would have more competition among landowners, you would reduce their individual market power and put the price of land and price of housing on a more moderate path than otherwise. And I think that is one of the motivations from central government. Thank you.
Marching in lockstep and a march of folly.
Okay. Just one more time, Gary. Both plans include that 2 million-ish capacity, right? Can you just explain what it means, essentially every single property being developed to its full extent, every single person here developing their property to the full extent, and why a council or why the government would prefer us to have more opportunities? So what is that 2 million figure? Why is it there? Why is additional capacity enabled more than the expected housing coming?
Thank you, Chair. I'd perhaps describe it as a safety margin, taking into account not all of the theoretical capacity is commercially feasible, and not all of those properties that the capacity is counted on are available in terms of having willing sellers. We're also thinking about the fact that the abundant capacity has the potential to increase competition, reduce market power, and put the price of land and housing on a more moderate path than otherwise when we have abundant capacity.
Thank you. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora. I've been trying to group my questions together in helpful little bundles, and I'm only partway through that, so I might need to come back with some more questions.
And sorry, Councillor Ferry, I keep forgetting, Phil Wilson keeps reminding me, on Nexus now, the Gary Blick's presentation has actually now been loaded onto this meeting's. So if you look at today's meeting, you refresh and it'll be in the attachments there. Sorry about that, Councillor Ferry.
That's okay. Useful announcement. Yes, so I've tried to bundle them together a little bit so we're not popping around, but bear with me, I may need to come back for a couple later, as Councillor Fletcher's already indicated she will be doing. So my first questions are around the flooding aspects of Plan Change 120 in particular, and how it assists with addressing flooding. So I think Phil's probably the right person to, sorry, Phil Reid, not Phil Wilson. No offence, Phil Wilson, to answer these ones. So I wondered if you could just explain a little bit more about the objectives in E36, My reading as a bit of an amateur in this area around RMA stuff is that the language there is quite significantly stronger than in the past, and I just wondered if you could explain that a little bit further, the language and the objectives. Thanks.
Right, through the Chair, Councillor Ferry. Yes, so there's probably a couple of things to think about when we look at the policy settings of E36. So broadly, we've differentiated brownfield land from greenfield land around the policy outcomes that we seek. Within greenfield land, there are choices which are more available to people as part of doing development. And so therefore, with respect to people looking to do subdivision use and development, there's an avoid outcome that we seek there. In brownfield situations, you've got a huge amount of existing stock, which is already exposed to natural hazards. And so an avoidance outcome in many cases is not viable. But we do seek that we actually are limiting and reducing that exposure to natural hazards. Then it comes to the policy settings of the way in which we do that. And so, as I spoke about earlier, we're putting far more emphasis on the risk assessment approach and putting on people their choices that they have around what mitigations they do in order to actually address that natural hazard that they face and what they're seeking to use that land for. And so where it's a sensitive activity such as a residential use and going into a natural hazard location which is of significant risk, the expectations on them are that those mitigations are setting a high bar. There's a lot of them which are needed in order for the risk that they face to be reduced from a significant level down to an acceptable level. So our development engineers would play a very strong role in that. The actual resource consent itself, the policy settings would enable for, if those mitigations were not brought forward, people do not wish to address those hazards and they wish to expose that development to those significant risks and therefore risk to life, that there is an avoid outcome that relates to that. And the use of the word avoid is quite specific. There's a lot of case law going back on the use of that, which provides the strongest hand possible for consent staff to be able to decline those applications.
Thank you. And I guess I'd just draw people's attention to that if they haven't seen those principles. They're on page 123 of Chapter E, which is available. The other couple of questions I have there is the timing around E36 becoming operative. So at the moment, I believe E36 becomes operative on notification. Is that correct? For PC 120?
The term that we use is legal effect.
Sorry,
which means that it bites straight away. It actually triggers the need for consents. Yes.
And so if there's any delay to us notifying or you know, doing what we may address through an amendment today, what is the impact there on when E36 bites, to use your language?
So if there was to be a return to the operative plan, or if Plan Change 78 was to continue, then yes, E36 is not amended in any significant way by Plan Change 78. It has essentially got all of the operative provisions in it. And so therefore the activity status, which in most cases is a restricted discretionary activity, would continue. That provides a relatively weak hand in the way in which consents are assessed. So therefore consents that continue to come in until such time as that chapter is strengthened would continue to be addressed in the same way that they have been since 2016.
So to put that in non-planning language, sorry Phil, is it fair to say then that if we don't go ahead today, then there is a risk that E36 is not strengthened soon, that it would be delayed?
Yes.
Thank you. That's pretty important in my part of the city where it was raining again when I left this morning. Also, can I just ask about, obviously E36 applies in the floodplain areas, right? What I've been referring to as the blue blobs on I think it's the second iteration of each map for the 5 maps for each local board area. And I have had raised with me issues about, okay, but what are we doing outside the blue blobs in parts of a catchment that potentially contribute to increasing risk within the blue blobs or indeed outside the blue blobs and, you know, when the wind's blowing in the wrong direction or whatever. We had a quick chat about this yesterday, but I'd just like to, for you to explain. I understand that is linked with the National Policy Statement on Freshwater Management, and so what is our opportunity to address that through this process, or do we have to come back later, regardless of what we do today?
There's a little bit which is being able to be addressed through this process. Under Plan Change 78, in order to actually look at impermeable surfaces on properties, there is not a what's called a core standard that applies. It's an assessment criteria matter. Within Plan Change, the draft replacement Plan Change, we're looking to move that consideration of the impermeable surfaces from being an assessment criteria matter to becoming a core standard.
Okay.
Now, just to remind you, those standards are for the mixed housing suburban zone, single house zone, and mixed housing urban zone. You can cover up to 60% of your property in an impermeable surface, and within the terrace housing and apartment building zone, you can cover 70% of your property. There is a slightly stronger hand which is being provided through the draft replacement plan change on that matter. Turning to the remainder of your question, yes, you're right. We do have a piece of work which is sitting as a work stream under the NPS FM. And the reason it sits under that program is that it cuts across water quality, water quantity, and natural hazard management. And whenever you're dealing with a planning matter that deals with water quality and quantity, then it gets caught by what is called the freshwater planning process. Now, the freshwater planning process, in turn, has its own timelines in play. And so, like NPS FM, it's affected by essentially a stop, which is there until either the NPS FM gets re-released with some sort of directive around a plan change. If that doesn't happen, then the timeline is that nothing can happen until after the 31st of December 2027. The third option could be that council chooses to address that as part of the review of the unitary plan, or what's going to be called a combined plan under the new system. So there's potentially a 2026 date, potentially a 2028 date, or potentially a 2029 date for that strengthening of provisions that relate to the management of stormwater sensitive activities outside of floodplain areas.
Yeah. Thanks, Phil. I had been considering potentially putting up an amendment on that. I'll keep thinking about that. More noting that constraint. Sorry, I keep using the word constraint, and I know that has a similar specific meaning in RMA law, and I don't mean it in the RMA way. Sorry. Okay, thank you. I have a couple of questions around, well, actually, before I move on from the flooding stuff, this is actually kind of a quasi-process, quasi-plan change 78 question, because I wasn't on governing body when plan change 78 was considered in 2022, and I've been looking back at the minutes for it, and I can't see any evidence of an amendment put up or anything to put it in as a qualifying matter or anything like that. There is some stuff about the use of the low density residential zone, and that could be used to address flooding risk, but I don't see that actually playing out on any of the Plan Change 78 maps. So I wondered if there was sorry, I'm asking you to go back in time a bit, and I understand if people don't necessarily have an answer to this off the top of their head, but I would like to understand why we didn't potentially use low density residential zone more in the Plan Change 78 maps in these urban areas where we now know, post the 2023 floods, there is significant risk to life. If you're able to answer that, sorry, it's one of the questions I probably should have asked ahead of time so you were prepared.
Through the chair. I suppose that the first thing to put on the table is that, yes, the relationship of Plan Change 78 and its zoning to flooding and natural hazards was a matter that was considered. The second thing is what's referred to as Section 80E of the Act, which acts as a barrier around our ability to take anything which was operative in the unitary plan and make it stricter.
Right.
Okay, so within that setting, going into Plan Change 78, a lot of urban Auckland had already got a single house zoning.
Yes.
And so for those parts of urban Auckland that had that were subject to flooding, we had a choice. around using, as a qualifying matter, flooding to be able to hold the zoning at that single house zoning, and we did. The information that we had at the time was not as good as what we've got now. Some of the criteria that we used to determine which sites would hold that single house zone are different from what we're using now. But yes, we did keep a number of sites across Auckland as single house because of flooding, and it did act as a qualifying matter.
Okay, thank you.
Could I just, and I know I'm not supposed to answer the questions, but just to clarify, to make it a little bit clearer, the low density zone was used to basically hold back on the MDRS, but we had no guarantee we would win that through the hearings. That was what our best assessment was. When we wrote to David Parker, 6 days after the floods essentially, we asked if we could delay Plan Change 78 to improve our qualifying matters, but it came back very clearly that we couldn't downzone still from the unitary plan. So we could have strengthened the qualifying matters, but we could not go backwards. So we could help protect the upzoning, but we could not do any downzoning. And that was not brought up during Plan Change 78 either through the process. There was no discussion about downzoning. Largely it was protecting the areas that were already low density and trying to hold them back. And as Councillor Newman and others have said, other parts of Auckland weren't lucky enough to have some of that downzoning to begin with. North Shore suburbs, some of the coastal areas were already downzoned, so they could have it, but many parts of Auckland did not have. And what this plan does is kind of give the same approach to every part of Auckland.
Yeah, and I have to say I can see that quite clearly in the comparison maps, some of the suburbs in my area where you can see a sea of mid-orange in PC 78 versus much more nuance in Plan Change 120. Linfield's a good example there. Thank you. Okay, so next question. Sorry, Mayor. I did mention I had a long list. You love my long lists. You're going to miss me if I'm not here to ask any more long lists of questions. And this is completely different. The 15-storey and 10 stories for the 5 named train stations, where has that requirement come from? Like, are we required to do that? Or have we invented that?
So this came through the bill that went through Parliament on the 21st of August. So it's now part of the Resource Management Act, and it applies specifically to Auckland Council.
Okay, thank you. So does that then imply that we don't really have any flexibility on that for those 5 stations, which are all in my ward?
Yes.
And I note that the law also says at least 15 or 10. So actually we've gone for the minimum, right? 15 and 10. Megan's not.
Yes, we have. Sorry, we have gone for the minimum, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Also, this is possibly a question for John. Sorry, Megan, trying to share it around. Because I know we've been talking about this. So one of the things that's come up in my area as well is so for example, Plan Change 94, which is the Carrington precinct. There's a number of other smaller plan changes where they might be partway through a process, they're not operative yet. How will we capture those through the remaining parts of the process if we go ahead with PC 120?
I can take this one. Yeah, there's this complicated situation that you've referred to, Councillor Ferry, where we've got some plan changes for specific sites in Auckland that are not quite finished yet. They're not operative. Until they become operative, the approach we're taking with the replacement is to essentially reflect the zoning that's in the unitary plan right now. And the mechanism would be either through a council submission to give broad scope for the hearings panel to consider that matter and adjust the zoning as those plan changes catch up and become operative. There is another technique that would be to do a carve out of those specific locations, but I think we're broadly, maybe we just double check that and perhaps come back to you, but we're looking at the approach of rolling over the current zoning and then using the council submission to give the panel scope to tidy things up. Otherwise, you do have a situation where this new Auckland-wide plan change comes crashing over the top and potentially undoes a lot of effort that's gone in by applicants, submitters and the council to those site-specific hearings. So they're a small number, we're well aware of them, we're tracking them really carefully through this process.
And so that's normal with a plan change like this? I mean, well, we've had some discussion about there being errors, and Megan mentioned before that, you know, there often are errors when, even when we've gone through significant pre-notification consultation. Part of the purpose of the submission process is to take into account the local knowledge that people hold, and they can identify them and those can be resolved. So this is a normal type of thing?
Normal in the sense that in the context of a big plan change covering so much of a city region, this is the sort of thing that you need to do. And with Plan Change 78, there were some lessons learned in that there were some situations like that that did get caught out a bit. They were sort of caught up in 78, but they were already in train with a specific plan change process. So we're looking to learn the lessons from that. The provisions that you have attached to the agenda are reflecting some of that, and it is a sort of technical matter that we will be correcting through, as I say, through a potential council submission.
Thank you. And I guess also, you know, you mentioned there the option of a carve out. I've found it incredibly frustrating that we carved out the light rail corridor. So I can understand the reservation about using that as a mechanism. It's made this conversation extra difficult in my ward. Yeah, okay. So the next question I have, there was a question before about changes from the limited amount of consultation we were able to do. First question is, why were those consultation opportunities so limited? Might be a Megan question.
Look, it does relate to when so in order to even have this conversation about withdrawing Plan Change 78, we had to get legislation change. And so while that was first kind of mooted back in 2022, it certainly was the end of the previous government from 2023 into this government. So those changes, whilst we've been talking about it for 2 or 3 years, didn't come through till August. And of course we are in a local government election year, so the elections then come, 11th of October. So that's the time frame was the crunch. That wasn't what we were planning for. We were planning for being able to do something in our kind of normal way. That was the time, and so we undertook the legislative consultation required.
Right. Yeah. So that was the only consultation we were really allowed to do by law, given the time frame. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Thank you. And so we did consult though with local boards, iwi, adjoining councils and ministries, and I have 2 questions about that. One is changes from that input. I have noticed a number of very minor but small changes between the maps from 2 or 3 weeks ago and the ones that are on the agenda now. So it's clear to me there have been some small changes made. Is it possible, well, in the next iteration, if Plan Change 120 goes forward today, will there be more public information available that makes it easier for people to see those and see what impact, what changes already happened, to give them a sense of further change that they might be able to advocate for?
Yeah, through the chair, we are looking to close the loop with local boards.
Right.
We're talking specifically local boards, to let the local boards know what changes have occurred. As I mentioned before, the broad statements from local boards not asking changes, there was no action required. I did say that we haven't really undertaken any actions, but some of that was because the actions were already taken through the team between the August version and now, having picked up on those errors. And in some cases, they explained that to the boards. You might be aware that when some of our staff attended the board meetings and some of those errors, anomalies were pointed out, the staff were able to say, oh, things have moved on. And we were able to share updated maps. So yeah, it was just that iterative process. So yeah, there were some things that the boards did identify that had already been made, and we will close the loop with local boards.
Thank you. And I did particularly feel for the 2 of my home local boards, they had to resolve very early in this process before a lot more of the information had sort of been shared and understood. And so I think there is a difference from some of those local boards that resolved earlier rather than later in that quite restricted time frame too. My next question to that is the ministry response from Ministry of Education. I think that's the only ministry response we received. I was really disappointed that it didn't address the issues around school capacity. That's been raised a lot with me, and Councillor Leone raised that as well. What further conversation can we have with them through this process? Because, I mean, I think you outlined well before that they kind of need to respond to where we're anticipating more population will be. How does that actually work through the next phase of the process? Or is it more we decide where there's going to be more housing and then they need to provide capacity accordingly, as opposed to we restrict capacity based on where they currently have capacity, if you see what I mean?
Through the chair, a really great question, and again, is one of these situations where it would kind of be awesome if we were all able to align and, had all of the same direction kind of across Auckland and possibly nationally as well. We have regular monthly meetings, or I hold regular monthly meetings with a number of ministries, including education, around matters of growth and infrastructure, including obviously our internal Auckland Council group. We also have relationships and meetings with education as well, as they seek to understand what council's direction is and therefore what that means for them. So I guess my answer is we continue to work directly with ministry officials, not always ministers, or certainly not, I don't really think at the education minister level, but certainly at official level, to assist them, but also to understand what some of their challenges are as well, and whether there's something we can help each other out on. It's not perfect, but it is we have a strong relationship and we do our best. Yeah.
Thank you. My next question is around sort of the spectrum of housing capacity, and trickle-down economics has been well discredited. But is it fair to say that in housing, there is a bit of a trickle-up effect, that the more housing we provide, the more things become affordable across the spectrum? Is that a fair assessment, Gary? Sorry.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor. I just comment that for a home, the land is the most expensive part, and so the rules that you're considering in terms of allowing more flexible use of land allows for less land per home. Talking about, for example, terraced houses rather than standalone houses. And so for people's incomes, which haven't changed, they've perhaps got more choice of location and housing type. And so that's the effect that we've seen with the unitary plan. So I would say that what we've learned is that more flexible land use that allows less land per home increases choice, gives people, given their incomes, more options for where they can live and what type of home they can have.
Thank you. And last question, you'll be super glad, Mr. Mayor. Which of these plan changes are better from an emissions point of view?
Ooh, it's possibly the hardest of the day so far. Look, clearly this is a wild generalisation, but if I just think about land use patterns, the more targeted to urban areas and intensification, and particularly that enable public transport use, is better for emissions than a distributed model, which is kind of everywhere. I know it's general, but I hope you understand the context of the answer that I've given.
So then it's fair to say that Plan Change 120 is more in that direction of a more compact city model than Plan Change 78?
Yes,
Is that correct?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you very much. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Thank you all for all the workshops and all the hard work you put into trying to train me on this stuff, and for those of you who have given me some very, very informative one-on-one sessions. But I can't get over, with all due respect to everybody, I can't get over being told that we have to sign up to a capacity which we will never use in our lifetimes, or maybe even the lost lifetimes of others. Is that not the definition of irrational, not logical or reasonable?
I perhaps won't answer that exact question, but I know what you're saying. And again, all I can say, and Gary, if you want to reiterate your comments, is that plan-enabled capacity is about providing choice and more and as much supply and opportunity for people to choose where to live and how to develop and in this case, intensify in some areas and not in others. So it's not a target of population or even the number of dwellings to be permitted, but what it does do is provide choice and provide the market overall and over time more affordable options than otherwise. Gary, you're welcome to add to that.
Oh, thank you, Megan. I think those comments are fair. If I could add just a little bit to say, I think this is less about comparing quantities and trying to solve an equation to say perhaps we need a certain number of homes in the near term or the long term, therefore we need to have a certain number of development opportunities because of the uncertainty involved. There's an argument that you need a safety margin to say let's enable the market to function better, the housing supply to meet demand by creating abundant development opportunities, given the uncertainty of what's for sale at a time for redevelopment and given what can actually be built on there, given the commercial feasibility of the location.
Thank you, but what you've just described is not what the people are seeing out there in the real world. And one of the things that they're struggling with the most is not the capacity, but the capacity to build. So often, you talked about combining sections and how it fits on the section. We don't seem to, in our planning, actually work out how we're going to build it within that footprint. Often the problem is that it's the build that's affecting everybody, and then with this capacity, we could be building for decades and decades and decades. So, if I try to go back and try to explain my vote to the people, I can hear them yelling at me in West Auckland right now, would you put your head in a gas oven just because someone told you to? So my question to you is, how do I fight back hardest on this capacity? Like if I just vote no here, you're saying that we're going to end up in a worse situation than we could go forward with the alternative plan change. That could bring us, consultation that could give us a chance to pull back on the capacity, or is that impossible?
Through the chair, at the moment the capacity is legislated, so it's in the Resource Management Act and the National Policy Statement of Urban Development. So no, that's why I guess we're talking about the capacity number, because the government's made it a requirement on us. So if you, and that is your choice. You can continue with Plan Change 78 and the issues, particularly not being able to deal with natural hazards, if that's important to you, and the prevalence of MDRS. So those are some negatives about Plan Change 78, to continue with that. If you withdraw that and replace with this, you will be able to remove MDRS. It will be a more targeted spatial distribution, but there will also be some challenges and concerns by residents about where some of that intensification is going and what that might look like on the ground. So, it's that's the choice. It's the pros and cons. Yeah.
Thank you. The choice I'm trying to come up with is how I leave that irrational concept or demand with the people who made it. So as you answer the rest of the questions, that's where I'm trying to find out where we're heading. Thank you.
Sorry, was that a question to me? I was just... Okay, thank you. Councillor Henderson. Sorry, Councillor Turner.
Sorry. That, and on the microphone as well. Sorry about that, team. I've got two questions for Gary. And just before I start, could I just get the map brought up from the presentation that was given? I think it's page 8, 10 September. That's just been loaded onto Nexus. Thank you. While you're doing that, thank you so much. This might be a Year 9 economics question, but it has been questioned in some quarters. Does adding capacity have an effect on house prices?
Through the Chair, Councillor, I think there's good evidence that it does through the effect on the quantity of homes supplied, and the quantity affects the price of homes.
Thank you so much. We don't have the map yet. That's okay. There's a map. Hopefully it'll come up. Pattern of demand for housing.
Sorry, I'm just getting so it was page 8 of Gary's presentation that was just uploaded.
I did give a heads up about this.
I think Councillor Henderson wants it
Yeah.
there if possible. It just take a couple seconds, sorry.
Okay, so all good. When the map comes up, which shows kind of a heat map of the demand for housing in the Auckland area, could I just get you to explain that in a little bit more detail? Because I think it's a very important element of this that hasn't been discussed yet. So I didn't realise it was going to be so difficult. Okay, I'll come back. Should I come back to this?
Do you have other questions first?
I have other questions, but not for Gary.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Megan. Megan, thank you. So in terms of the SCA, can I just, as a basic question, ask how much has been retained in terms of protection from the Auckland Unitary Plan baseline?
SEAs are the same amount as from the unitary plan. Oh, sorry. Oh, I thought I heard you say SEA.
The answer I was
My
expecting.
apologies. Sorry.
SCA.
Oh,
SCA.
special character,
area.
not special ecological area.
Sorry. Special character. My apologies. Noel, I think you're online. I'm just prepping you because there has been a reduction in the amount of special character since unitary plan. Oh, here he is. Noel, would you like to take us through that? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Yes, there has been a reduction in special character both through the Plan Change 78 process and through the proposed replacement plan change. The difference between Plan Change 78 and the replacement plan change is approximately 730 properties being removed.
730 removed across the region. What did we start with, so we can give that figure some context?
Sorry, just to be clear, that's the difference between proposed plan change 78 and the replacement plan change. From, if you compare the unitary plan to plan change 78, it's approximately a reduction of 5,000, 6,000 properties. The replacement plan change removes an additional 730.
700. Okay, cool. So just to refresh my memory, sorry, the AUP, how many properties are we talking total? Just because six figure, I need to give context to those figures, yeah.
Yep, sure. In the Auckland Unitary Plan, excuse me, there are 21,120 properties with a special character overlay, and I have the exact figures here for the replacement for Plan Change 78. That's 16,090. Including the light rail corridor area, and in the proposed replacement plan change, there are 15,357 properties.
Thank you. I really, really appreciate that, and on the spot a bit too. Thanks, Noel.
Thank you.
Cheers. I'm moving on from SCA because I'll probably return to that a bit later today. Watercare. So Watercare's not here, but I'm just wondering, Megan, if I could be a little bit cheeky and ask you to...
Priyan is here.
Watercare is
Priyan's
here.
here.
Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
g'day, Priyan. Could I steal you? Sorry about that.
Oh, you've got your map now.
Oh, I got the map, so I'll come back to that in a moment, yeah. Priyan, sorry to put you on the spot, mate. It's a general question, but I'm just wondering, because we've got some really good stuff in the report here around Watercare's advice, but the most important bit, I think, for me, a great map was put out, and I've said before, we've got to print that off and put it on the desks of every councillor. Could you explain that map to me of network capacity, and particularly for central isthmus suburbs?
Sorry, through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor. So at a high level, those maps talk to our bulk network capacity options and limitations. When you look at those maps, you'll see the majority of the area in the Central Isthmus area and along those transport alignments are green. The green indicates that we currently have capacity, but that's based on the current framework, so through the Future Development Strategy and the Unitary Plan as it stood.
Green as go.
Green as go.
Fantastic. Thanks, Priyan. That was all. Thank you. And Gary, back to you, my friend. Could I get you to just explain this map for the councillors, please?
Through the chair, thank you, councillor. This map shows estimated land values per square metre across the Auckland region for residential land. And we take that from the valuation data, and we're interested in it because you can see as an indication of demand. So the outcomes that we see there are a combination of people's preferences for different locations and their ability to pay for locations. And I think it's important to recognise that people have different preferences in terms of where they want to locate and the space they need. And often if you're a bit further away from things, you might have a bit more space, but you're willing to travel. And if you want to be closer to things, you might have to give up a bit more space given your income. But what that is, it's an adjusted land value pattern. So we control statistically for the impact of our policy settings. So we're trying to look at the underlying or the location-based pattern of demand. And this does fit with what we see in the literature, is that locations that tend to offer better access to things that more people generally need in their daily lives tend to have more demand, and stronger demand in those locations is indicated by higher land values. And those things that we see that people generally want to get close to are things that you can imagine you need in your daily life that you might value. So services, including shops and hospitality and those sorts of things, as well as jobs, as well as transport systems that help you get to those things.
Awesome. Hey, thank you for that. So we've got red, orange, and a bit of green there with the most demand of the city. They're also able to take infrastructure, water infrastructure the best as well. So that's all able to be handled. So thank you so much, and thanks, staff, for indulging me. That's really kind of you. Thanks.
Thank you, councillor. Look, we have 3 more questions left, then we really need to go to a bathroom stop for everyone. Right, Member Henade.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions. Do you think that the replacement to Plan Change 78 and even Plan Change 78 is a blanket approach to Tāmaki, or is it or could it be classed as something else? In terms of intensification for more houses for Tāmaki.
Through the chair, look, that's a difficult question. I think we've said it before, I think even the chair mentioned it this morning. This would not have been certainly the way that we would have chosen to undertake this work. I think it has been clear that this council, since inception, is supportive of further intensification. Always the difficult trade-off is kind of how much and where that occurs. And that's clearly the trade-off of communities and also people around this table. The government, successive governments have are more and more really centralising planning. They are taking it kind of for themselves because they're concerned that local government, not just Auckland Council, are not doing the right thing in inverted commas, aren't making the right decisions, are concerned that councils are somehow constraining certainly economic development and productivity in their regions. So in that sense, it is a bit blanket, it's broad, and it's because it's coming from the top. We would do it differently, but I do think what it also does is it does ensure that we and you as decision makers are thinking about the need for, the implications for, and the kind of spatial distribution of intensification. I do, and I have provided advice and will continue to do so, that it's important that we provide and enable Auckland to grow. The question is where and how quickly, and can we afford the infrastructure and the other things that need to come with it. I hope that's answered your question.
So do you think that the new and old I explain it a different way. We have a $5 billion resource, the CRL. Do you think that that should be our focus in the first instance in terms of our push for intensification? Do you think using that $5 billion resource as a leg up, as a starting point, would that be the way to go? Rather than having Tower Road where I live inundated with 3 or 4 storied houses and can't even get my truck down the road.
Through the chair, look, that's exactly the point about kind of, what this intensification is and where it goes. That amount of money, $5 billion, clearly it should be incumbent on us to therefore use that efficiently and provide as much ability for people to use that as we possibly can. And effectively what the government has said to the council is that they don't think we've done enough to therefore use that resource efficiently. That is a question that there may be 21 different answers to and views about, 23. So, that's that. So yes, I do, in that sense that intensification done well and where it is enabled by particularly quality public transport, but other infrastructure, is where we should be going and what we should be focusing on.
Lastly, how did we get from where we were to where we are now with intensification? I keep harping on about where I come from. Not too long ago, I had 2 houses across the road. Now I've got 18. And around the corner, and around the corner, and around the corner, and all over the peninsula. So how do we get there, from where we were to there, without a plan change? Who let this happen?
Through the chair, and again, without knowing the specifics of the particular situation, the massive step change that this city took was through the unitary plan in kind of 2013 to 2016. And so much of what we're seeing today, or have seen over the last few years, is a result of the unitary plan zoning and the intensification that has been provided through that. Similarly, if you withdraw Plan Change 78 and replace it with this draft plan change and it goes through the process, that is going to add more opportunities and change in Auckland, as will the review of the unitary plan, which will come once the government has put a new resource management framework in place. We know it's going to change the act into 2 acts, and there will be additional requirements on us for whichever government is in power to do more and to go further. So this is another step, and there will be steps into the future. So yeah, it comes, I think, my not knowing the situation, predominantly from the unitary plan changes that were made 10 odd years ago.
So last one. So if we, let's just say we go with what's in front of us, will that slow down or stop the unbridled intensification out in some suburbs and have a more regulated and more onto it program?
Through the chair, look, I think if I take Te Aratu perhaps as or that kind of perhaps area, not in Erasmus, but just kind of on the edges, there will, should you withdraw or replace all that stuff, there will still be considerable intensification enabled in those areas. So you'll probably still see some of the kind of changes that you've been seeing lately. There are areas further out where it will be kind of downzoned and definitely reduced. But Auckland is really now on a path, and has been since that 2013, 2016 time, where there is more development broadly enabled. What this replacement plan change will do is to target it even more than what we've seen in Plan Change 78 into that more central isthmus area. We've seen, the green and red dots. So remember, it doesn't mean that you won't see continued intensification in all suburbs. Some you will see reduced, but what we expect is you will see more in those kind of green dotted areas that you saw, much more than we've been seeing today over time. Remember, we're not talking about tomorrow. We're talking about over the coming years and decades. That is our expectation.
And to Te Atu Peninsula specifically, in that part of the peninsula, currently Plan Change 78 is MDRS 3 stories, 3 dwellings on every single site. Under this plan, it goes down to MHS, which is 2 stories, and there's some MHU, which is 3 stories, but there is more controls under this than the MDRS, so better private open space provisions, better height provisions, things like that. So it is a significant downzone for the area you ask questions about. I am going to go for everyone to have a toilet stop. Might have 10 minutes, maybe actually. Come back at 12:31, and then I'll go to Josephine, but I think it's important that we have a stop for everyone, but 10 minutes, thank you. Right, we can get everyone back to the table. Now, Councillor Sayers is having a, not a moment, he's had recent surgery on his knees, seems like a lot of our councillors are. And anyway, okay.
Let's move it now.
This is what, kia ora, this is what happens. This, I can't hear myself because obviously councillors have had sugar and now they're... right, so Councillor Sayers is getting online assistance because his injury is a bit sore and he's finding it tough, so he wants to come in online. So I will move, Councillor Baker will second. Well, Baker and Filipina, all good. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? No, thank you. And we'll go back to questions. Thank you, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, in terms of like the process, it says independent hearings panel hears submissions. So they are the ones to hear the submissions, not us as governing or the new governing body. I just want the public to be clear about who is the final decision maker and where should they put their efforts if they want to submit on something or have their say.
Thanks. Through the chair. So should this go through and the replacement plan change is notified, then there will be about a 7-week submission process. And so anyone who is interested or involved in any way really should put a submission in. There will then be hearings held by an independent hearings panel. So they will hear the voice of the submitters. They will then weigh that up and make a set of recommendations back to council. So the independent hearings panel will hear the submitters, recommend back to council on everything, and then council will make the final decision on those matters. So all the things they agree with, anything they don't agree with, council can make those decisions, and then it'll either be that's it if it's accepted, or there might be an appeal process if there's anything that the council disagrees with the panel on. So I hope that's clear. So council is the final decision maker.
Okay, that's clear.
Yeah.
And then also on the other slide, it does talk about timeline of PC 78's withdrawn and replaced, but it goes from 6 to 12. So where are the numbers in between all this?
Through the chair, you've caught me out. That was us making some simplifying the process, but not changing the numbers. So entirely my fault, and all that. Don't worry about the numbers. It was just trying to take you through the flow. So follow the flow, ignore the numbers. But I'm sorry about the error.
No, all good. I just saw it on Twitter. I mean X. I wanted to ask about housing choice. Where is it? It was in another one of your slides that one of the benefits or potential benefits will be housing choice. Is it really going to be housing choice if the only place where you're going to have the intensification is near the train stations and up to 15? Like, what is your housing choice? And I ask this because it follows on from, remember, Henere's kind of question. Is there unintended consequences where we've already got intensification? Will we lose that? And I'm thinking of places like TRC, Tamaki Regeneration, where you've got kainga order developments, where you had one house and now you've got like 5 townhouses. Is that going to be affected in any way, or can that still continue? Or will it now be 15-storey apartments by train stations as well?
Yeah, through the chair, look, it's the latter, but of course this kind of gets specific, so you'd kind of have to look into an area in particular. But what we are saying, and the direction that we've been given, is that we do need to intensify in particular, and in particularly significant ways around those train stations, and we've chosen to go beyond that into over more train stations and using corridors more and more as well. There are some parts that will be downzoned from the MDRS, the 3x3, maybe back to kind of two-storey housing, but it won't mean that there'll be no more intensification in those areas. It just means that the balance over time, there'll generally be we expect more dwellings in those green dotted areas and lesser dwellings in the red areas, but there will still be intensification in those areas, some of those areas that you talk about, particularly, TRC, for example. They will still be able to build, but we just think over time, the kind of distribution of the intensification might just shift. But there will still be ability to develop in all the suburbs in Auckland, but in some areas it might be reduced down from that MDRS that you have now.
Okay, all right. And then my other question, I took the opportunity for the one-on-one with council staff, and one of the questions was around, one of the reasons people might want to support the replacement plan change is because we want to downzone in the flood zone areas, flood-prone areas. But was there another way that we could have downzoned in the flood-prone areas? And why is that not an optimal option to take?
So under Plan Change 78 and the current controls, we are unable to withdraw that plan change, and neither are we able to constrain or reduce anything below what's already in the unitary plan. So that includes a downzoning, or that includes rules and policies that make it harder to do things. So that's in law, and that's Plan Change 78. That's why we've been asking for legislative change to say we basically said, look, that's stupid. We need to be able to particularly deal with natural hazards, and you're not allowing us to do it. We've now been given that ability in August, and that's why the draft replacement plan change, should this go through, enables council to downzone and change the rules all in one go. If you continue with Plan Change 78, you will need to add more processes. You'll need to do another plan change once Plan Change 78 is all complete. So you'll complete the whole thing, and then you're going to have to add another whole plan change to downzone. And you'll also need to do a variation around some of those rules and policies. So that's 2 or 3 processes required. This legislation change allows us to do it in one go, but requires that other intensification stuff to happen at the same time.
Through the chair, I might add to that because I think there might have been another element to the question, which was for the draft replacement plan change, the approach that's been taken to downzoning for flooding, could that have been done in a different way? Okay, so to answer that question, and I often will use the term heavy lifting with respect to the consenting system. The reason for that is because of the fact that individuals have choice around what they may or may not wish to do with land, where they may wish to position a building, whether they look to take up the full opportunity of what the zone provides for. And then if they are looking to take up that full opportunity, what level of engineering works might they wish to do to address a natural hazard risk. But to understand all of those choices can only really be done through the consenting system. Zoning is a broader approach. It's important to remember that unitary plan isn't just about zoning. The Auckland-wide chapters also trigger consents. The definitions also work to determine what consents are needed. And we've got things like precincts as well. So it's all of the layers in the unitary plan that come together that determine what land can be used for. And so zoning is but one of those indications. And so if we were to have gone further and used zoning more and done more downzoning, then it would be a question about, are we seeing it as unreasonable for people to have exercised their choices, to be able to find solutions, to address natural hazard risk. And we don't see it that way. We only see it that way in examples of the worst locations, where we don't see it as reasonable that people could find those choices to address that risk.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Walker.
Sure. Got a few questions, mostly for Phil and Gary. So, Gary, if I start off with you, is it correct to say that the value that somebody pays for a property is largely based on its development potential? That is, what you can do with it. So if you can fit 5 or 6 houses on it compared to, say, the one house that's gone on it now, you're going to pay a lot more according to that development potential. Is that the case?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair, I would agree with you that the development potential, as enabled or permitted by the policies in the unitary plan, is a significant influence on the value of properties. But we have to look at it in the context of the underlying value being location. So if we look at the unitary plan and then the upzoning from some single house zones to the more intensive terraced housing and apartment building zone, on average we're seeing somewhere between 10 to 15% land value appreciation immediately. And so that gives you a sense of the influence at the margin. But it's the underlying location where that sets the value, and then the policy enablement influences it at the margin.
So let's say the reality on the ground is you can put 5 or 6 houses on this property. Would it be correct to say that an ordinary person is largely going to be priced out of buying that property if they don't want to put 5 or 6 houses on it?
Thank you, Councillor. Well, if we think about, I think you're indicating that developers may be bidding up the value of that property to secure it for those additional homes. And so we have to think of developers as the agents of ordinary people who would like a home too. And so to the extent that that fits within their budget, then they would have an option to take less land for their home to get that location. But yes, the person who wants to buy the whole property would have to compete with a developer who is acting for a group of people who might like to live there.
So if we accept that the reality on the ground is that the place sells, the existing house is taken off, the developer needs to develop to the max to get a return. So what we see on the ground is a circumstance where the bulldozers move in, if there's a slight slope, the section is completely carved up and flattened to the boundary, retaining walls, concrete pad construction, and maybe 5 or 6 units or the like. Is that what we see happening on the ground right now across Auckland? Is that the pattern?
Councillor, I can only really comment on evidence before me, and so then there are examples that you talk about, I'm sure, but I can't give a view on how systematic or widespread these things are.
Okay, and is it correct to say that there is no incentive for that property developer to provide any on-site parking other than perhaps relying on the marketplace? So there aren't any incentives in our planning. That's correct, is it not?
Councillor, just through the Chair, I think about a developer as a participant in a marketplace who's acting rationally, so they want to maximise the return on their capital that they're putting at risk, and so they'll be sizing up what the market is demanding and responding accordingly. So there'll be a strong incentive to give an offering of a home and land and parking package that suits what they think they're selling into. So that's their incentive.
Sure. So if we work on what the people out there see on the ground, one, they see the property developed to the max, all the trees are gone, it's flattened. Effectively, you're creating totally impermeable surface because you're moving down to subclay, all the topsoil's gone. You've got a large number of units that are there. You've got a large number of cars that are parked on the street because there is no parking on site. All the neighbours are totally inconvenienced, and if there's more than one of this development on your street, you've got a major problem. Is that what we see happening around Auckland now? Yep. I'm just trying to get to the reality of what people see.
Gary's trying to answer your question.
Sure.
Thank you, through the Chair. Thank you, Councillor. I think the examples you talk of, we can see them, and people do talk of them. I think we have to recognise that the decision before you is a replacement plan change. There's perhaps learning from some of the things we've seen in the past in terms of enabling more of these new homes to be closer to where we've already invested in existing transport systems and services to give people the choice of being less car dependent than otherwise.
I understand that, but having said that, the requirement around parking applies, or the absence of parking applies almost everywhere, doesn't it?
Through the Chair, Council, I think what you're really getting at is that we have a public space that is being used in people storing their private vehicles, not always on their own property, but in the public realm. And that may be because they're living in locations where they're not able to afford more land for parking, and then there's the option of putting a car, which they're dependent on the street. So that does lead us to questions around, is it more efficient to enable people to live closer to rapid transit systems, and also to think about what we might do with pricing a limited asset always.
Okay, and the other question I've got is, in circumstances where there is on-site parking, in many instances, do we find that the on-site parking isn't being used? In fact, the garage is being used as a room. Do we not see that around Auckland, and are there any controls around that?
I can't comment, Councillor, without data, and I'm sure there are anecdotal examples of things.
Point of order. Is it fair and reasonable for a member to be questioning an economist about car parking and the economist to be answering those questions? Surely that's a responsibility of the planners, not an economist.
That's not a point of order. Thank you, Councillor Walker.
Okay, so as far as flooding is concerned, and I'll switch to Phil, is it correct to say that while there might be some downzoning requirements in the floodable areas, that's the areas on the flat, the areas that contribute to the flooding, that is the large catchments that exist across Auckland, don't have any downzoning requirements on them, or for that matter, any real incentives around stormwater sensitive design?
Yeah, you're correct. The approach to the use of zoning for natural hazard management is only in the locations of highest risk. The areas that are outside of that, they will go with the zoning which is driven by what's called Policy 3, which is usually driven by an accessibility metric. As mentioned to Councillor Ferry, there is some work which is going on around stormwater sensitive design. It does have some constraints in law for when it is able to actually be notified as a change to the plan. That's not to say that the work is discontinued. It continues to progress around what can be the best mechanisms that the plan can take, noting that there are outside of unitary plan mechanisms that are available as well, in order to address this issue of, Area A exacerbating the risk of Area B.
So if we accept at this point that there aren't really any stormwater sensitive controls that exist, and our monitoring and enforcement of impermeable surfaces, I would suggest, is pathetic. That's what I see in the ground. That's what people see out there. Do we not have an incredibly strong likelihood that the flooding that is occurring in many of the low-lying areas in Auckland is going to be significantly exacerbated, made much, much worse because of these plan changes that are occurring?
Through the Chair, probably do need to correct you a little bit there. So, as mentioned to Councillor Ferry, there are impermeable surface controls. Those controls are being strengthened through the replacement plan change. The other thing is that there have been proactive enforcement measures that have been taken, particularly through some of the isthmus areas, to actually proactively door knock and talk to people about how they can manage stormwater in a better way, to also look at where there have been examples of people that have, without building consent, coming in and starting to pave over areas and go beyond either the 60 or the 70% impermeable surface control. The other factor probably is the actual catchment modelling itself, and how that is a program of modelling which continues to adjust based on rainfall events, continues to adjust based on the infrastructure which is going into areas, which then changes the way in which the areas of hazard spatially are affected, and also looks at that actual zoning, which is in there as well, and what that impermeable surface allowance is. So there are a few mechanisms that continue in the background, but yes, the strengthening of the unitary plan specifically around stormwater sensitive design is something that we're held back from addressing at the moment.
So, if I apply the circumstance of intensification in the centre area of Auckland, in particular catchments like the Motions catchment, the Miola catchment, where the catchment management plans are out of date, in fact, and some of them are still in draft form, what provision is there for dealing with the significant impact of the volcanic field and the existing soakage being covered over by developments, given that a very high proportion of the homes are on piles and they're actually sympathetic with the landscape, they're sympathetic with the stormwater? What are we doing about that? Are there any provisions or simply not?
There's through the chair, there's probably a couple of parts to that. So we do need to keep within our lane with respect to the RMA and the unitary plan and what we can consider. Yes, it might be that asset management departments continue to actually do their catchment management planning. Those are things which work their way through infrastructure strategy, LTP, and an ongoing program of improvements. The intersect does come in when we get our development engineers to assess applications that come forward. And that's when we can actually look at those site-specific circumstances of what is the actual rock strata that you're on, what is the impermeable extent, where is the natural flow, has that natural flow changed from what we actually see on the maps? So that is where the consenting system actually plays its role, because it's able to deal with the specifics of a site.
So it isn't at a zoning level, it's simply at an on-site level, and you're totally relying on that, correct?
Certainly for those applications that we're going to have go forward as part of Plan Change 120, if it is notified, yes.
Okay. The other question I've got is just around the nature of development, and maybe that you're both answering this. So, as a consequence of what we're seeing, is it not the likelihood that we're going to have a very pepper pot style of development across Auckland, where developers will move in, they'll make a significant change to a particular location, the neighbours may be shaded out, but that doesn't matter. That's what we're going to see. It may well be that there aren't any particular quality controls over the style or nature of the housing. The people will experience excessive parking on their streets. Is that what we're going to see? And because that's what we're already seeing now, so is this actually going to exacerbate it?
Through the chair, I'll answer that. Council can't require people to develop. We don't control the land, most of it. And so I guess in terms of pepper potting, those that are ready and willing to develop will do so, and those that aren't won't. That's been like that, forever, particularly in a built-up urban environment. I also made it really clear in the report that particularly with the way the law's written, about every site, for example, having to be able to have capacity for, say, that 10 and 15 story, that we are concerned about the possible design outcomes, whether that's shadowing dominance in some of these areas. So, there are limits as to what we can do, but we have done our best for this replacement plan change. There could be opportunities, possibly, certainly through submissions and hearings. That will be a big part of it, I think. So it doesn't have perfect outcomes in terms of some design things. We've done the best that we can, but also we can't control who develops when in a general sense.
So the last question I've got, is it correct to say, based on the insubstantiation across so many factors, that what we're talking about around what is being imposed on Auckland is effectively politically driven? So it's been driven by various parties in government. Is that the case? Yes. And the other question that goes to that, if it's politically driven, can it equally be politically undriven? If the government determines that it should be, and particularly if Aucklanders mount up,
Okay, this is
as
debate.
other cities have
This
done.
is a debate. This is debate.
No, this is a question. It's my question,
Well,
Mr. Chair.
yeah.
It's my question. I have the floor here.
Okay, can you reduce the volume of your voice and continue to ask the
I'm
question?
just responding to you, Mr. Chair.
You were yelling in Megan's direction, and I was wanting to come down a bit.
I'm happy to answer if
Well,
that's
it is an
help.
issue that Aucklanders are concerned about, and I share that sentiment.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think there's two questions, and I'm going to put the second one back to the chair. So the first question about is it politically led? Look, it's clear that that legislation has been enacted that requires us to do a bunch of things, and legislation comes from central government. Your second question, the chair might want to respond to, in terms of being politically unled.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Councillor Walker, everything, the RMA, the changes, some of we've opposed in the discussion document coming forth, that'll be political. The MDRS and the MPSUD that was supported by, I think, all parties that we're required to act on is political. The unitary plan was political. SHAs were political. This direction is political, but that's because politicians make laws, and then we, in my opinion, have to show leadership on how we address those laws. But to be clear, we did ask unanimously for the government to change the law to allow us to remove the MDRS and reduce zoning, downzone and floodplains, add the strongest controls we've ever had for hazards. So we've asked for that. They obviously put in the requirement to keep the two plan changes the same on capacity. We didn't ask for that, but that was a requirement. So yes, it's political, but we are where we are today, and we are also politicians trying to make the best of it.
And I would be correct in saying it can be politically undriven. It can be changed if the government determines.
Everything.
And there lies the answer.
Can't be changed today. Councillor Williamson, questions?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm going to just try and stick to two things if I can, because there's so many. The one is the why the rush, and the other is the 2 million. I am perplexed beyond belief why any government would want to drive such an enormous change process in the city and give us almost no time to either consider it, to discuss it, to canvass it. Do you have any idea? I mean, I've been in that place for 30 years, and there's normally a driving force why you are doing it, and doing it so rapidly that you leave people in the wake. Do you know why the desire for this to be so done now? What's wrong with 2 years' time?
Yeah. Through the chair, look, no, I guess I don't have an answer. Obviously, I can't speak for ministers, or obviously I'm not in central government, which I understand, you know. Certainly, as the chair said, we did request this, and it's taking an awful long time, but nonetheless, we did request certainly being able to deal with MDRS and natural hazards among the two most important things. I don't know why it took the length it did to get with this government to get through to the point of 21st of August. But, you know, because another milestone, of course, is the local body elections. So if a decision isn't made this side of the term, it would obviously need to be done with another council. And so I'm sure the government has that in mind too when it's thinking about its timeframes. But unfortunately, that August date, if that was May or June, then we wouldn't perhaps be having this conversation in quite the same way. So no, I can't answer anything more than that.
It's just that I think to get anything of this magnitude, get a reasonable buy-in from the public, they feel being part of the process and being consulted and being heard, even if we don't agree with some of the submissions, actually makes it a saleable package. Look, I want to then refer again to you made the request, but you did not make the request to keep the
lit at 2 million, the top. You made a request about the sensible stuff, floodplains, coastal erosion, inundation and so on. That's correct. You did not say, oh, and please leave the 2 million intact. That's right?
No, that's
Yeah.
right. Yep.
So the government, who I am terribly critical of, I think they've lost the plot completely, have set this $2 million limit. Okay? They're the ones, and they've kept it. It was set under NDRS and the stupid thing they did bipartisan, but the new lot have come in and said, not only was it stupid, we're going to buy in and make it more stupid. What we've been given today is a choice, and I'm really worried about how we portray this to the public. We've been almost given a choice, and I want to just check with you on this, of almost the choice between the firing squad and a lethal injection. Because...
Point of order. Point of order. It's not appropriate to describe
Yes, it's
housing
appropriate
in
to
that
do.
way.
It's perfectly appropriate to ask that.
Well, Councillor Williamson, we've had, and it happened sadly with the Unitary Plan, Plan Change 78 and this one, had a heaps of violent language, and you're not, I'm just...
It's a metaphor, for goodness sake.
Well, I'm...
Common parlance.
Well...
It's a common parlance phrase people use all the time.
Yeah. Well, I'm the chair.
Get too PC.
I'm the chair, and I'm asking for the violent language to stop when we talk about housing and about this plan.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, it's a choice between two reasonably ghastly options. Go with the rock and a hard place. I don't think that makes it clear enough. But because I'm a big fan of getting out of 78, and I think I'm going to end up voting that way. I think most people will, and being able to cope with the floodplains, which I've been demanding and so on. Yeah. But it still doesn't get to the second thing I said I was going to talk about, this number. It seems to me that 2 million is an artificial number that cannot be justified. And I'd ask you then, why didn't we go with 4 million? Because 4 million would have made way more availability. Or let's go with 8 million, and the reason is that's just being silly. But what would be the damage if we wanted to go to, say, 1.4 or 1.6? It would drive less intensification down into the real suburban area, but it would still give you all of the intensification along your transport corridors, your city hubs and so on, which I'm a big fan of. I think we've got to do that. But I do not want to go into suburban streets and do damage. So why are we not going back to the government and saying, you've got an artificial number that you've not been able to even debate with us, and you can't justify why it's 2 rather than 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, I don't know.
Oh, well, through the chair, I'll try. But so the number came from just when the model and when you're adding it all up, all the capacity that came out of Plan Change 78. And one of the fundamental parts of Plan Change 78, as you know, was the MDRS all across the region. So in that sense, the number was arbitrary in the sense it wasn't from a modelling perspective, but it's not because somebody somewhere, whether in central or local government, said 2 million is a really good number, it's the right number, that's the one we need to go for. That did not happen. It was the number that came out when you added on the requirements on us from the NPSUD.
Yep.
This government has then said, notwithstanding that they're going to let us withdraw from MDRS, presumably that is what the committee will do today, opt out of or not use, notwithstanding that, because of their belief that Gary has talked about in the importance of capacity and having a much greater number or enablement than what you'll ever need to use, so to help with choice that where things will happen.
Yep.
They believe that because that number came out of Plan Change 78, that number then needs to stay for this one. And so if we pull back on MDRS, we need to find that capacity somewhere else, because overall having a greater capacity is a good thing in the government's mind. So that's where the number came from, and that's why we're talking about that. One reason I believe why possibly we haven't gone or questioned the government on this specifically is that it came so late in the piece. It only came in August.
Yep.
That's when we found out, and here we are now in September. So that's one reason as well. I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, look, that's good. And I want to confirm some of the numbers. I think probably John Duguid can help me with this. the numbers I think you published was that under the Auckland Unitary Plan, the number of mixed housing urban zoned homes was about 130,603, I think is your number. Then you said that Plan Change 78, or the proposed 78, was going to take it to 353,000 homes. And then the replacement IIPC would take it back to 251,000. So it's 100,000 less dwellings would be in the mixed housing urban zone. Can I get a confirmation those are the numbers?
Through the chair, I just don't have that table to hand. That does sound very familiar. That is the approximate figures. We'll have to just see if someone on the team can send that table of the breakdown of the capacity within the different
So I guess what I'm wanting to get here is by voting to bail out of 78 and go with this alternative, at least one of the benefits is 100,000 less sites will be in the orange and go back to being in the yellow.
So the rough proportions are correct, just the exact numbers.
Yeah, I think these are
the number of
the
sites,
that
not
you
capacity,
gave
so
us.
we'll just check on that.
The next thing I wanted to check with, and I think Gary can answer it, is I read in the Our Auckland document that over the last 7 years, we have built per annum 14,000 dwellings. It's about 100,000 dwellings over that 7 years. It's 98,000, but it averages out around about 100. And it says in the article that that is the most that we have ever done over a period of time like that. If that's the case, I don't quite know what it is, the problem that we're trying to fix, given that we are building more than we've ever built. Can I put that as a question?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. I think you're correct in citing those figures. They're approximately right. And of course, this has happened after the Unitary Plan, which, as we discussed earlier, has enabled more development opportunities. In terms of the motivation for doing more, I guess I can only sort of speak generally to get perhaps some of the rationale that might underpin the direction from central government. The big one would be housing affordability still being quite relatively poor, even though we've had some improvement. And a second one might be the way that urban form is developing, what that means for the sustainability of the form and what that means for the productivity of the regional economy. And so perhaps those are some of the motivations that point us to allowing more
But
choice.
Gary, in the Our Auckland article from the 9th of September, it says that council's projections for housing demand over the next 30 years is around 241,000. It's pretty specific, 241,000 over the next 30 years. If you divide that by 30, you come up with 8,000 dwellings per annum. If at present for the last 7 years we've been delivering 14,000, then we are way over in terms of provision of what the long-term need for it, based on the Our Auckland article. Again, I cannot get for me why any minister would be sitting there saying, we're doing more than we ever have, it's 14,000 per annum, let's go for even more, when the forecast from the council is we need 8,000 a year. I just don't get that. And I guess if I could ask one quick question of water care, please. Where is our water care map?
I think Helen,
Okay.
Helen might be online, I think. I'll just, Priyana, know that
Yes,
you
I can
know,
see
but-
Helen online.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Helen.
We'll have a question from Councillor Williamson,
go
Helen.
We've got someone online from water care?
Yes, Helen's on.
Okay, what I think caused a massive, almost tectonic plate shift in the Howick ward was in November of 2024, Watercare published a document, it made it to the Herald and it had one little spot right in the middle called Howick and Pakuranga, and it was grey, no one else. There were light greens, dark greens, blues, but we were grey, and it says total capacity constraints on both water and wastewater. Yeah. We were the only one, if you look, I've got the map in front of me. And that was in November of 2024, and it did put the cat right amongst the pigeons. Sorry to use metaphors in case they're upsetting you for pet lovers, but it did put the cat right amongst the pigeons. And suddenly in June, so we're talking, what, seven months or so later, new maps were produced, we no longer were that. And because I lived there, I never saw a massive amount of piping, I never saw big construction sites of tubing and wastewater and water piping and so on. I didn't see any of it. And so my question to Watercare is, How can we go from being the only one that was totally constrained into both water and wastewater, and 7 months later, we're all clear to run? I want to know that, and I know I know someone's going to use all its bulk infrastructure, but those maps changed.
Yeah, I can get some specific details on that for you. I don't have it exactly to hand. However, I do know that we did change the way that we were reporting our constraints, and so to provide some more clarity, we did a bit of a switch in terms of trying to explain the constraints a bit better in terms of, rather than just a blanket yes or no, we incorporated some new criteria around closely monitoring some areas. And so there was a few nuances in there that weren't in the initial maps. And so what we were trying to do with the second iteration of the maps is just provide a bit more information to people. So it could be around that. I will have to get back to you with any specific projects that may have affected the capacity in that area, though. So I'm sorry, I haven't got that to hand.
The reason I ask it is it does become very problematic for local representatives where you publish some stuff, it's right there in their face in the Herald, there's people running in all directions, and then suddenly we decided we're going to recalculate in a different way, and it's not a problem anymore.
It's if I can help, Helen, the original
No,
maps...
I'd like Watercare to answer, Mr. Chairman, sorry, I want them to answer.
I just want to tell you how myself and Priyan and Megan, the process of this in October, November, because we were getting requests from developers, why are you putting these constraints out? I worked with Watercare, Priyan and others to get a capacity map out there as quickly as possible, because we had it in Hibiscus, Beach Haven, a couple of places, Otara, I think, at Otahuhu. And then that first map came out, which did have constraint water and wastewater, but it was very high level. I asked at the end of last year if it could be a bit more specific, because I think Councillor Walker and Watson had issues with, okay, you've got 800 or 1,000 on Hibiscus, but you're saying there's no ability to do anything. So what they've done is recalculated and put a different thing on Howick as an example, which says there is capacity, like we're not going to close off everything, but it's closely monitored. There's still a constraint, but it might mean that you have a couple hundred or a couple thousand, but it does mean you might get to a cap. And that's what the specific changes were about, to make sure that people didn't feel like they were completely blocked by doing some development, but actually if you're wanting 1,000 dwellings or something, that was where it came from. I don't know if Helen was updated with Priyan, but at the time that was the way, is to get more specific detail, because it was scaring a lot of people unneededly.
Okay, I'm not going to go any longer. I've been going too
long. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. A very quick one. Just from my understanding, so in all this talk we've had and the workshops, we've gone up around the train stations. And one of the reasons for that is to compensate for the loss of capacity as we've backed away from natural hazards and other things, correct?
Yes, and the legislation requires us to do it. So kind of both reasons.
But we've admitted we're not going to get anywhere near the capacity. So where are the controls in all this to make sure we get fair and reasonable percentages of development in different places? If we're not ever going to use that, no one's going to be forcing it into that capacity until we get to the top of the capacity. So we can have Te Peninsula filled up before anyone thinks of going to the railway stations, correct?
Through the chair, yes, that could be the case, yes. However, we also know, for example, around the train stations, and particularly in that the more central parts of the city, are very desirable locations as well. So there will be also reasons why we would expect more development than otherwise to be going there over time. But you're right, our planned capacity, because we don't control the land as a council, we can't force any of it to happen in any particular place at any particular time.
So it's a fair and reasonable, so basically it's open slather. We've made a huge, big playing field. We've filled it up with only a few players and said, go for it. That's the problem I have with no controls. Anyway, You're making funny faces. Tell me I'm something.
No, I'm just trying to, no, just in case there was a question there, I wasn't quite sure what you wanted me to say.
What I'm worried about is, looks to me like we're working on going back to market forces will rule, and that I think has been proven wrong over time. So how are we going to manage this in the way that people think town planning means?
Look, and I think, no, you're absolutely right, Councillor, and that was what I had tried to say a little earlier, is that successive governments absolutely believe that this is the way it should go. Local councils haven't traditionally thought this way, and therefore have wanted to have some measure of control, or at least ensure that the effects are reasonable or acceptable on communities, as opposed to having nothing. And so some of this is a dichotomy, I think, between economic theories and views about how land markets work, but also what a central government is trying to achieve, what local government is trying to achieve, and how we can do it together. So I think that's some of what you might be seeing through some of the legislation that's come through lately, and I think that will follow in the coming years as well.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Yes, up on the screen there, it highlights the core reasons why we're going through this exercise, unusual exercise, and predicated on the withdrawal of Plan Change 78, which not so long ago, councillors were recommended to support its notification. And now there's been a fundamental change of heart around that, and the reasons are outlined there. Natural hazard downzoning, and the cost of recovery of the 2023 floods could be up to $2 billion, but they've been taken out of the property market, if you like. And then there is the withdrawal of the medium density residential standards. Nobody seems to like that anymore, but it was popular in its time because it was going to help affordability, and one could argue 3 by 3 across the suburbs would likely produce more affordable dwellings than high-rise in Parnell or St Mary's Bay. But anyway, we don't like that anymore. And then...
Can we just get to the question, please, Councillor?
I'm going to get to it. I'm building up to it. Spatial distribution is more aligned with the compact city, though in the unitary plan we were quite happy with 40% of development outside the RUB. We supported that, but apparently we've gone back more compacty. And then finally, infrastructure, and enable the infrastructure providers, Councillor Williamson referred to before, to prioritise investment with a more targeted spatial distribution. My question is, what's missing here is that we're talking about the property market. We're talking about a major industry in Auckland, backed up by the banks and insurance companies and so on. There's no mention here of any commercial aspect to this. And we all know in this building that the council senior management comes under intense pressure from the property market and developers. We all know that. Some people call it hammer sessions.
Maybe just
and I want to know
question.
How much of this radical change of heart and a shift from 3 by 3 across the region to targeted areas, to use the words here, targeted spatial distribution, namely towards the northern slopes and the grammar zone around these parts, is motivated from pressure from commercial property interests? Because there's no mention of that, yet it must be there.
Councillor Lee, are you Are you saying staff have been pressured by developers? Is that what you're saying? Because I think that's really inappropriate if that... Well, I might get the CEO to answer that, because...
Don't talk about the war, don't talk about special interests putting pressure on the council. Okay.
No, Phil? That's a huge accusation.
I don't think that's what's happening here. That's an opinion. I don't think there is an evidence base for what's being described. The fact is, as staff have been through extensively, there is a construct here, not of our making, and council is bringing to you two options to meet the constraint that's been put on us by central government. That's the dynamic here.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. I will have a bit of a question, but I just want to remind everybody, I've been banging on about having moratoriums in certain parts of the Howak and Pakuranga ward and other parts of the region when we know that there's flooding issues, and I know back in Phil Wilson will remember back in Manukau, I organised to have a moratorium put on parts of Howak and Pakuranga that were known to flood, but unfortunately, something's happening here. So unfortunately, the moratoriums were taken away, and we actually had, and there will be a question, but the moratoriums were taken away, and we actually had housing being built on areas that we know that flood, that almost waist deep. So one of the things, do you think that we should be helping our staff, I'm trying to help them, that we should be making sure that we all know that there needs to be a plan, we have to have a plan no matter what, but do we need to have it that we can actually have our council, which I'm not going to be part of in the next day or two, but we need to make sure that we we can give direction to the government that we have to be able to have moratoriums in certain parts. So with the plan, it's good planning. We need to have good planning. And I was just talking to Savary Curtis the other day, and he was a really good planner. And he said to me, my girl, he said, you always plan in stages. You don't just pepper pot everything everywhere. There'll be something maybe out west that's okay, and something out east that's okay, and something out north that's okay. But you just make sure that you plan it when it's right. And, we're just doing things,
Let's get to
we're probably
a question,
being,
please.
Well, the question is, would you like us to all support you that we do need to get around the council table to have the planners to be able to plan like they probably want to plan, and to have good town planning instead of having planning where everybody's living on top of each other, everybody's looking into each other's windows, everybody's right at the, in fact in Manukau we actually had it that you had even the fences were, your fence line and everything, there was good town planning. So all I'm just saying is, let's try and see if we can get it right. And I think, I'm just thinking back at 2013, Bernard Osman did a very good article.
Okay, you'll be able to have a debate at the time, Councillor Stewart. Would you like to ask the
maybe
question?
the lady from Watercare, if she's still online, maybe she can answer the question, does she think that we should be having moratoriums in certain parts of... That's healthy waters, okay. Well, whatever. Okay.
Through the chair, perhaps I'll try and answer it. I think, and as to what we've said before, I think this council and actually all councils would like to be able to undertake their functions in the best way for their communities. We know we have to do that, though, within the legislation that we've been given. And it is not easy to just set moratoriums and various, prohibitions about things under the current legislation. I suspect it will be quite hard to do that under the new legislation, possibly even harder. So, look, I understand the purpose of your question. I think you as decision makers and us as staff would like, as a council, to be able to undertake our functions as best we can. We're not always able to do that, and always in the ways that we would like to, but we are certainly always here to provide the best advice we can to you at any given time and moment.
Thank you, Councillor. We've got 4 questions, and we really, I think, need to go to lunch before we go to debate, because this is going to be difficult, especially for staff. So, Councillor Newman.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the contributions to date from the officers in responding to these complex questions. My questions go back to how we understand the relationship with water care and transmission infrastructure. Water care, capacity within water care's network is not just about a local network, it's about the transmission infrastructure to take wastewater from retail customer through to the plants. Are we agreeing this? And I do want to move away from Plan Change 78. Are we agreeing this proposal? Very confident that Watercare has sufficient capacity in all parts of its network in relation to infrastructure, not just a. Yep, we're still going to have rain events, and I expect toilet paper on lawns here. But in terms of the transmission infrastructure for Watercare's plants, we believe that there is capacity there for them to manage everything across the urban footprint of Auckland. Is that what we understand?
Through the chair, I might just get Helen to respond. Thanks, Helen.
Yeah, kia ora. So, as discussed last week at the workshop, we talked to the difference between the plan enabled capacity and the projected population growths. And the way that Watercare works is using the projected growth and the development strategies and the growth strategies to guide our planning and investment in infrastructure. So we don't have capacity now in our network to cope with the full extent of the proposed intensification. However, as we talked to the capacity maps earlier, we've got more capacity in the sort of the central Auckland areas than we have in others, sort of relatively, and that buys us some time to enable that intensification to start, and then our planning process basically then follow on with the guidance from the plan change and the growth strategies that go along with that to inform our planning as we progress.
Okay,
does that answer your question?
Yeah, but it triggers another one for you then. So to what extent do you expect you will have developers coming to Watercare saying, we're the developers, we're paying for this growth, we would like to reserve any latent capacity for our developments over the next 5 years? And to what extent what will Watercare's response to those requests be?
Yeah, so we do get those sorts of requests quite frequently, and at the moment it's a juggle for us. We have a first come first served policy with capacity. However, when we are having conversations about development, perhaps in areas that haven't been planned, we make an assessment based on the live zoning and the capacity there, our existing customers, and what risk that might represent to our networks and the way it operates. So as it stands, we don't reserve capacity, but we do provide assessments on what's available at any given time and what our capacity is relative to the planned growth and development in a particular area.
Okay, I guess my follow-up questions will be for the council's planning officers. None of this precludes private plan change requests for future, or for greenfields development that is out of sequence or wasn't otherwise agreed as part of our future development strategy, does it? None of the plan changes will still come, and we will still have to consider them, and there's a real chance that they will continue to move through, notwithstanding the fact that we might not necessarily support them. Would that be fair?
Yes, that's right, Councillor.
Okay, so my one final question is this: to what extent is there do we face a situation where we have Auckland Council's planners turning to Watercare and saying, look, we can't say no to this, but we would like Watercare to essentially say we don't have capacity. So effectively Watercare becomes the veto on development because of a network constraint.
Sorry, I'm just trying to think of how to answer.
It does happen, doesn't it? I mean, we would prefer that something doesn't go here because we want it to go there. A developer says, well, market forces require that I will look at this parcel of land, and so therefore we then end up going, as a council planners, we can't say no, but we have a look around and say, what do the CCOs have in terms of a constraint that might be a useful instrument for challenging that development proposition?
Sorry, just trying to think of how to answer it. I think one significant and important part of the ability for anyone in any particular place to develop infrastructure is available or not. So in some ways it often does point back to or more than one infrastructure provider, and that if they have a lack of capacity or whatever it might be, then that is often the main reason for, let's say, a decline or some kind of a no. There are, though, provisions where, from a land use perspective, in the unitary plan, where we can say no or we can oppose something that has nothing to do with infrastructure capacity, just because of the effects that might occur or the kind of land use that's happening in that zone. So, look, that's why I was trying to think. The answer is kind of yes and no. Sometimes infrastructure is the thing that you point to, but other times it doesn't have to be anything to do with infrastructure. It can still be a no or an oppose or a but you have to do this in order to get it through.
Okay, thank you. Reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watson.
A couple of questions, hopefully reasonably succinct, on the process and I guess the influential figure of Mr. Bishop in all this. Am I right to say that Mr. Bishop is a real fan of ensuring that local voices are the centre of decisions on Auckland's growth?
You're quoting from something.
Through the chair, I don't think I can answer that.
Okay. Well, he's sent out a letter, a statement that has a number of assertions with respect of the ability of Aucklanders to partake in this process. So I just really having a little trouble meshing up what we've got in front of us with what Mr. Bishop says in a number of instances. So for instance, we've heard that the consultation process as such is not best practice. We've heard that in terms of pre-notification consultation. Does Mr. and I'm assuming someone's read his letter. Does Mr. Bishop, is he a big fan of robust consultation?
Look, I know where you're going with this, but it's more debate. I don't think we can ask Megan to.
Okay, this is on the public record. It's a correspondence you've been involved with, Mr. Chair. So should I direct it to you, not the officers?
Sure, but none of us can put words into the minister's mouth.
I'm not putting. I'm quoting what he said,
okay,
as it applies to the process that's being presented to us today.
But that's more of a
That's
debating
important
point.
because people are being told that this is a process which is going to allow local voices to predominate and make decisions, and that a process is going to reflect that. So I'm trying to ascertain if indeed that is the case. I think that's a reasonable question.
Okay, Megan can answer what the process will be for local people to have a say, if you'd like.
No, I'm not asking what the process is going to be. I'm asking what are the guarantees that Mr. Bishop has given us and Aucklanders. There's a difference.
So the Minister has guaranteed that there will be a submission process, which is the public process for anybody to get involved in the process and to lodge a submission on, let's say, this draft plan change, should it go through. And he's also committed to holding hearings in front of an independent hearings panel.
Yeah.
So I think he's also, to be fair, he's gone a bit further on that too, isn't he? Because he says in this, as I've said publicly many times, it is important that Aucklanders have robust opportunities to participate in the important process. That goes along with his reference to robust. So that's plural, not just one. So I'm assuming, from a minister who's such a fan of robust consultation, he might have to tone his adjective down a bit if he's talking to Auckland Council, but notwithstanding that, he would be a supporter of pre-notification consultation, if we were to take him at his word here.
Through the chair, I can't really comment on that. We're talking about a process from notification on now. Yep.
So my follow-up question to that is, have we as a council asked, and I'm looking at the letter from the chair and the mayor, have we actually asked for the ability to conduct pre-notification consultation? To Mr. Bishop, given his support for robust consultation and giving everyone a voice, have we actually asked for that?
In our earlier letters, I think February, March, April, we said we would need the legislation by May or June to do the process we would like to do. It did not come. It came in
Okay,
August.
so there's no reference to it in the letter that was sent in September. As far as the process goes, has he decided on how long it's going to be? I mean, we're talking about timeframes here. Has he made a decision on how long that process is going to be?
He's given us an indication. He says he will make final decisions once he's, received our request, which again will happen by the 10th of October, should this go through. So he's identified that he accepts a longer submission process and also about an 18-month process for the whole thing.
Okay, so
he'll make his final decisions.
Right, so in terms of our options, he said, I cannot make formal decisions on the process until after I receive formal notice from the council, and he's approximate in his term and his language that he uses is far along. So that would indicate to me that Mr. Bishop is open to how the process unfolds and to the length of the time of that process. That'd be correct to say that, wouldn't it?
Yes, his letter says that he's considering a process of around 18 months and that he'll make his final decision when he's received the notice, like you say.
All right, so I don't know if other councillors have seen Mr. Bishop's letter, but I think it's very helpful in terms of options for our council going forward.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Oh, thanks, Chair. There's just a couple of questions for clarification. As a lover of special character and heritage, I just wanted for public record. So I'll start with heritage. Can you please confirm that heritage remains a qualifying matter if we move from Plan Change 78 to the new plan?
Through the Chair, yes, it does.
And thank you. And on the reduction of special character areas, my understanding when we asked the question about the removal of some special character areas, there are about 733 that are removed. Can you confirm that 680 of those are directly as a result of legislation to maximise capacity around the CRL stations?
Through the Chair, yes. So particularly Mangawhau and Kingsland stations.
Okay, thank you. And can you also confirm that the last 50 odd were really just responding to submissions on Plan Change 78? Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. Can I come back to the CEO? Following on from earlier questions, it seems a long time ago now, from Councillor Williamson. It's been confirmed to me that in this calendar year, we haven't actually written from Megan Tyler or the Chair or the Mayor on this issue of the yield of 2 million plus properties. Has it entered into, because there's a lot of really good work being undertaken on city deals, has it come up? Has there been any opportunity at all, because I know you're involved with that we have pushed back on that? Because I don't want to get into a deep dive on the 2 million too much, but I really do want to understand that Council has advocated as well as it can on behalf of our communities?
I'm confident that council has advocated as well as it might. No, it's not within scope and hasn't specifically come up in the regional deals discussion. You'll recall there was a memorandum of understanding between ourselves and the Crown that sets out the scope of those discussions, and it excludes this matter. So no, it hasn't come up in that context.
Okay, thank you for the confirmation of that. I've just got a few little questions, just trying to understand the modelling. Does the modelling that we have had presented to us include the granny flat legislation, modelling the numbers that they might provide going into the future, or are these, you know, because most of them are going to be standalone structures, or are they not considered to be dwellings?
Through the chair, I'm just, Sarah, do you? Sorry, granny flat's not included. That was the answer. Thank you. Granny flat legislation, sorry.
Can you provide us with any information around what that might provide?
Wouldn't allowable capacity on those sites be higher than the granny flats anyway? Granny flat would be below the capacity.
Through the chair, no doubt. But of course, the test here is 78 capacity versus the replacement. So one would have to assume granny flats under both. So whatever extra yield there might be, or dwellings capacity through the replacement, there would also be through 78. You're putting the same thing through the model.
No, it was just a question that came up from a constituent. So I wanted to just explore that. So that's very helpful. Where are we at with our employment zone strategy? That was the question I was going to ask before, but Gary, we didn't have the other material. You know, a city isn't just about bedrooms. It needs places to work, create and produce. And where's that plan for us going forward?
Well, I could, through the chair, offer that partial answer, and perhaps colleagues want to jump in. I'd just say, council, you'd be aware that around our local centres where there are jobs related to services in particular, there is more capacity being added, and we find with our forecast that we would expect more of that to be taken up in the replacement plan change than in plan change 78. So we would expect a distribution that is more concentrated around our existing services than otherwise under the replacement plan change.
Has there been any discussion about actually having a formal strategy around that?
Through the chair, I think I'm going to get to my answer to you. Just also wanted to say that a lot of the dialogue and narrative at the moment is around housing and has been for a few years now. Certainly staff, and I know that this council is really understands the critical importance of business land, whether that's industry, you know, commercial. We have a mixed use zone that provides, you know, both for employment and residential. And there in the mixed use zone, it's more prevalent now, and in some areas provides further intensification. So in your broad question, we know it's really important. A lot of the conversation seems to be exclusively about housing, and of course, you know, a great region and a great city needs employment as well as housing. In terms of an employment strategy, when we're thinking about land use zoning, we do work with our Tātaki colleagues and others, particularly in certain locations, like Drury, for example. You know, there was in that southern area. There was a study, and we have been working with them about that. In kind of the northwest area is also an area we know that has both employment, existing employment, but also opportunity for it as well. So I'm not aware that we're working on an employment strategy in and of itself, but it is a fundamental part of creating communities and creating a region.
Right. So we don't have one, is the bottom line. So the next question I've got, and it comes back to Plan Change 78, and it's in the context of the earlier questions that I asked today about what we've learnt from the processes and and perhaps the frustrations that we've been experiencing with delays from ministers and all of that. However, the net impact that it has on the public. So with regard Plan Change 78, can you tell us what that process has cost us so far? Do we have any indication of what it's cost submitters so far? That when we get something wrong or we don't push back hard enough, then what the consequences of that can be?
Through the chair, look, we don't have a cost at this stage, but it is enormous. We know these processes are. So if you added up council's time to both prepare, notify, all of that stuff, but also submitters' time and experts, it's in the millions of dollars if you're adding, everybody's time and cost up.
In the tens of millions or just the millions?
Probably could well be tens of millions, yeah.
Yeah. So the next question I've got then, I have that in the back of my mind, that we have a community that's looking for some certainty and want to participate. So could you just help me? I'm making the assumption that we are going to collectively want to withdraw Plan Change 78 with all its warts, and I'm careful about language about their warts and all. So I've got the process for Auckland Council to withdraw Plan Change 78, and what I'm really wanting to do is to really understand where we are required to make a political judgment, because we need to have all of the information on the table, and I'm looking particularly at Clause 4 of Schedule 3C. So if I look at this process, the first thing is it says, Auckland Council may withdraw all or part of Plan Change 78 by giving public notice of the withdrawal no later than the 10th of October. And that's sort of what we're doing today, right? And then it goes on, and we get on page 71, we get to Auckland Housing Planning Instruments, which is the Plan Change 120 that we're talking about now. Auckland must, no later than the 10th of October 2025, notify the responsible minister in accordance with Clause 75A of Schedule 1 for a direction to use the streamlined planning process to prepare an Auckland Housing Planning Instrument. And that's where I get to what is discretion, what is political, and what is being directed to us. Because I think there's a bit of a gap there. So when a request, that's our opportunity, if we do withdraw Plan Change 78, we can request to the minister is to allow for the council providing a timetable showing him that we could have public notification or public consultation prior to notification. So I'm just really, again, perhaps wanting you to explain to me in a legal sense where we can have that discretion, because when I read 5, it tells me that we have an obligation to go back to him, that as part of that, there could be dialogue with the minister about what we might then wish to do. We've got to respond, but where can we? Perhaps we could have our legal advisors back.
We might, I think Karina and Megan answered that pretty clearly before, but if we could just have an answer again, Megan.
Oh, no, I'll try and answer that, Councillor. So, yes, if we withdraw, if you provisions withdraw, we do need to ask the minister for, permission to use the streamlined planning process. As part of that, we must also have a replacement plan change to cover the one that we've just withdrawn. Now, as part of that direction or that notice to the minister, we need to advise the minister of effectively the key pieces of content, that how are we giving effect to the Act, to that clause in that schedule, how are we giving effect to what the law is asking us to do? So in order to do that, while you're right, and I think Karina answered this last time, earlier in the day, while we don't have to provide a full and complete replacement plan change by the 10th of October, in reality, we do have to have it because we have to understand what the key provisions are and how they then meet the requirements of the Act.
So coming back to my earlier question, I'm not challenging on that 2 million and all of these other things, but in going back to the Minister, I just want to be quite clear and knowing rather than notification, we could actually go back and say, we would like to do some further modelling or we would like to do some further consultation and set some timelines in place. And that's where political judgment and negotiation could take place. And I'm not aware of anything that could prevent that if it was the will of the collective council. And that's why I've been pushing on these matters about what we have actually informed the Minister of what the collective will of council is and whether we have pushed back on issues or not. So could you, in the context of that, could you reply about where that discretion might sit?
So within that context, I think there are real practical issues around that because the very clear intention and expectation is that, and that is both with correspondence that we've had, you know, the correspondence that Councillor Watson was reflecting on, and the Act itself, is that the notification or the withdrawn and notification decision is made. The Minister then sets a direction that says, yes, you can use a streamlined planning process and I'm agreeing to these certain kind of timeframes or whatever. We need to be, in a practical sense, ready to go with the detail of our plan change by the 10th of October. If we took a further time to reconsult or remodel or think about certain other things, we won't be clear about what the replacement plan change actually is and then whether or not it is giving effect to the requirements of the Act, if in fact there's some process by which it could change. So the practical implications of that, in my advice to you, the practical implications don't work, and I think the Minister, and this is clearly, I'm only reading the letter, so I could be wrong, but the Minister, I believe, is quite clear that if we make the decision today, and I'm talking about Minister Bishop, his expectations are that we will notify him of all of this stuff and that he will provide us direction with a notification date of that end of October, as he's kind of set out in that letter. So I think that's something to consider when you're thinking about a kind of a different kind of process.
So in terms of that discretion that we have where we can exercise political judgment and we're not going to be sent to planning prison if we try and do something, in the context of what it has cost by the council not pushing back on Plan Change 78, well, some of us did try, and what it has cost in the millions and millions of dollars, where will this sit if we don't get the parameters right at this stage for a continuation of that millions and millions and millions of dollars? It sounds a bit crude, but we have an obligation to have confidence that we've got it right before we go out for submissions. So I'm asking you around, in a practical way, if you had to provide some options, we know what we have to do, that we're being directed by the Minister, but where is there that discretion that
so
we
I
can...
think Megan has just answered that exact question, but in a different way. So I'm assuming Megan's going to reiterate what she just said.
Yeah,
for the second.
I'm sure I don't need to reiterate what I just said, but I think the other thing, and I need to talk to the chair about this, and we've mentioned a couple of times about the opportunity for council to make a submission on the plan change. So we know that any of the plan changes, whether it's unitary plan or even plan change 78, as much as we tried to make it as good as we could, it was never perfect, and there were always errors and anomalies that happened. So it will be the same this time. If we have the opportunity to make a submission, not on policy matters, so it's not about taking over or changing any of the policy matters, but if we are allowed to make a submission that tries to hoover up and enable us to make these little changes that may not be in scope of submissions, then I think that is probably the most useful thing we can do, and that will obviously flow through at the end of the process as well, and just to make sure that we can capture any of those kinds of changes that we do need to make, as long as they're not changes in policy, because that's your decision, not ours.
Did you invite the Minister to participate in the discussion today if we had queries of him?
Oh, that's not my call.
I'm just asking.
I'm not sure that that would be appropriate, but I will say that we did have cabinet members speak to us, and not a couple months ago, and not one councillor asked questions about this. Minister Bishop was here, but I wouldn't know the mechanism to have a minister come speak Wizard of Oz to us or something. I'm not sure. Right. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. The last questions just I have before we close up, and we're going to go to lunch. It's 2:00. The questions I have on Auckland Transport and Watercare, can I have it confirmed, Megan, that they were very clear that replacement plan change makes a lot more sense from an infrastructure perspective compared to plan change 78?
Yeah, through the chair. It is through the chair. You are the chair. Yes, it is better from an infrastructure perspective. Yes.
Is this plan change, the replacement, the strongest? I don't know, hard to say ever, but will this be the most significant change to planning around hazards and floodplains that we've ever seen, and kind of what we asked for the week after the floods?
Within the methods that we've got available to us, yes.
Thank you. On special character, Megan, the special character areas, so the 72% or something that's remaining, the special character areas that are outside the walkable catchments, are they now far more protected under the placement plan change, because they no longer have the MDRS as an underlying zone, so the test is quite different? Obviously, it's hard to say through the hearings panel, but the test between them is not a site-by-site.
The test for us to be able to use qualifying matters, and this is in section 32 and kind of other parts of the Act, the tests for us to be able to use it outside of walkable catchments is stronger, yes. The protection itself ultimately is the same. It's either a qualifying matter or it's not, but the tests make it easier for us to protect special character outside of walkable catchments. Okay.
And the last question will be, our understanding, speaking to officials and also speaking to the Minister, if we delay this side of it, it will likely condense the time for hearings and decisions at the other end, won't it? That's our understanding.
So again, just on the reading, a little bit linked to Councillor Watson's question, the Minister's obviously considering, as I said, around about 18 months. So again, just understanding from what he's said in the past, that we would expect, I think it's a reasonable expectation to think that he's looking at an 18-month period from kind of notification onwards. If we extend in any particular way any part of that, it will scrunch it at the other end. I don't really expect that we're suddenly going to get 2 years, for example. That's just my reading of his letter and kind of the understanding of some of his commentary in the media.
Cool. And last question, I think, to Gary. Just once again, the 2 million capacity enabled in both plans is the capacity of every single property owner in the city built to the full capacity of height and bulk in all the locations across. So the 2 million would be filling in every single person and every single property that would have housing in it to the top of the capacity allowed.
Yes, with respect to the policy settings under each of the two options.
Thank you. Right, we're going to go to lunch now
Oh, sorry,
for 30
sorry,
minutes. So
just one quick
2:35
question.
would be the time we come back from. We're finished
Megan, I know
questioning.
you were keen to conclude the questions, but I just want to be very clear with Megan, because then that's the end of questions, that when we go back to the minister, we don't have to, as I read it, provide the full plan change. We can say that we wish to do, there can be dialogue around whether we wish to do some more modelling. Can you just confirm that, Megan, because I think there's uncertainty around it.
So my understanding is that by the 10th of October, we don't have to provide the full draft replacement plan change with everything. My advice to you, though, is in order to be able to tell the minister how it gives effect to the law, we do need to know what our replacement plan change is, even if we don't provide him with, the full extent of it. But I hope that answers your question.
So that's judgment. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the staff. That was mammoth effort to answer all those questions, but we will come back in 30 minutes for lunch. So 2:36 we'll be back in this room, and there are sandwiches next door for the committee members. Right, is everyone back around the table? I see everyone's still online, all good? Right. So just to be clear on what is happening from now, the proposed recommendations are moved myself and the Mayor, and then I will speak first, then we will move to the speaking turns of the people who are doing amendments. First one will be Councillor Simpson and Baker, who gave their amendment yesterday to me, and then there is Councillor Fletcher, who has an amendment after that, and then we will go back to general debate. So you have Councillor Fletcher's amendments on the table, and then there is a slight amendment which will be put up, but we'll put it up at the time. We'll send the Mayor's one around. Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor's one.
I haven't got the Mayor's one.
Right. We will get. Okay, I'm happy to kick off. I'll press my own time. But I'm not going to go through the MDRS and Plan Change 78 into huge details. But on January 27, 2023, we had probably one of the most significant natural disasters the city has ever seen. We know that many of our communities were flooded. We knew there was over 10,000 slips across the city. I think it's about around 10,000 properties were affected too. We saw our streets and neighbourhoods turn into rivers. We saw significant damage. I've walked into people's properties where the water level was well above the door frames. There were examples of older people being pushed out of retirement villages in wheelie bins to get them to safety. In my ward alone, there was 69 people that the surf life-saving volunteers saved. We had a significant number of deaths. We had damage to our council property, to our community facilities, and the list goes on. So 6 days after the floods, we had an extraordinary item come to this committee, I think it was February the 2nd or 3rd, to ask for urgent changes to our plans, ask for a written letter to go to ministers to halt or delay Plan Change 78, and to strengthen our qualifying matters and downzone for hazards. We are now 971 days post the floods. So at 6 days post the floods, it was urgent to get something done. And sadly, we're now 971 days since that time, and our community have been asking and asking and asking. I've stood in front of many public meetings where the community are totally bewildered that we are still building, in my opinion, inappropriate developments in floodplains and in hazardous areas. We wrote to the new government again to require them to either delay or give us the powers to downzone. That still didn't happen. We wrote to them again this year. They finally agreed. Minister Bishop finally understood our predicament on the light rail corridor, on the fact this council wanted to remove the MDRS, and the fact we wanted a downzone for hazards. We hoped, and we said in our letters, that we need this by sort of March, April, May, June, if possible, to get the consultation we needed done with our communities. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. The legislation changed in August, but we are where we are. I do want to talk about what Member Hennaday and others have spoken about. This is not just about upzoning. Yes, we are seeing significant upzoning that will be difficult, and it will look over the next 30 or 40 years like quite a lot of change in some of our communities. But as AT have presented to us, as Watercare have presented to us, as our staff have said, the replacement puts housing and capacity where the infrastructure is, where our transport infrastructure is, where the jobs are, where we have already got open space, and we will get more. But what I will say is we have more protections for our special character areas outside of those walkable catchments. Epsom, Herne Bay, Ponsonby, Grey Lynn, Hill Park in Manurewa, Devonport, Northcote Point. These areas will have far more protection than they did under the MDRS. The MDRS being the base zone meant that independent commissioners would have to compare. Is it more important to have 3x3 or is it more important to have the special character? Under this plan, that requirement no longer exists. There is significant downzoning across our city, so around our coastlines, around reserves, around the areas of flooding. There's significant downzoning in Half Moon Bay, Bucklands Beach, Eastern Beach, Cockle Bay, Mellons Bay, Shelley Park, East Tamaki. Almost all of Flatbush goes from 3-storey MDRS to 2-storey MHS. The same goes for the gardens in Manurewa. Huge suburbs in Papakura that are not near the train station go to 2 stories. Same with Hingaia. Pukekohe goes almost completely back to 2 stories and single house without the MDRS divisions. There's Goodwin Heights, Clover Park. Mangere Bridge goes back to 2 stories. There's homes near the Maunga are completely downzoned with no MDRS. Mount Roskill, Green Bay, Linfield, Blockhouse Bay all have significant downzoning in those areas. The downzoning around our coast and reserves are significant. There's sensible downzoning in areas that Councillor Turner talked about. Downzoning in Glen Eden, significant. There's significant downzoning around the foothills of the Waitakere Ranges. There is massive pressure taken off Henderson Valley, Henderson, Te Aratu Peninsula, Rānui, where downzoning takes place because we're removing the MDRS and because we're thinking about flooding. The same goes with Swanson, with Massey. There's the treatment continues to West Harbour, Hobsonville, near the coast in Greenhithe. Much of that is heading back to single house or 2 stories. Places like Castor Bay, Browns Bay, Tor Bay and Murray's Bay have significant downzoning. Like I think we'll probably get submissions saying it's too much. Gulf Harbour goes completely from MDRS down to 2-storey MHS, completely, and single house zoning. There's downzoning around Long Bay. All of Long Bay currently under the Plan Change 78 is MDRS. This goes back to single house and it goes back to MHS. This is significant for our city. This takes away all the upzoned areas and the frustrations that we're hearing from communities without good infrastructure, and it puts it where it should be. We have not touched the Maunga view shafts, despite many speeches from the minister saying we should, but we thought it was important to keep those Maunga view shafts. The evidence in here says we've strengthened our controls around Māori significant sites. We keep all our heritage completely. I could go on and on about this, but I want us to be sure the government has given us an opportunity to be the only council, probably, to remove the MDRS. The MDRS puts housing everywhere, and it's permitted. What this new plan does, is it perfect? Absolutely not. It's not perfect. But many would argue the unitary plan wasn't perfect. Many would argue the special housing areas put in by the previous national government were not perfect. But we are where we are. And this actually gives us the future where we accept that more people will live along our bus stations, live along our train stations, live along our metro centres. That is what this plan does. We do not get to decide to reduce that 2 million. We do not get to decide to not do anything. We do not get to decide to remove both plans and thumb our nose at the government. Because guess what? They have the pen to the next RMA, which, if you remember a couple meetings ago, we put some strong opposition to a lot of the requirements in there. Standardised zoning, standardised catchment, walkable catchments, removing the rural-urban boundary, more green fields without infrastructure. All of those things are coming. So I think that this is our chance to show, A, we can show leadership. We can be clear to our communities today that we no longer want them to wait 972, 3, 4. We don't want to wait thousands of days to downzone our communities to stop inappropriate development in floodplains. So I know there are plans potentially to delay things longer, but actually our community is demanding us to make a decision, show leadership, and choose one of the two plans the government has led us. The government did not have to let us do this. The government did not have to let us remove the MDRS. The government could have let us take many years to do this, and they have given us this opportunity today. And I hope that we can be sensible about the future, allow young people in the city to feel like they can have a house, can have an apartment as their first house, or maybe before they have kids. So in the future, they might move to a different suburb and a house. They might not choose to do that. Myself, the mayor, and others were there in Carrington the other day with the Auckland developments. There was 3-bedroom apartments there, pretty close to the city, for $800,000 or $900,000. That is significantly lower than any house you will buy in the same areas. In the community I live, Northcote, we significantly upzoned that many years ago. The infrastructure has followed, and we have now got people moving into apartments and terrace houses in Northcote, very close to the city, for $600,000, $700,000, $800,000. Do you think that opportunity is there for my son, who's 3 years old, if we don't look to do stuff differently? This is not perfect. I'm not backing everything the minister wants us to do. I'm not backing the fact we had to do Plan Change 78. But we are stuck with the decision today of choosing one, and I will choose the one that our infrastructure providers and our communities say is doing the things that they've been asking us to do for a very long time. Thank you. Right. We're going to go to the amendments, and then we'll come back to speaking. So we've got the first amendment from Deputy Mayor and Councillor Baker. Also, the Mayor is supporting this one, but because he's seconding the overall motion, Councillor Baker will second it. The new system is slightly frozen.
Like the cheese ad, good things take time. Well, maybe I'll just speak to it way. Here we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to put this amendment up. And the Mayor will speak to more of the detail around it, but I'm going to give you the simple version of why I think this is a good idea. If you look at your report on point 3, we have to, by government legislation, enable building heights of at least 15 stories for some apartments around the CRL and walkable catchments. What this amendment is suggesting is that they shouldn't be vertical straight up. We're asking for a bit of a setback so you can have public amenity a few stories up for things like basketball courts, things like barbecue areas, gardens, some public, community amenity for the high towers. And it just stops us going from and I don't like the term, but I just can't think of a better one off the top of my head, a cold it's like straight up, to having a little bit more, you've got to say this in a better way, aren't you? A little bit more open space or community facilities within the building. We see it a lot overseas. I see it especially, I've seen it a lot when I've been in Japan, and they use it a lot for sport. But I think even more in the carbon environment where we're looking for community gardens, things like that, it would be good. And it's supported by staff. I'll head now, if I can, Chair, to the Mayor to back up with the more technical side of it, but that's a simple version. Thank you.
Yep, Mayor Brown.
That's a technical amendment, but basically it means in the walkable catchments within the terrace house and apartment building zone, we have the choice of counting it with a rule of called floor area ratio, or height in relationship to boundary. Height in relationship to boundaries has setbacks so that it removes the risk of everyone being in shadow. If you have the floor area ratio, you get more buildings and more apartments in. But they're kind of like Russian things where there's vertical and there's a gap in vertical, and you wouldn't want to be near those. This is the best chance of achieving things that people actually want to buy. It means we're going to achieve the maximum heights on sites and bake in as much quality as we can. It's very normal on an apartment building, I've built some, to use as much of the site at the bottom levels for car parking and for commercial spaces, shops and restaurants. Then you step in a bit before the tower goes up so that you don't cast shadows on everybody. And on that step in bit there is where you find the swimming pools, that's where you find the tennis courts, so where you find the landscaping. It's what appeals to get people into tall buildings. The floor area ratio squeezes a bit more capacity in, but if you want these things to sell, you've got to have parking and commercial uses in the lower levels. It's a better income for the people who live in tall buildings and much better for the people who live close by them. We've listened. Quality design shouldn't be traded off for capacity targets, which I'm told the models we can meet anyhow. So they'll just give better height to boundary conditions. So particularly if you're next to the other zones, they're not so hard to keep up with. So it's just a sensible way of getting that maximum thing in without actually pissing everybody off.
More sunlight.
Yeah, that's it. No shadow.
Now, and I don't have to speak to the seconder because the mayor's the seconder, but before I get Councillor Baker and Ferry to speak to this, I'm happy to incorporate this into the main set of resolutions. Mainly, and I'll just briefly confirm, this was presented to us. We didn't actually get time to present the second option, and I think it's important that it will slightly reduce our capacity, but it stays over the 2 million, but I think it is very clear that this includes conditions like height to boundary, and I think it would be unfair for us to put the new version in without a lot of time. So happy to incorporate it if that's okay with the seconder, who's the mayor. Yep. So because of that, it means we go back to now we go to the. Do you have a question, Councillor Darby? Yeah.
Thanks. Look, I don't have any doubt that the mover and seconder have checked this with staff, but I just want to make sure the staff have moved away from the table, but I didn't see this circulated earlier. I saw something circulated from Councillor Fletcher and your own recommendations. So I just want to check. The emphasis is on the height in relation to boundary controls, but it does mention the package of planning controls. So I need to ask the staff, to tell us succinctly what's in that package of planning controls. So because we need to be careful here that we're actually not signing up for something which is actually maybe a bit more than what we thought and should be consulted on through the process that's ahead.
Could we get a staff member just to, yeah.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Darby. Through the chair, just wondering if we can bring up the presentation that Megan ran through earlier. Today's presentation from earlier today, and we do have a couple of slides at the end.
I don't need to go over all that again.
Yep.
But
broadly speaking,
my question is, the emphasis is on height in relation to boundary. I know about the podiums and the good design of that. But is there anything in the package of planning controls that should actually be perused through the statutory process that's ahead of us as opposed to now?
Maybe just speak to it if Councillor
Yeah.
Larby doesn't need the...
So just, maybe not, just to come back to that question. So there are two options for the 10 and the 15-storey terraced apartment building zone, as the Mayor has discussed as well. In the August draft, the package included some stronger setbacks from neighbouring boundaries. So to really get the 10 and the 15 stories, you probably need to amalgamate 2 or 3 properties, because it was really at the upper levels beyond 5 or 6 stories, pushing the buildings further back from the boundary. In the version attached to your agenda, between August and now, the team have looked to try and address a number of issues, in particular to see if it might be possible to allow the 10 and the 15 stories on smaller sites, and therefore get some credit for that through the capacity modelling that might assist in achieving the 2 million, or slightly over 2 million. But with that alternative approach that's in the September version on your agenda, it does allow, as the Mayor described, taller buildings, close together, more shadowing, more dramatic sort of change in neighbourhoods than sticking with your August draft, which had a package including the height to boundary of about a 5 stories and then a sort of 60 degree, I think it is, setback, pushing the 6 story and beyond further away, forcing that amalgamation of sites. It also has, the August version, more generous outlook controls from bedrooms, living space, and so on. Those are the 2 probably broad changes, aren't they? The main ones is really the greater outlook from windows under the August version, as per the amendment, and greater setbacks from neighbours. That's the package. There are many other controls, as you'll be well aware, within the FAB zone and the other zones around ground floor outdoor living space, some of the other key controls, landscaping, setbacks from front boundary and so on, but really to probably run through them. Overall coverage control is consistent. That's probably a key one between the August version and the one attached to your agenda, is the coverage control is the same, 50% maximum building coverage. The key difference is how you sort of build up from that 50%. So, and it will absolutely be, I think this is maybe to your next question, the subject of submissions. I think anything to do with this plan change will obviously generate a lot of submissions if it goes through, but the 10 and the 15 story areas and probably the 6 story areas as well, and those package of controls will be tested through submissions, expert evidence. Council will have a chance to re-look at things off the back of submissions, as we do for all aspects of these sorts of plan changes, so it's not the final opportunity to get this absolutely correct. But we think both packages are pretty good. But yeah, there is a question as to if the council isn't enabling the 10 or 15 stores on every single site, as per the August draft, then that may require a qualifying justification, which we believe there is a good qualifying reason to stick with the August version. Whereas the September version is as I mentioned, allowing the 10 and the 15 stories even on very small 500-600 square metre sites, which in reality is unlikely to occur. So hopefully that answers it.
Thank you. Right, so we will go back. You can debate this now, part of the substantive later, but now we will go to Councillor Fletcher's amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I hope everyone has a hard copy in front of them of this amendment, and you'll see in many ways it reflects the intention of what the Chair has already put up in terms of the withdrawal from Plan Change 78, and I think the impassioned speech from the Chair is one that we all share, for those of us who have experienced the trauma in Auckland over recent years. However, what I'm at pains to do is ensure that the mistakes we made with not pushing back hard enough on Plan Change 78 are repeated. And I think there has been some misunderstanding about what Council's absolute requirements are around the notification issue. So we can withdraw, and I was at pains to try and make it clear with the questions, we can withdraw Plan Change 78 today, but we are not required to identify all of the detail of the full plan change today. So in order that we can meet our obligations, we can take and request that we have a little more time. There's still so much that is unknown. In terms of the modelling that we've had around capacity, we still don't know all of the detail that the Centre City Master Plan is actually going to be able to accommodate. And that's why I'm suggesting that we delegate some authority to the CEO, that he can actually oversee some additional work, that there can be some further consultation and community engagement, pick up any errors. I think we owe it to the public to try and get this right. And I detect from those who have contacted me from Parliament that there is the desire to actually have this workable and that there be some good communication. We've got that opportunity in terms of common sense. It is a desperate shame that this is occurring at the same time as we're trying to do a local government election. But we have an obligation to the people of Auckland to try and get this corrected. I'm not trying to change in this the yield that we're looking for or the minister's looking for. It's simply to meet our requirements under his directives, but allow ourselves a little bit more time, some further communication, and that we then go to the public with the plan with a little more certainty about its workability. So I think it speaks for itself. I think it's unfortunate that we have had this imposed upon us. Auckland does need to grow, and certainly I support growth, and I certainly would prefer that it be done in terms of the more compact city approach, and that's all included in this amendment, but it's just giving ourselves a little more time and hopefully being able to resolve any of the outstanding issues that we've heard by way of questions today. And I really implore you to give consideration to this because I think it is the right outcome for Auckland. Thank you.
So speaking to the amendment, Councillor. Oh. Okay, sorry, we'll go to questions of the mover, I think. Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, thank you. Can I just ask a couple of questions? I noticed that you asked for a further 3 months for consultation. If we notify in October, does that, to the Chief Executive, does that break our consultation?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear.
So I'm not sure who I'm supposed to be asking a question to. Whether
of the mover for now, and then.
Oh, okay. The 3 extra months that you want for further consultation, would that be November, December, January?
The reason that I put 3 months in there was that I'm very mindful that it's potentially over the Christmas period. And so I was trying to avoid the pressure, and also because council will not be sworn in. I can't remember the date that the new council will be sworn in. So it was to try and give effect to the time requirements of that, but to be able to give the comfort to the minister that we are really taking this seriously. We are trying to respond favourably, but there are some uncertainties, and it would just allow us to actually have a little bit more time on that.
So I suppose to the Chief Executive, if I may, if we consult November, December, January, are we breaking our rules that we're not supposed to consult over that time frame?
I think, Deputy Mayor, you're talking to council's own custom and practice in terms of consultation processes, correct? Yes, but of course those are self-imposed. That's self-imposed guidance. There's nothing that kind of regulates that beyond your ability to decide what's wise. I mean, generally speaking, I'd have to advise you against consultations that run through the Christmas, New Year
early January period for obvious reasons.
I mean, I do get the point that we're missing a step that we haven't had, so I understand where councillor's coming from. My next question is, if we take 3 extra months, does that shorten the time that Aucklanders have to have their say?
So
noting that the 18-month period is the period that we've been given, does that shorten it?
So the minister, I spoke to the minister this morning, I think the mayor has too, that whatever we take at the beginning will not be extended. So we would shorten our hearings and shorten time for decisions. So, yeah.
You asked your question, I'll ask mine, right? Yeah. Okay.
On that, may I respond? You may recall that it was at the last policy and planning meeting that we had discussing this matter that I was the one that was attempting to identify what the process was going to be. And at the time I called for submissions and further submissions and so forth in hearings. And we didn't get satisfaction on the day and they've come back. My understanding is from talking to some of the Auckland-based MPs that there is definitely a desire to try and work our way through this in a way that can bring parties together. And why I asked the question whether or not the minister was going to be online today was to ask these very questions. Now, it would appear that the mayor and the chair, Councillor Hills, might have spoken to the minister today, but I think we're all entitled to speak to the minister on this one, and I think it can be one of those points of negotiation and discussion once we actually make the decision to withdraw on Plan Change 78.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the mayor and the chair, because I think what I'm hearing is legally we don't have to, but if we don't, what will the minister do? And if you've had that conversation, both of you, I'd like to know what the answer to that question is, please.
Okay, basically, I'm not in favour of this amendment, as you may well have gathered, but it's not adding time, it's taking time away. We've got till the 18 months to get this thing to the final thing there. I want to get on with it now so that there is sufficient time for the public to raise questions. And it reduces the time for public input from people like the people at St Mary's Bay who don't specifically like bits of it. You're just taking that time away from them, and I think that's completely wrong. The Minister has made it quite clear, if we don't make a decision today, he will. And so I've been against Wellington having more input and things, not for it. And so just kicking down the can down the road because you feel that you don't want to make a decision now is not serving in the interests of Auckland. It's just dithering. We want to give the people the time for a proper hearings process. And on the 2nd of February 2023, we voted to commission work to do everything we possibly could to look out for our planning following the flood settings, which MDRS wouldn't help. 6 days after the weekend floods, myself and councillors moved and seconded that, and we've got on with this. We requested straight after that a chance to delay Plan Change 78 so we could get on with managing. And dithering another 3 months is just another 3 months for some people to build houses in the wrong place. So make a decision now, today, and we will also give the most time for the people to raise those questions about little bits that may be wrong. The overall thing is to do intensification, sensible places down the transport. We might have got a bit wrong on some other little bits here and there. That's what we want to give the public a chance to have that opportunity to say those things. You're just stealing that off them in order to dither around. It's quite clear what the Minister said. If we don't make the decision, he will.
So point of order, Mr. Chair. Are we in questions or in speeches?
Well, there's not really standing orders for questioning, but we can continue to ask questions, or we can just move to debate on the item. But that
was a question. There was an answer to a question.
There was a So
does the minister? What did the minister say today? I gave you what he told me.
Thank you. Right. Any other questions? Okay. Sorry,
I'm still quite, because I'm really concerned about it now, I thought that this would not take time out of the period, that this would be an addition to that. But
Megan-
you're telling us that he is, I mean, there's a different answer you're giving. Either we make a decision or he will. We are going to make a decision today, there's no question of it. But is he saying if we made a decision that put a bit more time frame for this to be done, then he'll just take it off the public submission time?
Well,
So
the
can-
announcement
so
from the
can-
minister was that 18 months' time we will have that.
But he has said that he'll take it
So
off.
there's the 18 months. So we did it around here. That's the amount of time left for the people of St Mary's Bay
This
to
could
raise
not
their
be
voice.
done in addition.
Doesn't go on 18 months. It doesn't go past 18 months.
Both Karina, both legal and Councillor Williamson, both legal and Megan several times said we need to provide a plan and show everything in it to withdraw. And then we've already been told that the minister is wanting it 18 months from the 3rd of November or whatever date. So we have the date is clear. We pushed to not have the notification date. The original legislation said notification October 10, and we said there's no way we could do that. And they said make a decision to notify and withdraw. So you can't do parts of one decision. Anyway, we're getting question. That was what we've had today. So we have one more question from Councillor Ferry, and I think it's best we debate the amendment.
Kia ora, thank you. So I have two questions. One is, I guess I've felt like this, while there are legal issues here, this is actually in its heart a political process, and I'm interested in the movers' understanding of our power to actually negotiate and discuss this further with the minister when the changes to the RMA amendments give him quite an unprecedented amount of power. I don't like that, but that is the situation we're in terms of calling the shots around this. So how do you anticipate that negotiation or discussion with the minister going, particularly given what we've just heard from people who have talked to the minister about this today, which to my mind indicates not a lot of flexibility at his end? And then I have one other question, please, which might be a question for staff, sorry.
I think what you need to keep in the back of your mind is the political judgment that we must all exercise on the basis of all of the information we've received. As I said earlier, I think there has been some fundamental misunderstanding about the actual power that we have in this situation. I was not and am not persuaded that this is going to cut off the amount of time that it will give us for the process. But what I have heard today is that good practice would suggest some consultation before notification, and I think this gives us an opportunity to give effect to that. And I have confidence in our CEO that this could be calmly managed. It's just unfortunate that we have the election falling smack bang in the middle of it. And I don't think it's actually drawing out the best outcomes for Auckland. This just gives that little bit of time, and I hope you can support this.
So can I just clarify then very specifically, what interaction have you had with the minister who is the decision maker here that gives you the impression that he's going to act as you think he's going to act?
I think we're getting into a process of Chinese whispers. So what I had asked and have consistently asked for the last 6 months is what formal communication has there been between this council, through the chair, through the mayor, and through the senior officers of council on those matters of pushback. And to what I have established is that there have been none. What we are hearing today is the hearsay from the chair of the committee and from Mayor Brown. It would have been helpful to have had some of this information in writing beforehand, but ultimately you are going to have to exercise your best judgment in the interests of Auckland.
Thank you. I think we'll go. We are very much debating now, so I'm going to go.
Sorry, I do have one technical question,
Okay.
which might be more for staff. So what would this mean for E36, those floodplain changes, which, as Phil said, would bite from notification? so it would start to reduce the ability to develop in those floodplains. What would happen if this amendment goes through? Would they be delayed?
It would, both this and MDRS provisions would be delayed at least another 6 months, but who knows what, this is not we don't know what the legal process is, so it could be longer than 6 months.
Okay, thank you.
Right, so could I please have anyone who'd like to debate the amendment?
I'm not sure I hold the same view as when I said I seconded it. And the length of time after.
Okay. Councillor Watson then.
Okay, well, what an extraordinary situation in light of what we heard from our director today, that pre-notification consultation is best practice, is good practice. I thought it would have been especially good practice when we're considering the extent of the changes that are proposed to Auckland for the next 30 years and beyond, and in light of the reservations our own staff have made very clear to us in this paper about challenges, which is a euphemistic way of really saying concerns in terms of the reduction in special character areas, the possibility of every site for the 10 to 50 stories resulting in poor design outcomes, the THAB zone, concerns about increased shading and dominance impacts, the ability to engage with Aucklanders prior to developing the draft replacement plan, which is what we're debating now, and the disconnect between infrastructure readiness. So we have a proposal of a huge scale, but with real concerns. I mean, the kindest thing you can say about, the PC 78 and the replacement plan changes, which is the least worst option. That's about as enthusiastic as you can get. As far as this specific amendment goes, though, by Councillor Fletcher, as it goes to further consultation, 3 months, I'm going to go by what the Minister said, not the kind of, he said, passed on via multiple people, because he's quite clear. The Minister is very clear in his communication of 16th of September. That's about a week ago. I don't think it comes much more recent than that. So what does Mr Bishop say? First of all, he's a big fan of local voices at the centre of decisions on Auckland's growth. That would seem to me to indicate that he's keen to make sure Aucklanders have their fair say. Here's a quote. As I've said publicly many times, it is important that Aucklanders have robust opportunities, plural, to participate in this important process. So, if we are to take Mr Bishop at his word, he's in favour of a very robust process, Aucklanders having multiple opportunities, as you would expect in a change of this significance. So the general tone of Mr Bishop's communication is one who wants a very thorough process. He wants Aucklanders involved, and we heard from our own director that such a process would inevitably involve a consultation with the public pre-notification. You can only assume that Mr Bishop would support that. As far as some of the other assertions go in respect of the 18 months, no, he hasn't said 18 months. He said around 18 months. There's a big difference. And 3 months isn't much of a difference. That's around 18 months. So he's put that in black and white. What he's also said is, I cannot make formal decisions on the process until I have received the formal notice from Auckland Council. So he hasn't decided on the exact process yet. This is an ideal time for us, if we're interested in making our pitch on behalf of Aucklanders, given the concerns that have been articulated, and given that a lot of people actually have no idea what's in store for them. They have no idea because it hasn't been very well publicised. And I guess if I was one of those people, because what's become very clear to me is that this is our plan change. This is Auckland Council's plan change. So if it's our plan change, I want to have some say in the process and the ability to engage with Aucklanders, because that's what people would expect. We see a phenomenal turnaround in the increase in density. So if we look at the current AUP, we essentially double mixed housing urban 3x3 and THAB. Double, it goes up to 70%. That becomes a predominant zoning in Auckland, and simultaneous to that, we have the plummeting in the single house zone, which basically goes from 18 to 11%, and the mixed housing suburban zone just falls away to about a third of what it currently is. They're big changes for people. People have a right to get an understanding before a formal submission process. Formal submission processes aren't all that friendly to the public at large. We know that, and you know, arguably to do it properly, you need quite some significant financial resource. So I see nothing in Mr. Bishop's written words that would indicate that are at odds with Councillor Fletcher and Williamson's desire to have a pre-notification consultation that allows these issues to be properly aired and does the right thing by all the Aucklanders that are out there and who will, in almost every case, be affected by this.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Yes, I support Councillor Fletcher's amendment because I think it's a good faith attempt to try and rescue a very poor plan, a flawed plan, and a deeply flawed process. I mean, who dreamed up the idea of the council having to make this decision during the local government interregnum? Would the minister have dreamed up that idea? I don't know. We'll leave that question hanging. But obviously, rushing such a significant plan through in decent haste, given the significance of it, the scale of it, and the import of it, is just not acceptable. Where is our duty of care to the people of Auckland? Where are our obligations to the community under the Local Government Act? And in terms of RMA, where is our response to people and communities in Section 5, which is at the core of this Act? The Act, of course, is going to be repealed. We've been told by several governments that it's going to be repealed, but it hasn't yet. The governments themselves have been repealed. So it's still with us, and therefore we have a legal obligation to actually respect all of it, not just cherry-pick parts of it, to engineer an outcome that goes against the interests of the vast majority of Aucklanders. The rationale for what we are doing today keeps changing. A few years ago, Plan Change 78, we were told, we were advised, councillors should support, was an excellent plan, and it was going to help solve the housing affordability question, which of course it hasn't, and neither will this. In fact, to be fair, the MDRS actually, in terms of its scope, was more likely to result in affordable dwellings than the approach this plan is taking, which essentially is about intensification, and by that I mean high-rise, and in particular intensification and high-rise in very commercially desirable areas. That's not about affordability, that's about profits. And this is what is the problem with this plan. I'll illustrate, the Herald itself has pointed out, there is land available in Kingsland and around Mangawhau, which would be ideal for intensification. Of course it is. It's already been zoned for that, but it's been land banked. The Herald doesn't mention that, and that's a problem we're dealing with if we're sincere about affordability. I have to say that if we do not amend the process here, we're going to end up with a plan which will be very damaging for the people of Auckland. It will mean that some privileged people will be facilitated in profiting, but the amenity for thousands of Aucklanders will be damaged and their property rights downgraded. This amendment is an attempt to try and rectify a bad plan by putting in a more of a conventional process to do what we should have done all along, bring in the people of Auckland, pre-consult with them, which is best practice in terms of planning, issues and options, discuss it with the people of Auckland, hear what they are saying, not trying to roll through a damaging set of proposals in a record time. It's just not acceptable, and if we don't take the advice of Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Williamson and persist with what the Chair wants to put through, that will damage not only the reputation of this council, it will also blow back on the hapless minister who's somehow been talked into going along with this, probably because of his own, I won't say that, his own self-belief, but it's a deeply flawed approach, and he would be wise to intervene himself to stop the council doing damage not only to the council and to the government, but most importantly, damage to the ratepayers of Auckland. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora. I want to turn first to a comment that Councillor Fletcher made in response to my question about whether she'd had any indication from the Minister. And that was the accusation that what we have heard from the Mayor and Councillor Hills today was hearsay. Now, hearsay implies that something is a rumour that may or may not be true. It has quite a strong negative implication. You're talking about a conversation here that the Mayor and Councillor Hills have had directly with the Minister. So I'm really concerned that you've basically accused them of lying about their conversation with the Minister, and I think that needs to be addressed at some point because that's a pretty serious allegation. The next thing I wanted to mention is that this amendment is actually quite messy. So what we're saying in B is that the Minister has to approve that further consultation and engagement. This is why I asked if there had been any discussion from the mover with the Minister about this that gave her any indication that he would say yes, because we have a strong indication from direct conversations that our Mayor has had with the Minister that he's not going to say yes. So what happens if we pass this and he says no? We have no further way forward on this. If we pass this and the Minister says no, as he's perfectly entitled to do under the B that is proposed. Say he does say yes. I think that's unlikely. We've heard from two people who've had a direct conversation with him that he's likely to say no. But say he does say yes, and then we get to C. We are then delegating to staff. Not us deciding today as we would be. We're delegating to staff to sign off on the final deal after any consultation, not us. I don't like being disempowered in that way. I also, the point that we all, I don't think there's any disagreement that any of us around this table would rather not be doing this in an election campaign. I haven't heard anyone say that they're like, yeah, yay, I'm so glad we're doing this right now. I've also not heard anyone say they're happy about the time frame on this, whether it was happening, last year or this year, that we are having to do this so quickly. These are acknowledged truths, but they're also the reality that we are in. There's a huge risk if people support this amendment, firstly, that the minister says no, and then we have no way forward. Secondly, that he says yes, but there are caveats to that, such as the ones that we've heard directly, that he actually gives Aucklanders less time in the submissions and hearings process as a result. That's a highly likely outcome. So I cannot support this. And finally, I can't support it because it will delay the really important flood measures we need for E36. And we don't know when they would be able to apply. And yeah, I met with people in Sandringham on Friday night, and E36 is not perfect. We haven't got there yet, but any delay to that puts more people in risk of flooding. We could have another major storm anytime we like. Well, we don't like. And it puts people at risk. So I can't support this, and I think it's messy and doesn't do what it says it wants to do.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I think we all just need to cut everybody a bit of slack here. I have great sympathy for where Councillor Fletcher is coming from. She's just concerned about the rush and she wants a little bit more time. If we had known of your amendment yesterday, Councillor Fletcher, I think we would all have got a little bit more certainty. But we didn't. We didn't know until this morning, which is why we've got the Mayor and the Chair talking to the Minister and you thinking this and somebody else thinking that. So I do have a huge amount of sympathy for you. And in a perfect world, we would all like a little bit more time, but we haven't got it. There are a couple of things that bother me. First of all, B, approve in principle. It is not replacing one plan with another. Now, I know legally that potentially that is the case, but we also know that the Minister, and I've spoken directly to the Mayor about this, the Minister says if you're going to remove one plan, you have to replace it with another. So in principle doesn't work. It's not an approval. It's not an approval. I also share, with the greatest respect to the Chief Executive, that as a representative around this table for Auckland, the decision should finally sit with elected members and not with staff. So I greatly appreciate that the Chief Executive could do the extra work, but I think it's important for us to be more over that. The next thing that bothers me is it's a 3 months over the Christmas period, and that goes against, yes, I know it's self-imposed, but it is a very difficult time for people to have their say. So what's my outcome? My outcome is for the people of Auckland to know as soon as possible what a draft replacement plan would look like so they can have their say. I get questions all the time. What does it mean for my street, my suburb, and they don't know. They don't know the final, where we've got to today. So I want to get that out as soon as possible. I want to give Aucklanders as much time as possible to come back and start the consultation or the submission process. And that happens in an elongated, longer period of 7 weeks to the 19th of December. I also want to stop as fast as possible building in areas we know at high risk of floods. And this would slow that process down. So I'm sorry, Councillor Fletcher. I want to give Aucklanders as much time. I really do. I really do understand where you're coming from. And I think there's been a little bit miscommunication between where you wanted to go and where the Minister sits, what the Mayor and the Chair have been talking to the Minister about. I think if we'd all got a little bit ahead of ourselves, we could have solved this a bit quicker. But it has been a rush in lots of ways. I think your intention is honourable, but I think practically we are actually putting ourselves at risk that we might hand it to the Minister to have more powers than I think he should have, respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thanks. With respect, I won't be supporting the amendment either. And I agree with the Mayor's comments. I think that the Mayor really nailed it. I'm not happy about the time frame, but at the same time, I just can't accept an argument that there's any kind of rush job here. People are holding public meetings, literally holding public meetings. They're writing to their councillors, they're lobbying their councillors. There is a wide awareness in the city of what is happening today. Hey, thanks guys. So I'm not sure we've got people here that are very aware of what we're talking about. So I'm not sure extra time would make a difference to understanding in the community. People understand just fine. Proponents to the amendment also have a bit of a maths problem here. So firstly, as the Mayor covered, if it cuts into it, that's a huge problem. The Mayor talked about that. I don't need to add into that. But the Mayor has said, the Minister has said that he's not adding on extra time. So he's not adding on that extra 3 months. And thank goodness for that. Because a lot of you guys out there, we're all on the streets, we're talking to our constituents. My constituents are saying they want us to stop building in floodplains right now. We should have done this yesterday. So I am not allowing 3 more months for people to do it. We need to do it now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So there's no more speakers. I'll just quickly say to Councillor Fletcher, yes, it would have been... Okay. Councillor Turner.
I just want to make the comment that I sit here listening to us talking about not building in floodplains, and then in the next breath we talk about engineering ourselves away from intolerable risk to life in houses in properties we've purchased after being flooded and put them back on the market. So again, it seems irrational to me. I will be supporting this amendment. I was undecided a few moments ago, but I'll be supporting this amendment because we need to take this steady. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, we're not, just to be clear, that the whole point of the buyout process is to reduce risk to life. If there is possibilities for a property, part of a property to be used again to make it safe, under these new rules, which will be strongest rules we've ever had, then that may happen. But that is not what we are doing, Councillor Turner. And to just this point, very briefly, yesterday we sat in chairs and the Mayor and Chairs meeting, Councillor Fletcher, I spoke about the item. No one brought it forward to myself or the Mayor that there would be an attempt to delay, and so I'm just not sure where we're heading. And this adds so much uncertainty because an in-principle decision is not a decision. I'm not even sure that we could take an in-principle decision to remove Plan Change 78 with the requirements we have to show the Minister to be allowed to remove Plan Change 78 will even exist. And there's no meetings of this council until November. And then we would also require the Chief Executive to somehow reform our plan post-consultation. It is a very bizarre process that would happen. The only thing we could do, because I did only have this morning, once I saw this amendment to our staff, the only thing the Chief Executive could do is find capacity elsewhere, and he would do it based on the policies we've already passed. So it would be disingenuous of us to go and say that there would be much change. The process is, as we wrote to the Minister, he came back to us and said between the 3rd of November, 19th of December, the public will have their say, then there will be hearings, local boards will be able to present to those hearings. Got a clause going on the Chair's Recs that will allow us to make a submission on all the things that we think need changing or improving, and that is what we will do, and then that will be the Minister who decides all of that process. Anyway, all those in favour? By division.
Thank you. Through the Chair, members are voting on the amendment on your screen. Chair Hills.
No.
Hakura Member Ashby.
No.
Councillor Baker.
Against.
Councillor Bartley.
No.
Mayor Brown. No. Deputy Chair Dalton.
No.
Councillor Darby.
No.
Councillor Ferry.
Against.
Councillor Filipina.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Councillor Foley.
Against.
Hakura Member Hanare. No. Councillor Henderson.
Against.
Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Councillor Leone.
No.
Councillor Newman.
Yes.
Councillor Sayers.
No.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
For.
Councillor Turner.
For.
Councillor Walker,
Yes.
Councillor Watson,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
15-8 carried. Oh, lost, sorry.
15 votes to 8.
Speed bubble. We like it, yeah, it's good.
So you'll see by the new system, it's quite clear. Right, so there are no other amendments that I know about. So we'll go back to the substantive. Oh, sorry, and just to clarify from our conversations earlier, and I thought it was automatic that we had the ability to submit, but it is just, don't know if we've got it on screen, but there is an additional rec that I'm adding because I thought it was automatic, we got the right to, but what was the wording, sorry?
Did that show 9:15? 8:15. 8:15.
8:15, yeah. Sorry. I'm just going to read it out. Sorry, apologies.
So we need
Apologies, everyone. We're just getting. It was a very non-sexy addition. Here it goes. Delegate authority to the Chief Executive to approve a council submission on Plan Change 120 that does not include policy shifts but includes and is not limited to addressing any errors, anomalies that are identified following notification. So that is a process we did through the unitary plan as well. It was, so it's not there yet. It's M. M? Oh, but it's not up there. Sorry, it happened through a discussion earlier around an answer to someone that yes, we could put in a submission to improve and apparently it needed a recommendation. I thought it was automatic, but it's not. Can we please show it on the screen?
Yes, it's coming.
Oh, sorry. It's a new system and I am being
Sorry, we only
impatient.
just got it a few minutes ago.
All good. So it's there, down the bottom. It's just basically saying that we can do a submission to the process. Cool, thank you. Now back to, I opened and now everyone has an opportunity to speak.
No, Councillor Newman had reserved his.
Councillor Newman, I think you wanted to speak, sorry.
No, not necessarily, not right now.
Okay. Councillor Lee.
Yet, my community objects to this plan change, and I've touched on the reasons, but essentially what lies at the core of it is the right of Aucklanders, Auckland ratepayers, to the peaceful enjoyment of their homes and properties. And by proceeding with this plan change for the people in my electorate, that peaceful enjoyment is being put under threat by the council they pay for. Special character areas are to be reduced by nearly 25% in this plan, given the status quo in the unitary plan, which is a significant loss of our built heritage. That means that it's not just the heritage that is destroyed, but the security and the well-being of people who currently live in those old homes, knowing that at any time a property developer could come along and put up a 15-storey tower that could block their light or their view, or perhaps both. I was reading the other night about the Byzantine Emperor Theophilus in the year around 800 AD in Constantinople, the Eastern Roman Empire. And the emperor was processing from one end of Constantinople to the other, as he did every week, and he was stopped by an elderly widow who complained to the emperor that his own relation, I think it was his brother-in-law, was expanding his palace, so much so to block all her light. And the emperor responded by having his brother-in-law tear down the palace. And I think we should take an example from that. There have been a number of reasons why our advisors, expert advisors, now want to dispense with Plan Change 78, which they've spent hundreds of millions of dollars on, and other people, including people in my constituency. They want to dispense with that and replace it with this plan. Natural hazards has been something we've heard a lot of just recently, but before that, we had the message from the Minister about sustainability doesn't count anymore, sustainable management. It's property rights that count. But as things have unfolded, we're hearing less about property rights for obvious reasons. And then we heard in the workshops a pitch about productivity. This is going to help productivity. But coming from an organisation, with all due respect, like Auckland Council and Auckland Transport and the CRL, productivity and the roads being dug up for months or years at a time, productivity doesn't sort of ring that well either. And of course, we don't hear anything at all, hardly a thing about affordability. And of course, you couldn't really pitch an affordability message to luxury high-rise on the northern slopes overlooking the harbour. It wasn't so long ago, members, that we came under a lot of pressure from private interests and even the Mayor to remove the ports of Auckland and let's have high-rise buildings down there. Now, that was not feasible for a number of reasons and it went away. So now the luxury high-rise has now appeared on the heights of Parnell and St Mary's Bay. And so that's why we probably don't hear so much passion about all of this deregulation is about affordability. Of course, it's not. Now, the fundamental flaw in the whole plan, apart from the undue haste, indecent haste, is the 2 million extra consented dwellings. And that figure, no matter how often you ask for the reasons, cannot be explained. And therein lies the problem. Because if it can't be explained, one has to consider why is it still there? Why are intelligent professional people still trying to justify it? And I have to give my own interpretation. 2 million extra dwellings is a deregulation measure to deregulate the property market, not to achieve affordability, but to give the vested interest, the property developers, the maximum scope to pick and choose the best parts of Auckland for them to make money and to hell with the consequences for the Aucklanders who live in those areas. And that's why I have to oppose this plan for them, but also for the reputation of this council. This will be something which will not be looked back with any sense of pride whatsoever. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Turner. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. I still just struggle with the word planning, and you know, in looking through all this stuff the other day and talking to people, I came across the new CRL timetables when the train gets going, and in West Auckland it is terrible. The train is not going to go to Grafton, it's not going to go to the hospital. Everybody from West Auckland is going to have to go to the city, as far as I read all the timetables, and then change trains. And yet here I see the biggest green blobs for uprise around the Henderson train station. Again, I've listened to everybody. I thank everybody for your inputs and all the staff, and I sit here flip-flopping backwards and forwards, but at the bottom of the day, I'm just trying to make sense out of what I'm seeing here. I don't have faith that that what we say yes to here actually ends up in sensible outcomes in the community. It's more often than not been that way in my lifetime. So I'm still a little undecided if someone else speaks, but I'm not happy with this plan, as I said in the beginning. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
I'm a bit gutted that for our largest city in New Zealand, we don't want to get the parameters right. I feel, given all of the pain that Auckland's been through in recent times, and I am so full of regret that I didn't fight more viciously over Plan Change 78. Some of you weren't around at that time, but for those of us who tried to put up some questions around the issues that have subsequently come to pass, we were ridiculed. We were told people are sleeping in cars, just get on with it, you know, where's your courage, da-da-da-da-da. And a stitch in time saves 9. So I'm not wanting to rub your noses in the fact that you chose not to think about natural hazards back in August 22. I just want to learn from that history that we have a responsibility to try and get it right. And to that end, I think we've got to learn from the mistakes of the past. We didn't push back hard enough. Where was our leadership at that time? And where is our leadership now? We haven't been a good negotiator on that. If we had been a better negotiator, we probably would have had discussions with the Minister around sequencing growth. There might have been better outcomes. It isn't a question of growth versus no growth. We're all wanting to support growth, and I think the majority of us sitting around this table want to see that intensification. As somebody who's been at the forefront of pushing for the CRL, it's always been intended that we had greater intensification in and around those stations. So this isn't surprise, surprise, surprise. We've always known that, but we assumed common sense would mean we'd be having good discussions with the government of the day and making sure that we allowed for growth in a sensible, sequenced way. The elephant in the room continues to be this 2 million. And I, for the life of me, cannot understand why there is nothing on the public record, nothing in writing about this council in this term, this year, pushing back on that. I feel really despondent for Auckland. The choice is really simple. You know, it didn't take, it just required us to take a little more time, and to be calling taking time to get a plan right dithering, I find really offensive in actual fact. But approve this flawed plan today and own the consequences. I would have asked you to have the courage to demand better.
Councillor Watson. Oh, sorry, I need to do an extension of time. I'll move. Councillor Walker will second. All those in favour? Any opposed? Cool, thank you. Councillor Watson.
Yep, thanks. I'll try and be brief here. At the start of the Super City, there were a number of commentators, such as people like Peter McShane, who talked about the potential for the new entity, for the new council to actually challenge the government. That was the phraseology at the time, that this new superstructure might in fact be a rival to the government. They didn't have really worried, had they? And I think today's really shown that very graphically. And in fact, our own report writers say that. If we go to our own agenda, point 18, successive governments have chosen to directly intervene in council's planning role through legislation and national policy statements. The MDRS was a bipartisan requirement that came into force without warning for impacted councils. It is expected that this intervention by governments will continue into the future. This appears to be a new political norm. Well, that's a new political norm that we have reinforced, bolstered, contributed to today. They're going to keep doing it, and our significance will accordingly wane. It's very clear today, you know, we're adopting the least worst option. Our own officers have said that. I wrote it down, some of the comments from some of our senior planners. This outcome is suboptimal. It's not the plan change we would choose to advance. We know that. So, great. That's what we're going out to the people of Auckland with. That and massive upswing in intensification and, you know, just... a plan is a little bit of a misnomer, really, because this intensification is just going to peppercorn across. There's going to be a bit here, a bit there, a bit there, a bit in the next place. And some of the parts in my ward, the new zoning's jumping a zone. So it's not just going up one zone, it's going from single house site to mixed housing urban. You know, nearly the majority of Whangaparāoa Peninsula has got that. It used to be single site. So the consequences on the ground once this rolls out, and we've seen it already in parts of our ward, you know, they're going to be devastating for the communities. And you know, this time of year, a lot of us are out walking around, and what struck me as I've been walking around the road is actually how much the planning was better under the legacy council. You could see an amenity, you could see some thought into the wider living space, and this is in areas where there was intensification. I look in places like Millwater, Long Bay, Albany, that must have been largely the legacy North Shore Council. There was some thought into the planning rather than just this cram it in, rack up the intensification, as if that's a substitute for sound policy. That if we're talking about affordability and all the commentary that we heard today, we'd never had anything said about the home ownership rate. Isn't this all meant to be about the home ownership rate? Isn't that meant to be a fundamental part of living in New Zealand? Is what used to be able to own your own home. The home ownership rate over succeeding decades has plummeted in Auckland from 75% in the 70s and 80s down to about 59% now. The unitary plan, I remember in 2016 sitting here and seeing the impassioned pleas of people about, you know, providing housing for young people and how apartments would open things up. And so the home ownership rate hasn't improved. It hasn't improved, and it won't improve under this too, particularly in those areas that are desirable and even in areas not so desirable, where one house in our ward, one house of 1.4 million gets bowled, and you get 3, 4, 5, 8 houses of 1.2 or 1.3. There's no benefit to those near half of Aucklanders who are shut out of home ownership. If it was transforming that figure, I'd even go along with it, but I know it's not. So instead, we've got this planning mishmash imposed on us from Wellington, and our response is just to go along with it. To just go along with it. There's been no resistance. There's been the old chestnut rolled out there of this is what we have to do. We can't do anything about it. Well, if that's the case, we might as well go to Mr. Bishop and say, take over the planning of Auckland, because you're doing it anyway. At least then you might escape the political accountability of it. So next time I'm down in Eastbourne, I'll get that day's Bay ferry across, and I'll see if I can jack up a meeting with Mr. Bishop and tell him that.
Kia ora, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. As one of the key Aucklanders that took Auckland through the terrible events of 2023, I want to do everything in my power to be able to downzone in areas that we know that are high risk of flooding. If it has been 971 days, Chair, and I'll take your maths as right on that one, we've taken 972 days too long to get to where we are. So I'm against Plan Change 78, majorly for its inability to be downzoned in high-risk flooding areas. But I'm also against Plan Change 78 because of its mass across-the-board intensification. And I know that my local MP, Brooke Van Velden, has been to constituents in my ward that are very upset that properties are right boundary to boundary being built so close you could almost shake hands with your neighbour. So that I want you to be very clear that my vote today is rejecting Plan Change 78. But I believe that we need to prove to the Minister, and I'm taking your word and the Mayor's word on that, that we've got to replace it with something else. Do I like the speed of this? No, I don't. Do I like the timing of it? No, I don't. Do I think the theory is right to intensify around major transport routes, including the CRL? Yes, I do. But do I think we have it right with the plan that we're replacing? No, I don't. But what I do want is to give Aucklanders as much time as possible to have their say. I want them to understand what the government direction is. I want them to see the draft plan and have their say for their street, their suburb, their local board area, their ward, and their city. Now, we've had a bit of a success. We've had a longer period, almost 7 weeks, November 3 to 19, for that submission process to start. Then we'll have, inside that time, we'll have new local boards sworn in, and they will strongly be involved in the process going forward. And I covered that in my question, so I won't repeat myself. But at the end of the day, I think we will come back after the hearings with an opportunity to accept or reject what the commissioners say. So we will be in charge. And I want to make sure we remain in charge of this planning destiny. And in conclusion, I will just say one more time, do I think we've got it right now? No, I don't. But I do want Aucklanders to stand up, have their say, and let's listen to them first. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Henderson. Thanks, Chair. And firstly, I want to acknowledge yourself, Councillor Dalton and staff. Thank you so much for working so hard on this and at a really difficult time in the term. I'm going to support this today because I'm happier with the direction that this is taking us. And I think it does move the city forward in several key ways, but I'm also reminded of the old saying that the perfect is the enemy of the good. I have real reservations about special character area, and I'll touch upon that a bit later, but I hugely support stopping building in floodplains. I strongly support more housing along rapid transit for a more connected city. And I'll just say this plan change does allow more sustainable planning in West Auckland, where there's bugger all intensification to take more growth. And if you vote against this, I would advise you're voting against something, downzoning in places like Te Aratu and Glen Eden. Those people will not thank you, I'll tell you that. As part of today, it was asked why now? Well, like many of my colleagues, I've dealt with the flood-affected residents on the ground over this term, still do. There are people that have lost their homes. There are people that can't sleep when it rains. This is a message to them that we cannot turn back the clock. All we can do is try and help now. All we can do is promise as much as possible that the mistakes of the past that have been building up over decades won't happen again. If you vote against this, you risk continuation of building housing in floodplains, causing insult to present Aucklanders and injury to future ones. I need to talk about affordability because that's come up and some people have said, contrary to Year 9 economic understanding, that adding supply doesn't affect house prices. Come on. Since just 2005, average house prices in the city have gone from 5.8 times income to 7.8 times income. We've been advised clearly that allowing more homes has the effect of stabilising house prices and in some cases reducing them and making homes more affordable for Aucklanders, and that is our duty to do that. We've had evidence today of demand where it's highest in Central Isthmus. Brought the map up, remember that one, guys?
We've had evidence that the very best land in the city for existing wastewater and stormwater infrastructure is in the Central Isthmus. We've been told that too. People want to live near their jobs, near their study, near rapid public transport, and our city infrastructure can take it. We've been advised of all of this. We've heard how important it is to do this to lower carbon emissions as well. So what's distorting that? Clear market signal? It's the same old politics as usual. When we allow more homes in the best areas for them, everybody along the housing spectrum benefits. Homeowners, existing ones, get a stable market and strong communities. First home buyers get a fairer chance to own a place. Because they've moved on, because they can buy, renters get more choice and lower rents. For those struggling to get into housing at all, they benefit from the lower rents and maybe they can get a roof over their head. We have a huge problem in this city. More homes means less pressure, fairer prices, and stronger neighbourhoods for all of us. I want to talk about special character. Now, I'm surprised about the discussion here because 72% of the Auckland Unitary Plan levels will still be retained. 3/4 still retained. Not only that, but we've been advised the tests are now easier to protect SCA outside walkable catchment than it was before. Plenty of people are happy about that, and I acknowledge that and respect that opinion. I disagree with it, but I acknowledge and respect that opinion because special character protections don't protect heritage. Don't forget that. Heritage buildings are already protected by law, completely different regime. The category is a council invention. It sets up wealthy areas of the central city and places like that to operate as gated communities. That's what it does. The choice here I need to acknowledge is not AUP. It's PC 78 versus the new one. And we're talking about 700 or so areas removed, pretty much all walkable catchments from train stations. So are we serious about our multi-billion-dollar investment into CRL or not? If we're of a mind to ask the Minister to take swings at different parts of this, what I would ask the Minister is to look at special character areas, because the future Auckland families would thank us for that. Just wrapping up now. Record numbers of New Zealanders left last year. 73,000, nearly 1,500 every week. They don't see a future in this city. It is our responsibility and our duty to provide hope and opportunities for people and families so they stay. It starts with the ability to set down roots in places where people actually want to live. Places that are best served for jobs, best served for study, best served for public transport. Special character areas suppress that demand, contributing to higher house prices. It's our job and our duty to make the city an exciting and vibrant place to live, and I'll wrap this up with a quote here about this. Been reading Abundance by Ezra Klein. It's a fantastic book. I want to quote this because it's really cool. Cities are engines of creativity because we create in community. We are spurred by competition. We need to find the colleagues and the friends and the competitors and the antagonists who unlock our genius and add their own. That's the kind of city I want to live in. We should go to the Minister with our vision and our positive ambition for the city, not the same old negative politics as usual. Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Leone.
Not sure how I'm going to follow that one. It was pretty impressive. Yeah. Look, I just want to start off by saying intensification, we know, is one of the most important issues facing our city. And as leaders, we have to ask the hard questions to ensure we get the best advocacy points across for our city. While I support intensification and I do want affordable housing in our city, homes close to transport hubs and more compact city means fewer commutes, less reliance on cars, and to reduce carbon emissions. We have to ensure we are also highlighting concerns, and that is why I raised the option around staged approach. The concerns raised by Aucklanders, and I can say this based on community meetings I have been to, not because I'm anti-intensification, but because I believe it is important to listen to everyone's concerns. These concerns include the fact central government do want us to house more people without providing resources in terms of more schools and other amenities to cope with the intensification. There is intensification happening in parts of our city and schools are already full. I do support building up rather than sprawl for our city, but we need to match those resources. My concerns were raised earlier. Central government should be providing a clear 20-year plan on how they will build more schools, which works alongside the intensification plans they are putting forward. If there was an option to make any amendment today, then that's what I would be doing, is how we can have those matching resources. But we know that that's not possible. So I just wanted to raise that. I'd also be focused on how central government can address the 23,000 vacant homes we have in Auckland. We can't control that at our level again, but it does need to be highlighted because we have huge rates of homelessness in Auckland, and we know that that is rising. We need to have a plan around that alongside these plans that are being raised. If we're building more homes and those homes are actually going to be lived in, then that's a good step forward for our city and accessible to transport. We need hope for our city, but we also need to call out other areas that haven't been addressed. I've also been concerned about building homes in the floodplain, so I'm really glad to hear that is being addressed. And going forward, we need to just press on with the consultation for our city. So I will support this going through today and hearing the robust feedback from Aucklanders.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Newman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And look, firstly, can I just pay compliments to the previous speaker, Councillor Leone, who yesterday spent time at Maranga Whānau in Homai in my ward with Phyllis Latu. And Councillor Leone and I might not necessarily agree on all issues, but I do think she has a real sense of empathy and heart for those people who are off sleepers, who do need to transition to permanent housing options, and I thank her for her visit. Chair, I intend to vote for this, not because I think that the proposed replacement is good, but because the withdrawal from Plan Change 78 is so desperately, urgently needed. And saying that, I do think there are some improvements. Certainly, I do prefer an alignment with residential development in relation to the stations and the city centre. I think that's actually sensible, but there are some issues here that I do think need to be highlighted. It talks about a lot of the rhetoric's talking about increasing housing supply so as to contribute to greater level of affordability. That is not new. That is the whole purpose of the Special Housing Areas Act 2013. And of course, the SHAs that were proposed, I would suggest that was not a particularly successful mechanism to achieve the increased supply of housing so as to address affordability. Some of my constituents would look at that and say that was about landowner lotto, land developer lotto, and I think what we've seen in recent times is a significant expansion of the playing field for developers to look at where they want to develop next. But unfortunately, and it does need to be said, that I can't foresee any significant improvement in the supply of affordable housing. There will be a increased supply of unaffordable housing, but Auckland's already got quite a large supply of dwellings out there, new dwellings. I think some of them are quite nice, some of them are bloody ugly, but they are not affordable for a lot of people. And that is because ultimately this is about supply side, whereas incomes haven't kept pace with the increase in price, even if the market is softer at the moment. I do want to say, Chair, that I really worry about what the future may hold if Kāinga Ora is once again empowered in the future to become a substantial land developer, where they might go with these permissive planning powers, where Kāinga Ora might look to develop in the future. I hope that Kāinga Ora will be a social housing provider, not a land developer, but I worry about that because I think that what we have here is planning rules for developers who are not going to develop today. They will bank these permissive rules and they'll look at their investment opportunities in the future. Chair, just in conclusion, I want to say this, that I think that you will see a series of subsequent plan changes that will be required in the future, because what we will face is a real disconnect between areas where there's perceived capacity and the reality that infrastructure doesn't actually provide for it. And I think that if you think that this is the last time that we'll come to the planning debates, or the government, because the government seems to have all the power now, that's not the case. There will be subsequent plan changes, because I have no doubt that what we will have coming up is no great improvement to the Auckland Unitary Plan. You could say it was the worst plan, actually. But there is, in my view, a lesser alignment between infrastructure and where developers want to go. And as Megan and others have pointed out, this doesn't prevent the Greenfields private plan change requests that come through. In saying that, Chair, I do want to withdraw from Plan Change 78, so if this is the only mechanism to do so, I'm going to vote for it. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walker.
Sure, so we may not have much choice here, but my real concern is, frankly, the gutless nature of this council that I see, and I'm talking about the council as a whole. We're not pushing back against the government. We're not advocating sufficiently for Aucklanders. So I see a situation where underlying land values are going to go up, a circumstance where we're going to have more pepper pot development, more cars on the streets, a lower quality of the overall housing stock, neighbourhoods that are less pleasant to live in, and more people getting out of Auckland because it's becoming a less pleasant place to live. That is a blunt reality. And this doesn't solve it. As far as flooding is concerned, flooding is a function of the land that's in the bottom that floods, but it's also a function of the catchment. And we're intensifying the overall catchments. And I harp on about this again and again and again, and consistently I've held a line on that. So we're going to be worse off in terms of flooding. All you've got to do is go around the streets and see the new places that are being developed and put two and two together and see what's happening, and see the sediment that's running off those properties too as they're developing. We don't have the financing tools in place, so this will continue to rack up our debt, because the underlying problem with our debt is the development contributions are not sufficient to cover the cost of growth. We don't have that in place yet again. So we have a government that's just taking an ad hoc approach when we actually have some breathing space right now to get things right. We're not getting things right. We're going to make more of a mess of things, and it'll be even more difficult to pull it back. So this is fundamentally unfair for Aucklanders. We should be pushing back on the 2 million and pushing back hard. We should be advocating for more time, as Christine Fletcher advocated, to get Aucklanders behind us. The government is vulnerable if Auckland stands up to them. But our leadership is gutless, in my view, and that needs to change. So I'm pretty upset around the place we're in now, and I would hope that with a new council, hopefully with more councillors prepared to stand up for Auckland, we can make a change.
Councillor Williamson, thank you.
Yeah, look, I first want to start by saying it'll be a merry day when 78 goes out the door. I think that's just so good. It would have been great to have replaced it with something that had a little bit more common sense to it and had some numbers that you could justify. 78's just wrong in all regards. I'm surprised at the number of people I've heard around this table that were here when it was done, saying it's just dreadful because it's got all this flood-prone stuff. Well, why didn't you do something about it then? Why did you not put, you tried to, well, you didn't succeed. It's a bit rich to be coming back later on and saying it's got all this flood-prone and we need to get it done now, but you didn't do anything about it when you actually put it in place. Okay, so here's what I want to go through some numbers with you. First of all, you need to know that property prices have taken an unbelievable tumble in both Auckland and Wellington. Liam Dan's article in the Herald recently said that in real terms, Auckland property prices have dropped 31%, and in Wellington they have dropped 38% after inflation. Now you've got to know what that means for New Zealanders, because this is a country, I've worked and lived in a lot of countries around the world. And the property, your own dwelling, is not the major value of your investments or your wealth. Some young Germans I work with at Lufthansa never expected to even own a property. But here, owning a property, it is your most valuable resource. And to do things that can drive the value of that down is lunacy when you don't have to. I'm fine if that's what you have to do. Now, all the work that went into the unitary plan came up with 30,000 times 30. Multiply those two together, you get 900,000. That seemed like a good start. We now somehow believe that doesn't work, even though all the work that went into it. So we need some more. Okay, I'm signing up for more. I think we can do a lot more intensification around the transport hubs and corridors. I think it's crazy to spend $6 billion on a train set and then not provide some customers for it. It's just crazy. And so I'm a big fan of that, and the Eastern Busway and the Pakuranga Highway, where it's got 3 lanes either way and you can build along it. I'm a big fan of building around the town centres, because that's where we should be trying to concentrate big numbers of people. And do mine, do Pakuranga, do Botany, come on in. I'm a big fan of getting the floodplains out and any of the coastal erosions or any of the stuff that's likely to cause massive costs and damage, and get them out. But what I cannot come to grips with is, how the hell do you come up with a figure of 2 million? Because it's an insane number for this reason. Whatever level you set it at, you actually drive the intensification way deeper into suburbia. If you make it 1.5, you get a lot less driving down to the residential level than you do if you make it another number. If you make it 2 million, it's not needed. I heard it today. It's a number that'll never be used. It's an artificial number. It's every dwelling, every property in Auckland, 3 times 3 stories. Well, what an insane number to use as your target figure. How about we work out what we believe the populations were? We presented with a fantastic graph of what the medium, the high, and the very high population forecasts were. Take the number of around 3 per dwelling, because I've got that number from the officials' data of how many dwellings divided by the number of people in the city. It's around about 3. It's just under 3, 2.9, whatever. And then say multiply that out. That's the number of dwellings we're going to need. Now let's put a cap above that to have some flexibility. The developers don't only have to build there because it's the only place, and the developers don't have to build that because there's different designs. But what the 2 million, which is not justified by anybody, does, is, I think I'd take Ken Turner's example. We're going to have a football game and we're going to give them a 3,000 mile square plane to play on. Why do that? Why not say you can play your game and you need a lot of space, you need to have goalposts and everything else. We're going to have you a very big park to play in. But it'll still allow for you to do everything you need, but it will not make the ridiculous outcomes. Now, I'll tell you what the most ridiculous outcome is. If you leave it where it is, you will have developers come into one street, put one ghastly piece of rubbish in situ, devalue a whole lot of people's house property prices, and then walk away. They're doing it now. They're doing it now. And that's why I'm saying get rid of 78. So don't get me wrong, I'm not surviving 78. I want it gone. I think it's a piece of junk. But what I do think is we could actually have a more realistic replacement which did not drive the intensification into suburbia as hard as it does, but still picked up on all of the benefits of transport corridors, rail corridors, city centres and so on, got a whole lot of people using public transport where they can, which is brilliant, got a whole lot of high-rise and so on. But I'm going to give you the worst example out of what the alternative has been put to us, We've got a small back suburban street, Granger, that runs into Lytton, and then it runs into sort of down to a little wee shopping centre, Meadowlands. And AT, in their infinite wisdom, gave that up as the number 26 of the transport corridors at which you could put high-rise and intensification. You come with me. You come with me any day you like and have a look at the street. It's not wide enough for the 2 cars to park. It's not wide enough to have any public transport corridor on it, but it's in this replacement plan to be a major corridor to be used as intensification. So don't get me wrong, big fan of intensification where it makes sense, big fan of actually adding to the unitary plans 900,000. By the way, that makes a bit of a mockery of planning if you did all that time to come up with a unitary plan and less than 10 years later we're now replacing it again. That means this one won't even last that long. And all I can say to you is that Chris Bishop is a very brave politician, because I remember Labour leaders and Green Party leaders absolutely stopping at the very edge of saying we want property values to go down. Remember it, they were on TV during election campaign. Well, do you want property prices in Auckland to go to, well, I just want property prices to be more affordable. Many say, I just want incomes to go up faster than I want prices, which I'm fine with. I think it's a great idea. You get more affordability over time. But today's a good day that we're getting rid of the dreadful piece of junk called 78. But I'm sorry, we've done nothing to push back about what would be a realistic, proper regime that would work for everybody and would not cause the harm and the damage that it needs to cause.
Thank you, Councillor. Right. Mayor Brown.
Okay, that was probably the best thing I've heard you for a long time. Good. I agree with most of that. The two problems we're solving are the 3x3 everywhere, which all those people in various suburbs worrying about a 15-storey building coming in should be worried about the ugly 3x3 jammed up next door to you, because that's happening now. And there's all those brave people who are going to stand against the government sat here and got MDRS without doing a damn thing in the first place. So it's a bit rich to tell me about that. That was dumb. The 3x3 was dumb, and it's what produced the 2 million number, and which is also dumb. We all understand it as well. The same people that did that also approved the City Rail Link. The City Rail Link, we've just spent $6 billion on that. There's no point in having $6 billion for the things with nobody on the damn thing. And so it's all over the world. You can fly over cities and see where the underground railways are, because the 16-storey buildings are around the railway stations, and it'll be no different here. And the economics are such that that's where people will start building those. They're not going to suddenly stoke them way out in the buoy. The other part that we're voting out is the inability to downsize due to our floods. That in itself is enough reason to get rid of MDRS, but the 3x3 metre, 3-storey houses everywhere from Pukekohe to Wilsford was plainly idiotic and is being used to produce some hideous bloody results already, with people jammed in like fairies. In terms of some of the statements I've heard about the economics and price of living, it just shows our lack of, we should need to have an economics summit next time so people understand. I live in multi-storey buildings. My last one, I was up on level 16 of a 20-storey building. In that 20-storey building, the prices ranged from 12 million down to 450,000, because the and was mixed in terms of every possible way. We had mixed usage and we had mixed economies. Very rich to people battling along, and we all got on well. It's good like that. Same with the street I'm in now. Within 200 metres of me, they go from 3 million down to 450,000. We all get on. And so don't be too scared of mixed use. Special character is slightly different from historic. Historic's saved. Special character is worth saving where it can be. And what we have by doing this now, you've got a long period of which to put in submissions to point out the areas that we've got wrong. Clearly, the Howick example where someone's come up with in a rush with a one-lane street, which you'll never have a bus down, is a mistake. And that if you have enough time, you can find all those. People put in submissions about those. If we'd used up 3 months just to dither around, we wouldn't have enough time for that. Ockham, I recently opened 2 buildings for Ockham out in Avondale, sited there, 1.6 and 1.9, right next door to each other. They're there because everything's there. Transport, hubs, shops, groceries inside the buildings. They're able to those people are able to share a swimming pool, which none of them would have been able to afford on their own. The ones you can buy vary between 500,000 and 900,000, very good too. And the next building is all owned to built to rent. So we're the developer, and there's nothing wrong with the developer making money. We're not a communist country. That's why people do it. Don't feel bad about that. And in terms of the risks that they're taking, you've got to accept the risks. A lot of them are failing. There's a lot of crashes in the construction sector, so these are not greedy, nasty people. They're part of our society, and we shouldn't pick on them just because of what they're doing. You've got a long time to put in your submissions. This does everything we really wanted. We approached the government to actually make them listen that they'd made a mistake with the MDRS, and they are listening. And we've approached the government because we've got $6 billion worth of railway and we want to have some people living around it, and so they are listening. And they got the $2 million thing wrong and the 2 million people thing wrong, and we've now got 9 months, quite a lot of that 18 months there to make a discussion about that. That's the only thing people are moaning about, because that 2 million is driving us out into places which was never the expectation for that sort of level of intensity. The market won't go there anyhow. So you've got 18 months to happen, and if you know anyone dumb enough who's going to build a 15-storey in the middle of Howick, then that person's going to go broke before he's got up to level 7. You have to have sales to do this stuff. This is very sensible. It's the right way to go about it. Nodding at people who are just saying we're not going to do anything, we're going to fend it off and it's going to go away. It's just being dumb, really. I think we've done a good thing here, and I've got plenty of time to talk to the government, who are in a bit of trouble there, and say, look, just pull it back. All the areas which we've intensified down the main roads and down the bus things are eminently sensible. I mean, anyone talking about that. What have we got at Mount Eden? We've got this big open space there. You come merge from there's nothing there. We want shops there, we want parking there, we want buses there, we want houses there, we want people there. And this is how you get it. And so I'm very confident that this will get through, and I'm very pleased for those people who support it, because it's the right thing to do for the city. And we will have further conversations about the government, about the 2 million thing. They will start to realise they've got that a bit wrong, but they were forced into that because you all sat there quietly and accepted MBDRS without understanding what you'd accepted. So don't give me any lessons about not being with tough with the government. You should listen in the past. I've inherited your decisions. Build that blooming $6 billion thing and accept all those people here, 2 million houses. You accepted it.
Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora, thank you. Just quickly on the PC78 vote, when I looked that up, I didn't actually see any votes against. I saw a whole bunch of abstentions, so I'm not sure if that counts as pushing back on the MDRS if you abstained, just in passing. The choice today is clear, and we've had a number of people who've said that, and the choice is what it's been for weeks, which is between Plan Change 78 and Plan Change 120. Now it has a name. I'm very grateful for the number staff. It's been very frustrating to try and refer to something that didn't have a name. And we've had two successive governments, red and blue in tinge, who have passed laws to get Auckland Council to shift away from the unitary plan. The unitary plan was never on the table today. We knew this weeks ago. In fact, we knew this in 2021. And despite many people using it today and in the community over the last few weeks as their point of comparison, the unitary plan was never on the table today. What we do have is a choice between Plan Change 78 and Plan Change 120. There's been a lot of discussions about the shortcomings of Plan Change 78, and what I want to do is be a little bit more positive about Plan Change 120. And I want to raise a point that was made by the advisory panels when they spoke to us on the 11th of September. They presented their end-of-term reports. And there was a very powerful statement made by the co-chair from the Rainbow Communities Advisory Panel, who said, trust is built by action. Trust is built by action. Now, since the 27th of January 2023, a lot of people in my community have lost a lot of trust in Auckland Council and have lost a lot of trust in us as decision makers because we have not taken action, or not enough action, on flood risks. Plan Change 120 enables us to take action, not necessarily enough, but certainly a lot better than Plan Change 78, and rebuild that trust. We have also been asked repeatedly by the community to take action on climate. Plan Change 120, as I asked about before, is clearly better on climate. Flooding, as I've mentioned, the E36 rules, the downzoning, the shifting of permeability levels to the core standards, which strengthens that, but also more broadly on emissions, which have a big impact on flooding, but also other climate shocks like extreme weather. It's also better from a climate perspective on the compact city and on transport, particularly the focus on building around train stations. And you can see that really clearly in the maps that Gary Blick, our economist, provided, where we had those green blobs, more housing around the Western Line and the Southern Line, around the Northern Busway and the Eastern Busway as well. So PC 120 is better than PC 78, the other option, on climate. It's also better on housing affordability, and Councillor Henderson addressed that at length, but I would just note also that we have had some reference here to people's property rights. You have to own property to have property rights. A lot of people in the city can't own property, don't own property, and are moving away as well. It also is better on cost of living, partly because of the housing affordability, but also because having more homes next to transport routes where people can use public transport, don't have to own a car to participate, means that the cost of transport will significantly reduce for them, which again has a really good benefit for cost of living. It also reduces the cost of infrastructure. We had mentioned before of our underlying debt problem. I think we could contend whether we have a debt problem given we're well under our debt ceiling. However, sprawl is more expensive for our infrastructure costs. And our infrastructure is funded by debt. So join up the lines. It also, Plan Change 120, makes the most of the infrastructure we already have. And we've had repeated presentations and maps shown to us about how the areas that have existing infrastructure capacity are the areas where we're lining up with for more housing under Plan Change 120. The CRL is one example, but it's only one, and there's a whole heap of other infrastructure that we have that lines up. Finally, PC 120 is actually better on the issue of staging. And I know this has been raised, and we had advice from Megan that staging is not something you can really do with a plan change of this nature anyway. You kind of got to do it all as kit and caboodle. But actually, the overlays help us with staging. That's the purpose of them, is they apply restrictions based on existing infrastructure problems in areas, and you can see those right through, for example, parts of Sandringham, where there are overlays that effectively help us to stage things. And we have the future development strategy, which is outside the scope of this, but that allows us to stage things in terms of the release of more land on the edges, where again, the infrastructure is more expensive, which would drive more council debt and put up rates as well, because we would have to maintain it. So the choice is clear. Trust is built by action. I will be supporting putting through Plan Change 120 to the next steps. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. Well, look, I think I've been around the block a few times on these planning resets, and from the Auckland Plan review, the reset there, the Auckland Unitary Plan, I remember some referring to the Auckland Unitary Plan as being civil war. Chair, you'll remember some of those comments, and the violins were playing and the laments were endless. It was actually a really good plan at the time. It was a really good plan. And then there was PC 78, and there were some issues with that as well. But there were many aspects of that that were very good. And now we've got this one served to us. The latter two, you've got a choice between a couple of dog breeds. You know, which one's going to bite you the hardest and the longest, which one's going to affect you or give you the rabies. But look, there's good things in this one, as Councillor Ferry has just outlined. Don't need to go over that summary of the benefits or disbenefits. But I think we sort of have forgotten that PC 78, we did have better control over hazards. We did achieve that. You know, that was a nudge on from the Auckland Unitary Plan. There are issues, in my eyes, with being served up from Wellington on our planning resets. The Auckland Unitary Plan, yes, it was required by statute, but we had the freedom to do it. The latter, PC 78 and 120, we have not had the freedom to adequately do it with the people of Auckland, but we are required to do it. Now, I'm not in the camp of defying a government and having a minister racking them up, or her, whoever it might be, to the point where they say, well, look, you haven't played ball, I'm moving into town and I'll do it for you. Because There's a lot at stake here, and I think it's just a matter of time and if a minister would make that move. So look, the laments on PC 78, I don't think are due. We've just moved on. It's not that time. We're here now. I have concerns about this plan, but I think, I've always operated by the 80-20 rule. You get it 80% right at this stage, and you get out of the blocks, put it over the line, get it out for consultation, and if you can polish it up another 10% and get it to 90%, you've actually got a good plan. The last 10% to achieve best practice in the world, forget it. You will never ever polish it up to 100%. Forget it. So quoting all the best practice, and yes, our staff have advised us this is best practice, this is best practice. Yes, they're right to advise us, but the blunt reality is you never get it up to that mark. Now, am I underselling? Am I not optimistic enough? Am I not ambitious enough? I don't think so. I'm just being a damn realist here. And that's how I've been in my time, my 12 years here at Auckland Council. Go back to the 80-20 rule. I reckon we're maybe 80% on this PC 120. Mayor, Chair, I'm thanking you for incorporating the H and the I. One of the things that I have been pretty consistent on is the lack of attention to the quality of outcomes as opposed to the quantity. And I won't go over that again. I think there's a bigger conversation to be had on achieving a quality of what results out of these planning instruments, this PC 120. So the H and the I thank you for incorporating. I do have a concern, though, about this move to a more polycentric vertical city form. I don't think we fully understand that, and that does need a lot more interrogation through the work around the H and the I, or the work that results from the H and the I. Because that polycentric vertical nature is very new to us, and I don't think we understand that. And I hand it to you, Chair, in your role going forward to explore that a lot more, because we're going to have to be very cautious about, how that is enabled. And I'm particularly interested in seeing maybe not so much stricter design standards, but look, some minimum design standards that alleviate the risk of some pretty ordinary vertical construction, as we've already seen in the 1990s Auckland and the early 2000s Auckland. I'll leave that with you. The one part I'm not going to support here today, because I think it is going backwards, is the J. And Councillor Bartley, I totally acknowledge your representation of your communities on this particular issue, but reinvestigating car parking minimums, 1950s time warp. Get on, move past. It adds up to $100,000 per dwelling unit. So move on, but I totally respect you raising it. But I'm going to make the point today of not supporting the J. It's a going backwards. All the research data is actually already on the desk. I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to acknowledge you and your Deputy, Councillor Dalton, and the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor for all your work, and the CEO and the staff on this major issue, this major historic debate that we're facing today. I will support this. Yeah, I support it. And I support it because of it being a way for us to deal with downzoning in the areas hit worse by the floods. Along with fellow councillors, I too was on the ground trying to help people who had been flooded in their homes. I also support it because it will unlock areas for more housing for younger generations and for other sectors of our society that have been locked out of buying a home. I've benefited from intensification because I was able to buy a home last year because of redevelopment. Where one house stood, there are now 6 townhouses. So I'm one of those townhouses. If we didn't have intensification, there's no way in hell I'd be able to buy a home. So I don't want to pull the ladder up to people coming after me for their opportunity to buy a home as well in the city that they love. And you're quite right, a lot of people are leaving because they don't see a future for themselves in buying a home here. I also support more intensification around the transport, around town centres, because our town centres need it. They need that immediate audience or that immediate access of people who can buy from their cafes and buy from their little shops so they don't go out of business, because that is a big worry. We're seeing so many closed up shops and so many small town centres just struggling. So if we can have more intensification there, there's more people that can buy from them and support them. And I also appreciate you incorporating my concerns around parking. I think, yes, the intention was good, but in reality, the behaviour change hasn't happened. And so there's lots of reasons why people need their cars. If we're going to intensify on transport corridors, we do need to think about how we address parking, because the reason you can't get a special vehicle lane on a main corridor is because all the cars are parked there. So you really do need developers to incorporate parking, not just for one tenant, but for flatmates, for people who are tradespeople, for families with kids, for what else? Yep, disabled. There's lots of reasons. So I appreciate that being incorporated in here. And yeah, I hope this brings about more opportunity for other people to be able to buy who are not sitting in this room. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers before I close up? I just want to make sure. There are no more, so I'm making the closing statement. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I think that has been a good debate. I think we've covered all the issues. I will say that this is the choice between the two, and I think the replacement is far better because of the areas that we talked about. When we talk about responsibilities and the we's and the, you didn't, it's all of us. We're all responsible. And you can look back at those votes on Plan Change 78 and see who abstained on our qualifying matters, which include flooding and hazards and coastal. And you'll see people that didn't take the responsibility then. So it is a conversation around infrastructure. I hear a lot of time around here, why don't we have infrastructure? Well, actually, some of us voted for every budget to increase the revenues to fund that infrastructure. That every budget I've been here, and many people have not voted for any or voted for very few. And so some of us have to take that vote to get a majority, and some people will know. And I assume today this could be unanimous, so I won't assume, but there will be people who vote knowing that their community will be far better off with the new plan change than they are under Plan Change 78, because that is the vote we're here to do. And some of us will make that decision and help the communities in your area, and you may vote against, knowing that we will have made that decision to help your communities. And I think that's the important thing here. I don't know who Theophilus, Theophilus or something, but I will talk about another Theo, and that's my son, who's only 3. And, I never thought I'd have the privilege of having a child, and I do now. And I think about these decisions, well, before he was alive, thinking about all future residents of Auckland, but I think about what decisions we make today. It's one little step. There'll be another decision, I'm sure, with the RMA and next council, but I think these decisions enable that choice, enable a future, enable something different for the young people that are thinking, do I live in Auckland or do I live somewhere else, next to jobs, next to education, next to transport? And I hope today, by pushing this through and moving it forward to the community so they can have a say, that people like my son, people like the next generation, will have more opportunities to live more affordably. Not just purchase, but rent. There'll be kāinga order housing in the right places. We need to make sure we provide opportunities near infrastructure, because the city has for decades not dealt with the issues that we should be dealing with for the future. And I think we are starting to do that the last couple, 5, 6, 7 years, getting on top of our budgets, but also quadrupling the infrastructure in transport and water, but we'll need to do more. But just want to thank everyone, and I want to thank the community. This is hard. Some people will be very excited about the decision. Other people will find this decision really hard. Change is really hard, but we have to make a decision, and I think moving forward with the replacement is the better one. Kia ora. Thank you.
Chair, could we just have outlined what our options are here? Are you going to take it as a whole?
I will take.
Some of us would like to support A, but may not necessarily want to support other parts. Could you just outline the process?
Yeah, so largely we can't do, we can't withdraw without supporting something else, so I'll be taking it as a whole. Thank you.
That's not true.
We've had a division, we're taking it as a whole. Thank you.
Well,
sorry, division has been called.
A division has been called. Thank you.
If members would like to indicate their for or against, and if you want to be against a clause, we can note it when you vote.
Sorry, did I hear correctly? So we can vote, but we can note those clauses that we're opposed to. Thank you.
Yeah, but just for safety, if a majority of us vote for withdrawing and a majority also vote for not replacing something, that doesn't exist. So once again, just make sure there's enough of us making that responsible two-pronged decision. Thank you.
well,
Thank you. Councillor Hills.
Yes.
Hokura Member Ashby.
Yes.
Councillor Baker.
Oh, yes.
Councillor Bartley.
Yes.
Mayor Brown. Deputy Chair Dalton. Yes. Councillor Darby.
For, if I can record against J, please.
Councillor Ferry.
For.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
No, but record a support for A.
Councillor Fuli. For. Hokura Member Henare. Councillor Henderson.
Yes, but record opposition for L.
Councillor Lee. Councillor Leone.
For.
Councillor Newman.
For.
Councillor Sayers.
for.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
For.
Councillor Turner.
Against, but record my support of A, please.
Councillor Walker.
Same as Turner.
Councillor Watson.
No, and support for A.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Thank you, that's carried.
And that is carried, we'll figure out
18 to 5.
18 votes to 5. Thank you very much. Oh.
Yeah.
Right. I think that's all we have to do. Thank you very much, everyone. I'll just close with a karakia. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia. Kura tapanui, ki wātea, ki mama, tinako. Te tinana, me te wairoa I taro takutu, koia rā I rongo. Whakairea ake ki runga kia tina. Homie, huie, tai ki e. Thank you very much and see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Well done, Chair and staff.